watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hey, awesome, everybody. I'm happy you are here. Let me get everybody pulled up with me, but welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield. And let me go ahead and get Sam pulled up. Hi, Samuel Hofman. Hi.
Hello, everybody.
Good to have you here. And here we have Rocket Man with us. Another
Hi,
night
everybody.
here, Rocket Man. Hi. And we have Christoper with us. Hi, Christoper.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Good to have you here. And let's see. Okay, let's have Jillian here. Hi, Jillian.
Hiya. How are
In
you?
Scotland. Jillian's in Scotland, I'll add. So, and let's go ahead and pull in Pamela in Colombia. Hi, Pamela. Hi.
Pamela.
Okay, I'll get it. Just to be patient. Yeah.
Hiya.
And last but not least, Jesus. He's
Jesus.
here right on time,
Hey,
like
guys.
I told him.
Hey,
Yes.
Pamela, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, we made it here. Let's go ahead and check the comments real quick and see who was first in line this evening. And I think this is her first time. It's Andrea. Hi, Andrea. She was with us as a host on the last show from Saturday. So she's looking forward to another entertaining show.
Is that Nicole's
Is it Nicole's sister?
I thought it was Nicole. I you know what? I'm gonna have to clarify. Actually, now that you say that, I thought it is the same, but let me find out. Because now I may be totally
Josie's
wrong.
here,
We'll find
Katie
out.
Joe's here, and Optic Blast is here.
And yeah,
And-
hey,
Marshall.
Josie Wells is here, and Katie Joe. Her name
So,
is
hi,
showing up. Perfect.
Egg.
We have Optic Blast. Hi, Optic. And they said Sam. So they're excited to see you. Let's see. Who else? Keep going here.
I'm
Michelle.
excited to see
Hey,
you too.
Michelle. Good deal. And Egg. Hi. I'm always happy to see your name pop up. And Dennis is here. I haven't seen you in a little bit, Dennis. So it's good that
David.
you're here. Who
Carol
else?
Ann.
Oh, my friend Melissa. I saw Melissa today. We got to hang out this morning, so that's always
Her
a
evil
treat.
twin. Oh, funny.
And
No
let's see.
offense to Andrea. It was just striking Ms. Josh.
Is she kidding or is she
before
serious?
the
I
show
don't
we
know
were
yet.
talking about evil.
But Experimental is here. Hi, Experimental. And Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Let's see. Let's pull your name up. Hi, Tracy. Good to see you. And David. Howdy. Hi, David. You're talking my country terminology here in Oklahoma. So, Carol Ann, it's always a good to see you, really. So, how welcome. And Scotland. Yeah, Facebook user in Scotland. Is that you, Jillian? Do you know this person?
I see
Maybe.
on my other phone it says a chappie called Gordon Marshall has logged
Oh, yeah,
in.
Gordon.
He's from
Okay,
Scotland.
maybe.
I love
Hi,
the
Gordon, if
background
that's you.
picture for today.
You do? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I like the
Nice.
style of painting and drawing of the mountains. I like it.
I just
Nice.
love the whole thing
Good,
about the
good.
planets and stuff like that. I love those. They're gorgeous.
Me too. I had fun picking them out. So I saved a whole bunch today, so I'll be ready. And Andrea is here, and I told her to send me your pictures if you have them ready. I'll be on the lookout. And Audrey, hi
Andy
Audrey from
Cole
South
sent me a
Africa.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Audrey is here. And same for you. I know you sent me pictures, and I will get them during the show. I'm just behind, so. And Tracy, another Tracy. Hi, girl.
Hi, Tracy.
She's a fellow Oklahoman here not far from me. One day we got to meet. And she's one of my admins on our Facebook group. So she's been with me through thick and thin, like my ride or die gal. So anyway.
Hey, Pamela's backstage.
Oh, boo.
I was wondering where she
Got
went.
you. Yeah, I didn't see you go away. So
I'm back.
yeah, I think we caught up. We're all caught up except for a Facebook user. So Nice. Well, welcome everybody. We have a big group right off the bat, so that's great. So tell me, y'all, how are you all doing? Let's start with Sam and see how his week has gone.
Which
Interestingly warm for this time of year. We're supposed to be about 20 to 40 below come this time of February, and it was 46 degrees today and sunny with minor storming. We're getting the first brunt of that rotational low pressure system that just hit California again, storm number 3 that they're flooding out on now, and they're also getting more tomorrow as well. So they're, a lot of those folks over there are going to be kissing a lot of landscape goodbye down the street. Other than that, up here we got next to no snow, and it's pretty warm, and it looks like spring is starting. It's very funny. It's odd.
It does. Yes.
We got through Nova's birthday. She's had a great day. She got her specialized, very expensive Kentucky Fried Chicken full family meal. And mashed potatoes and coleslaw and everything. The carrots were a little bit too large, unfortunately. They could have chopped those down better.
She made a nice choice.
But the meal was edible.
She made a good selection. I was going to say.
Well, we don't buy a lot of KFC because I at one point in time managed 2 KFC restaurants at the same time.
I love Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I know the secret 11 herbs and spices, but I'd have to make them 25 pounds at a time. But so you don't actually know that the pinch of this, and I know what's in it, but I don't know the amounts.
I worked in one for 3 years when I was right out of high school, and it ruined chicken for me.
I bet.
Yeah. I bet you know how to make the biscuits, though. I still like the biscuits very much.
It ruined chicken for me for like 5 years, but I'm back on the chicken now, so I'm good now. But I ruined it for a long time.
Yeah,
especially because I worked there back on my drinking days, so open up a bag of chicken when you're hungover is just not very fun. So yeah.
I've sliced up a few million chickens in my time, and when I was a teenager, when we lived in Minnesota, we were cutting up chickens all the time too, because we had a chicken farm for a couple of years. But anyway,
I grew up with chickens.
Yeah.
One of the roosters used to stand on my window and really annoy me and wake me up at 3 a.m. It was horrible.
Thank God we never had chickens in South Africa.
It comes with its problems, but it was nice to grow up that way. My mom had a name for every single chicken. I don't know how she could tell them apart, but yeah.
These are like that.
She loved her Chihuahua and she loved her chickens like they were her own. So.
We have a friend on Facebook that has a whole bunch, or had. I don't think she has as many chickens as she used to. We used to, a redheaded gal, but some people may know who she is, but I don't need to mention her. But she lives in Utah as well. Where are we today? Yeah. I had a brief nap, everybody, so I'm a little bit cognitively
good.
not here.
I feel like we should go through and just make sure everybody knows who we are. I see a few newer people, and I was thinking we should, give just a quick rundown of who we are. So, most of you know I'm Rebecca, and we're here to talk about Samuel Hofman and his discovery of our binary twin solar system, and about the drawings that he creates and so forth. And also, let's see. Let me start. Okay. Sorry, 1 second.
That's just a joke. Okay, and I eat crayons. That's a joke.
You're right. That's a running joke that Sam eats crayons, but he doesn't. It's really colored pencils. We all know.
I eat colored pencils instead,
But anyway, I know most people here already know this, and that's what we're here to talk about is how, the planets and asteroids and moons that are from this other solar system are passing so close that we all see them every day. We just don't realize it. So that's the fun part of all of this is that, we kind of know what's going on and we are able to witness it and admire it and make friends along the way. So it's awesome. But let's go ahead and check in with Jillian. I haven't got to talk to you in a couple of days. And you're in Scotland. So tell us about your weather and what's going on there where you were located?
Well, it's actually warmer than it should be as well. It was about 10 degrees today, and we went out for Theo's walk in the evening.
That's Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius, 10
Yeah.
Celsius. And, you know, I'd expected when I moved to the Highlands from South Africa, it's going to be like minus degrees and snowdrifts and all the rest of it. But ever since I've lived here, which is my 5-year anniversary, was just passed on the 24th of January. And this past year is the first time I had actually seen like that much of snow, and snow that actually stayed. And so I was quite fascinated by how many days we actually got out of it, which was only like 2 or 3. And the years before, it had been like a fluff on, and we really scraped hard to get a snow baby out of it, you know. But this time they could actually make a full-on snowman. But I was too cold because it was my first year, like I said, having my own house and stuff. So I had other things on my mind. But yeah. The snow, and the puppy went up to about there in the snow, so he was quite amused but unamused at the same time, because it froze on his little beard and stuff. And you had to get it off. He's just a baby still.
Yeah, I know, he's still a baby.
It froze like solid onto him, so it was actually full on. So anyway, today we went, 2 days ago was it already that I sent you the double looking sun picture?
Yeah, I just now clicked on your message here so I can say
like I sent you about 10,000.
So, I know, I have, because, I see that.
Even today there was a bizarre picture, like when I looked at the sky and I thought, geez, look at that, there's Saturn's moon, because it had the little fire clouds on it, and it was all over to the right of where the suns were, and it had like it was like a gap and then some other stuff going on, which was like asteroidal kind of deal, and there was this upright little thing of about that, like that shape, and it was like a rainbow but a focal. I sent you those pictures as well. And then very quickly it changed, as if you could see the hair parts rising up on the horizon, and then the whole thing just went over us, whatever it was, and then we started to hear a noise like jets. And the wee lady next door said to me, well, that will be the red arrows, you know. They're from Lossiemouth, my dear. But apparently there's only 5 this year. You don't know why there's only 5 and not 7. I'm like, all right. I'm freezing. I want to go inside because I'd come over all freezing. And I'm not supposed to say that word. And it was absolutely freezing. Absolutely freezing. And well, we came indoors and then I tried to send you the pictures, but then the temp drop was quite dramatic because it had been between 10 and 12 degrees, and then it went down to 4.
Oh, wow.
I checked the app and it had gone to 4. And then when I looked again, it was, we were sweating again. It was back up again. And when I looked outside the window, it was back clear. You could see stars again.
Wow. Yeah, I think definitely a temperature change like that, you know, is significant to a close passing planet. I've noticed that before too. So
active moon tends to do that as well.
Drop the temps.
Drop the temperature as well. Yeah.
So you go next.
Yeah, I've noticed. I noticed that in the middle of the night we all woke up, and I thought, why are we awake? So I took my camera phone out with me because I have this feeling that I need to go and take a picture. And true as Bob, the sky was this peach color, and the moon was up above it, but illuminated in a way that the moon shouldn't be illuminated in this phase of the moon. And underneath it was this dirty little peach ball thing that was bulging in the middle. Almost, it must have been Atu's moon, like a bulging peach ball, which was obviously closer than our own moon kind of deal.
Wow.
Man.
So I thought, I took pictures of that as well. So I'll send them because, you know, I even try to make a video because the video makes it clearer that you're actually looking at something. And it's evidence that I wasn't taking it through my window and it was therefore doubling or something like that. You know?
Right. Are these the pictures that you sent me? Did you send that to me as well?
I've sent you a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Yeah, you can just examine them. And I would love for Sam to tell me if there's something wrong with my moon, my sun picture, because I swear to you, Sam, it's like that picture you've got of the two suns, and Sol is on the right, and it's tiny next to this bigger one, but it's more orange. And in the picture that I got, it was more golden. Mm-hmm. So like Rebecca said, it could have been the yellow moon, but it could also be our Sol.
Wow. Depending on where it is.
Can't wait to see
compared to what the sightings that we've gotten from the southern hemisphere in the last week. So
right.
And then of course there's also the sightings from around the world where the blue asteroid is, and we've seen the blue asteroid actually be yellow as well. So we have to and facial markings and everything, size, all of that will play in when we look at it.
Yeah, I definitely want you to see it because I took 9 shots, and in each of the 9 shots you can see there's a variance in the position of the little one to the big one. Okay. So I wasn't making it up, and it wasn't like a flare or anything.
Nobody says you're making up anything.
I'm panic-stricken about it because, when you see something like this, you're like, oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, Julian, I don't expect that you would be making up anything that you're sending in. You've been, a Skywatcher member for, almost a decade now. And
well, that's what I was telling you earlier, Julian. Even though I am skeptical of those kind of pictures. I ain't skeptical about you. I know you wouldn't.
Yeah, just don't film through glass and we'll have it made.
Yeah. Well, I went and took it at my front door because I was like,
that's where we get most of the double sun sightings and all of that have a tendency to come from somebody who's filming through their windshield or through, the third story window of their house or through their sliding glass door. In
well, I mean, and also you have the lens flare, that kind of shows up in different ways sometimes,
that shows in the angle of light as well. And we recognize that to the point where.
Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of them are real. It's just hard to tell. And as I was saying earlier, Jillian, I'm skeptical about posting stuff like that because it only gives.
Nobody's ever seen this before that we can talk to and ask about. Like, oh, dude, when you seen it, what did it look like?
Yeah. But I mean, I'm skeptical because it's questionable, and it only gives the other side, the naysayers, a little bit more. Ammo, so to speak.
That's why I didn't want to publish it. I specifically wanted just
and that's why we take so long into attributing things, having multiple sightings rather than 1 or 2. We go 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, we're very cautious about it.
We are at a point where we should pay attention because we will be seeing. I mean, we do expect sun separation to be happening sometime soon. So,
if we're not already watching it occur.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
And we know that there's been a transition in the activity on the face of our star. There's a new coronal hole that just popped up and it's coming facial. Now it's got a ways to go, probably 3, 4, 5 days yet. And I need to watch it a little bit more. But there's a big CME, and I didn't write down the listing number of what its classification number is. But there's a new one coming around the sun, and you can go to Solar Ham for that. You can go to Earthmaster for that information, and there's a few other sites out there that run the Sol or the solar program and explain it to you, or you can go yourself to Stereo A and B.
Oh, mighty! Look at that.
I was going to let Jesus talk about his neck of the woods a little bit real quick, like how warm it was and that sort of thing.
Whose picture is this?
Scott. I could not tell you. It was one I found in another group.
Do you know where it's from? It looks like
I can find out.
Tropical, like Florida or
I want to say it was
Australia.
I want to. Yeah,
I see palm trees. So tropical.
I am very inclined to say that would be actually a Saturn base.
Wow.
Because that thing is mighty.
Really? Okay. I was wondering.
Like flame like clouds. We have never seen this.
Yeah.
These are brand new. This has got to be a Saturn.
Wow.
I have an old video of Isatum that
you've never seen anything this side of the sun look like this.
Yeah, this doesn't even remotely even come close to Uri or Atu bubbly bottom.
Right.
Wow. Look at that. It's like scales. It's like scales.
Yeah.
And I would have to say that's probably the base cloud of a Saturn. I'm save that picture. That's
for sure. I'll send it to you too. There's more. There's like 3 in a series from this person.
I have never in my entire life seen these kind of clouds in our skies ever.
Nice one.
It seems like I have an old iSatum video that is kind of like this. I'm going to see if I can find it and we'll compare. So
that's what we've been talking about, how we will be seeing new things as Saturn comes closer than we've seen it before. So
yeah, because that's what I seen today when I was out on the walk was something I'd not seen before. Like the focaling standing straight up like a little straight up rainbow was really fat and eye-catching because we kids were pointing at it and going, "Oh, look, mommy, a rainbow," and we're all like, "Yeah, rainbow."
Yeah, I got robbed of my view today as I was driving back from Missoula early afternoon, and because there was a snowstorm / rainstorm coming off. It came off Lolo Peak as snow, but by the time it came over the valley, it turned to rain. So we couldn't see anything. So
it's been like that here too. I've had a little bit of we had a little bit of weather, spot weather, snow here and snow there, but spot snow, something like this in a little area, and then little areas all over the place. But overall, it's just been a lot of cloud cover
from the California storm. This we know is Nepesity rain bomb.
Oh, rain bomb!
Wow.
Have you all ever been in a rain bomb? Because I've been in 3.
Yeah, I've been in 2. I was on my bike in 1.
I've been in one. I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, I know.
It's like standing underneath somebody pouring nonstop out of a major bucket.
2 of them.
Yeah,
2 of them were severe. Like the worst rain, hardest rain from all directions, and I was in my car.
I just had to stand under a tree with my bike and wait till it stopped. And when I got home, I could wring my clothes out like that.
And there's no escape.
Nope.
No. It's real bad. So
you just wait.
One was okay. It wasn't too bad, but 2 were just terrible. So, anyway, if I could ever find, because the day it happened, it was 2013 was the first one, and it was before I even found Sam. But I know now there had a big, the media had a big picture of the storm over downtown Tulsa, and it was Nepesity. If I could find that picture, I'd like to show you all because it's like I survived to tell about it. It was so bad. So yes, but let's see.
I got caught in the early stages of a tornado because I used to live. I lived right off the border of New Mexico and Texas, where you have both jet streams, kind of the beginning of the Tornado Alley, but we used to get a lot of close passes over us, and most of the weather would end up in Texas. But I got caught in one. Me and my ex-wife got caught up in a pretty bad one. Green skies, the whole thing. Wow. We had to stop while it passed over us. My ex-wife was freaking out. Me, I've never really been. I'm really not scared. I just love weather. So she was really angry with me because I was just enjoying. I was kind of enjoying the show.
She was standing there going, yeah, like that guy in that movie might as well.
She was literally terrified. I was just, astonished by what was happening. She never understood that part of me, why I was so enamored by this kind of stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, I sent you a couple pictures, but the last one is greenish Nepesity without the rain bomb because I just scrolled on Skywatcher 2 and it's from Susie. She's
in Slovenia.
And
it shows greenish
Nepesity with the core, but it's not an open core, but it is Nepesity with the tipped axis and everything. And it's not doing the rain bomb because we were just looking at a rain bomb picture. So I figured I'd grab this one since I was just right here. And scrolling down. And I sent you then those 2 previous pictures are pictures that Andy sent. Gray haired guy with the beard and citizen science. The other one's got the thinking cap on it.
So sure does. Yeah.
I told him he has to start doing some of the girls now.
Yeah. Oh, I remember this picture. I got a copy of this about 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a few of these. I saw a few of these running around.
Yeah, I
Like
believe
this, so
that this
perfectly
is the
straight.
bottom of a very large star destroyer.
I think JD posted something very similar.
Yeah, I think this is a star destroyer, not the Texas Cube.
Nope. Okay. Wow.
Coming at an
Oh my
angle
God.
over the top of us, headed to our left.
Yeah.
Because there were other pictures where it had the full triangle, and it looked just like this.
Wow. Are you saying this is a triangle?
Yeah,
this is not a square.
This is the bottom corner of a triangle in the back corner, and then the point is at your left, and the other is just slightly cropped out of the right picture, and that's the back end of an axis tipping star destroyer that is really close to Earth.
Hey, Sam,
or it's the Texas Cube or the long box cube. Size wise, it would sooner be a cube, but I mean, but I did see some actual star destroyer pictures that looked very similar to this one, so that's why I'm assuming they might have been from the same series, but I shouldn't assume actually. So we should say most likely this is one of the cubes.
Sam, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, is it true that there are not any like right angles or like angles like this in nature? Nature doesn't produce this.
Not in the sky, no.
No.
Yeah, you're not gonna see a square in the sky for any reason.
No, I know.
And look at the absolute difference between the normal sky color, and then immediately square with this little puffy clouds. There's clouds there, but nowhere else.
I know.
So that's and then so if you imagine holding a box and you tip it into the light, you're going to get that dark shadowy edge, and that's what we're looking at. That's why it's deeper blue, because it's a shadowed bottom of something very, very big directly over the top. Either way, it's either a destroyer or it's a cube. There's no way it can be anything else.
Like a cube or a long box, one of those.
Yeah, you're not going to see a square in the sky like that.
No, hell no.
And then with completely different clouds.
I know they're two separate kinds right there.
Yeah, and the color and the variant is too massive. It's just that's a ship over the top of us. One size or another, either a vast intergalactic ship or a localized star destroyer.
Wow.
It's actually too big to be a star destroyer. It really is. I'd literally say this is probably the Texas Cube or the long box. And we saw a bunch of, I got 3 port sightings in today from Skywatcher 2 and 1 and other places. I of course don't collect other places' pictures, but I say the ones we get. So it's every day, and I'm in absolute total awe that the world hasn't I imagine it scares the living crap out of a lot of people to realize that these are ships that are full of other races. They're or we could say people, and they're intergalactic, and they came from elsewhere through wormholes. And I've seen a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of like slapped ham and secret classified secrets, or these other YouTubers out there promoting all these shows, and they're doing their compilation videos. And there's actually a lot of people that are finally reaching to the shit that we've been talking about for 8 to 10 years already. And like we saw that the one with the Texas Cube sighting, the original, which happened 9 years ago over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas Cube. And it took 9 years to actually get public media. And I was in awe that it's actually going around a second time, but that's a lot of years in between. And it's amazing that how people are discounting all of this crap. And then at the same time, I cross-referenced it. Well, people don't know you or us. And so I could see it would be quite easy for them to think, well, you're just another bunch of YouTubers who don't know what you're talking about, and you're all get together and gossip. And that's not what we do.
Look at that. Yeah, what I'm wondering is I don't think they realize that, the videos that they're publishing about it, that they can see it on a daily basis, usually.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that A and B have become C out of that equation. Correct. Yeah. Every time I see this enlarged, I look at how the digital in the background's all blurry, how old this picture is, because this goes back to 2009. And it's a screen capture, and then I see the digital warbles in there, and it just, it kills me, but it's a real photograph. I'd like it to have been better.
I love that one a lot.
That's a good one.
It's just like that one cannot be done any other way. It's not a question.
There's that corner. Yeah, and they're trying to hide.
To me, at least. Because it wouldn't happen over and over again either.
Yeah. And hey, Rebecca, and can I say something? Can you go back to that picture? Of course.
Yes, this one.
And also, one thing that I wanted to point out too is that when you see those smoke trail,
sea trails,
sea trails, when you see those, pay attention. This is more for like Pamela too, because she's not used to this. You'll see the shadow of the trails or the sea trails. Those things, those stripes in the sky. You'll see shadows on the planet.
Yeah, on the planet, cloud base, on the up above, and you can kind of see it in these shots as well.
Yeah, you can barely. Yeah, if you blow it up.
You can see. Of course, on the other side, on the left-hand side, there is the lead asteroid coming in.
Wow.
And people don't see that until you actually look around. Yeah, this picture is a couple years old. And that would be Nepenthe over the top of the sun.
I was going to say, how do you know that?
Because of where everything is, and A, where Nepenthe is, B, the size of the lead asteroid tells me how old it is.
You're pretty good with that stuff, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of glued in my brain.
Kind of hardwired in there.
Yeah. It's,
hey, there's the cube.
But yeah, you make a good point, Rocky Man. The video that I posted recently, you were pointing that out. I was like, yes. That's exactly what they were doing right in front of Saturn's yellow moon.
I know, and it's like they're like painting a target on the sky for you to. Hey, look over here.
Yeah, once they
the
stop,
thing is that a lot of people can't get past. And I got a lot of reactions from people commenting about cloud seeding and all that conjecture and gossip.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
the government's out to get us.
Look behind the trails. Don't let that anger you and get past that.
Yeah, look behind the trail. Don't stop at the trail. Look behind it. Because that's the reason why they did it.
I love this one.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those shit. Those are mini cubes.
There's like two of them.
No, they're.
Looks like 50.
I know, like a 50 cubes.
Looks very busy.
There's something going on up there.
Yeah.
And those up in the top as well. I mean,
they're everywhere.
Wouldn't we all shit if there were 20 of them up there?
There are more.
Well,
probably are. Like one for every
we talk
city
about
in
the
the world.
two that we know of, that we regularly cite in the same place. Although we know that there's smaller cubes, we know there's multiple orbs of multiple different sizes. But then we're running on that conjecture base, and we're going, "Oh, I saw a little blurry thing," and then that's why we can't go there.
Right.
Exactly. And don't forget about the darts, or those little spaceships that fly so fast all over the place.
The landers, and we know that there's fighter squadrons up there.
Yeah, those guys.
I had the chuckle about where somebody was commenting, and this was of course on another site that is nowhere nearly related to us. And they're talking,
those guys.
Yeah, well, I'm talking even smaller ships like the fighter things, and they were going, well, thank God we've got the American Space Force. That's my exact reaction.
Right.
Is what you guys just said. Exactly.
Oh, look at that one.
Yeah. Wow.
And always look for the conning tower.
Wow.
Yeah,
I wonder how the conning tower first. And then remember that they're enveloped in clouds because they're cold and they come in from cold, deep space and come into our warm atmosphere. Okay. So they're putting off this icy, gaseous mist behind them.
Okay. You read my mind, Sam. I was going to ask you that question. Is that how do they put the clouds around them?
Well, they're ice cold. It's minus 440 degrees in space.
Yeah, no shit.
And then they come into our upper atmosphere, which is anywhere from 20 or 30 degrees.
Yeah.
And thereabouts, or zero or whatever, depending on which layer you go through. And then you come into the sun and all of that. They make their own natural clouds. They don't have to cloak.
I know. No kidding, huh?
And you're always seeing the little wisps come off. Now, I've seen one of those suckers by eye on 2 different occasions. One parked and one flying over the top of me, and I had friends with me on that first occasion. Mm-hmm. And they're quite real, and they're absolutely silent, and they go right over the top of your head. Wow. And if you didn't know what the hell you were looking at, you would not notice it until all the animals run out of the forest and things like that, which is what made us look up in the first place.
God, great pictures.
Around because everything got quiet, and then the moose went through the camp, and then everything was dead silent. And when that happens in the forest, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Like is a cryptid or a Bigfoot about to walk out? But we looked up and we saw that ship, and the rest is history.
Right. Wow.
They are quite real, you guys, and they're here, and everybody needs to get on board with that. Tell your neighbors.
Bigfoot might come out of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
It might be Chewbacca.
Yeah, like a Chewbacca.
Yeah, there are other races on there.
Oh my goodness.
Where do you think they got Chewbacca from?
Yeah, exactly.
What? I hadn't thought about that.
Who do you think the Star Trek guys and that, they must have been researching this stuff, because when you go to do writing courses and things like that, they want you to be able to verify what you're talking about in your story. You can't just make stuff up and people are all going, oh yeah, well, cool, well, let's believe in them kind of beings as well. They obviously went and researched their butts off in libraries and got pictures and stuff, and lo and behold, maybe they even got declassified information off their buddies, because they would have wanted to verify it. Sure, dudes like George Lucas and that, come on. Yeah, what did they get? Yeah. Channeling? What did they get?
Look at the size of George Lucas's head. Ever looked at the back of George Lucas's head?
He's got eyeballs.
Wait, what's happening with the back of his head, Sam?
I know. Well, next time you see a video, just look at his hairline beyond on the back crown of his head.
Okay.
Oh, you mean, I know what you mean.
So, yeah, well, I can absolutely tell you, without going too far over classified, that there are multiple factions of others here that and there's different ways that they're here, and I'm not going to get into the finer details, but don't think changelings, because that's gossip.
No, and they're all on the news.
Well, they live a different life than we do.
Like they create the news or on the news.
Yeah, all of them.
No, they wouldn't be on the news. They would be hiding in plain sight, but not changing or gathering attention. They don't need to. They don't need drama. Okay. They're already beyond it. They're already living their own drama. Can you imagine being on another planet trying to get along inside their society without being noticed?
I really couldn't. I don't think I could.
That'd be a trip. I mean, talk about a psychology mind messer. Wow.
I don't know if they'd be open to that.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how many times you did it before. Remember, we're not the only game in town.
Right.
We are just one tiny little planet out of many, 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 many tiny little planets.
Well, we like to think that we are.
I know. It's like, wait a minute.
We're not. They are. Yeah.
I know. I do think that, and then you remind me we're not.
We might be ugly, and
this is strange.
So what we hold as ugly might be beautiful to other races, and we don't. We think we have. Oh God, we're arrogant little humans, and we're horrible. And the qualities of such and such a forehead and jawline or cheekbones or eye set, what we hold as attractive might be absolutely repulsive to other races. So and smell. I mean, we stink compared to some other races.
And what do they mean by we're noisy?
because we talk about a bunch of shit nobody cares about. Stuff to them that's so self-evident and obvious.
Yeah.
They wonder why the hell you go on about it. I'm not saying you, Joe, per se,
individually. No, I'm
not. I'm speaking man in general. I mean, we live very short. We're children. We live very short lives compared to them. So we're babbling children that go off and off and off and won't shut up compared to them. And they just look at you and go, "Oh God, I'm not taking you with me. You know, you're not getting in my ship for the next 80,000 miles," or
exactly.
Like in Avatar when she goes, "You are a child, a baby."
It's like when we talk about this before. It's like inviting cousin Eddie to live in your driveway for the next 6 months. Are you out of your mind?
They'll wind up killing themselves if they spent 5 minutes with one of us.
Well, they also remember the prime directive where they can't do that because
exactly.
I feel like we're pretty adorable. Maybe they like, like look at us like we're pets.
Behaviors. I mean, we
like
might
puppies.
be quite rude. We might be
right. I love my cats. Right. Yeah.
At least I won't be smelling their slippers, but like my one's doing right.
I adore my cats.
Multi-racial past tendencies. It's like me going to India tomorrow. If I walk down the street, I don't think I would be anywhere closely related to their customs and behaviors, what they take for a norm. Or if I went to Japan, or if I went to China, or North Korea. I mean, can you imagine putting me downtown streets of North Korea? In 5 minutes, I would be in the nearest gulag. Because I don't even know how to shut up. So that's not even in my realm. Of course, and my broken Montana speech.
Humans individually are great. I deal with it all the time, and I'm at work. When it's just one person, people are great. But put them in a crowd, and we have this herd thing where everybody just, it seems like common sense just goes out the window. I hate when I pick up crowds of people. I much rather the one-on-one interaction, because it's a lot, you get more of a real version of somebody instead of just trying to behave in a way that is in line with the rest of your crowd.
And I think 23-year-old Kansas City Chiefs college students coming back from the football celebration.
Exactly. Obnoxious. It's very obnoxious. But take one of those kids away from that crowd, and you could have a very intelligent and heartfelt, conversation with them. I don't know what happens to us when we get into crowds. Once we're in crowds, our individualism goes out the window, and that's one of the biggest problems I think that plagues the world, is that we have this thing where we're like robots in a crowd. We just do what the next one is doing, just to kind of fall in line, and we shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the way we feel like we're being judged by other people.
Yeah, and a lot of times we are.
Mob mentality.
I don't really care about it anyway.
Well, I've come to a place where I understand that people will see things differently. I mean, what we do here is a perfect example of it.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're already conditioned to believing that these events are actual and occurring, and we've gotten ourselves to the point where we've watched the cycles for so long, it's become second nature to us, where the new folks who are hearing us for the first time goes, "What the hell are these guys talking about? What's this necessity? What's this Isatum? What's this yellow moon? What are you talking about, second sun?" And I called Rebecca earlier in the day so we could just sort of even, poke a stick at what we wanted to talk about today. And it's so hard to go back to the beginning again and hand out this information one more time. And I apologize for that. And we've got to the point where we're almost oblivious to even how to do that.
And we make jokes out of things that are just second nature.
I often have to remind myself when I have people commenting on my posts or asking me questions, I have to remind myself not to get ahead of myself, because I'm 6-7 years ahead of everybody else when it comes to this topic. And also the fact that, they're probably coming from a place full of disinformation before we get them, So we have a lot of crazy ideas about what is happening already and misinformed. By the time we get them, I mean, I just saw a comment earlier. One of I don't know, he's new or she's new, I'm not sure, but he said, space is fake. We all know where that comes from.
Yeah, I just got clouds are fake on MS2.
Where that comes from, he probably was on a different channel. One of the money boys or whatever you want to whatever you want to call them. And then they have these ideas. By the time we get to them, it's kind of hard to undo a lot of that.
Right. Yeah.
It is an uphill battle. Absolutely. I agree.
We live in a fishbowl or on a hollow deck or the firmament where big aliens look in on us in the aquarium regularly, or we live on a larger plane on a flat earth and all of that.
Dome.
Yeah.
Don't forget the dome.
Yeah. The dome. Yeah. Thank you, Facebook. Somebody on Facebook just says Samuel Hofman is right. It was just a post note.
Oh,
okay. So I'm thanking Facebook when I'm not on Facebook. But anyway,
I just want to say hi to Third Eye. I haven't said hi to him yet. So hi, Third Eye. Okay. And I see Louie. Louie is here. Hi, Louie.
I don't know if you said hello.
And who else? Oh, Thunder. Look here. Thunder is here. Thunder. And let's see, make sure I got everybody caught up to date. Looks like I have.
Like a turtle. Okay.
And I feel like we should take a minute and talk to Rocket Man and get an update on the status of our new platform and how things are going.
Well, I was watching Pamela there sitting too comfortably smiling, and I figured we should tease her sooner.
We can do that. They are a team. They work together.
I'm just do what you want.
Yeah,
we can check in with secrets we don't know. She's got that smile.
We can check in with Pamela. But yeah, tell us about Colombia, Pamela. What is it like there? What's your weather like? And what's the sky?
Have you started taking pictures yet?
I've been taking pictures, but
good girl.
I just shared the folder with Rebecca because every time that I take a picture, I'm confused. Is this a good picture? What am I seeing here? So
it's always a good picture.
But do you feel like your sky is different from when you first started looking at it? I mean, you
see it differently.
You must see it differently. You're down in the southern hemispheres as well, sort of like whereabouts are you? Are you more equator or more?
She's just south of the equator.
Above the equator, yeah.
Above? Oh, you're above the equator.
See, on the top. Because Colombia is here, then goes Ecuador right below.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You would know the equatorial line better than I, so yes.
Yeah.
I don't live all the way down there. I mean, I'm pointing behind me here, and you're all the way down there on the planet compared to me up here in Montana. I'm the highest northern one here.
But I'm sure you would get some great views out in Colombia, though.
Must get some lovely views.
Yeah, I see your pictures.
Planet will be bigger by almost a few percentage points.
Very curious to see your pictures. We hardly get people from down there, so it's exciting to have Pamela.
Right.
Pamela.
We did have a whole bunch of members from South America, but for the longest time after COVID, they dropped off in attendance. And I haven't talked to many folks in South America or Africa. Now, we talk to South Africa more than we do folks in Middle Africa. And I had a friend in Libya, and they went away. And I hope they weren't part of that place where the entire village got wiped off in one night over all the dam breakings and that whole time. And that's right about the time I stopped talking to my friend in Libya. But anyway.
Yeah, you kind of wonder what happened to some of them, shame, man.
So what's the weather like? Do you have a lot of rain or is it unusually hot? Is it hotter than usual?
Well, Colombia has a crazy weather because we don't have seasons, like steady seasons. Like we never know if we're going to have 2 weeks, 3 weeks of rainy days or super hot days. Even Colombians try to figure out and try to say tomorrow is going to rain. But it's going to rain, but then it's going to go out the rainbow. It's just crazy.
So it's unpredictable then.
Yeah.
So
and we
tropical.
the Andes is coming across Colombia, so sometimes people live like down below the mountain or way above it. So the city where I'm from, which is Medellin has like the perfect. It's located in the perfect spot because if you go down the hill, like you can be like in a tropical rainforest place, but if you go up the hill, like where I live, it's cold weather. I mean, like colder weather, like 12 Celsius. That's the minimum that can go the drop the weather.
And the other question I wanted to ask is, are you near any cool archaeological sites?
Ay, Dios mío, I don't think so.
Have you been to anything cool like that? I'll be asking all kinds of things.
Yeah, there's thousands of years worth of culture that are around you, all around you. And you probably buried, you don't even know it.
Cartagena, I know that Cartagena has this walled city that it's like the most popular one, but in Medellin,
cool.
We have castles and
old world. They got the old world over there too.
So yeah, you're looking at your world with new eyes now. When we were like after you with question pad.
And we love old-fashioned stuff. So especially like in Antioquia, like the state that I live in, we love like old-fashioned things, and we love to do everything old-fashioned style. So we like to ride horses, drink while we're driving and riding horses. Yeah, everything like town style, Colombian town style.
Yeah. So you live in a smaller. Yeah, sorry. You live out in the country? Is that what you said? More towards the country?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Yep. Wow. It sounds ideal.
Right.
Yeah, it's nice to be away from all the buildings and the cities and things like that. When I moved to this side of where I was initially, when I first came back here, I thought, I'm so glad to be just where it's open all around me, with the fields and not these old buildings and the great big trees that make me all.
Yeah. No, I see a lot of birds. And
you have birds?
Yeah. See,
we don't have any birds anymore. We only have eagles and crows and the big stuff. And heck, I haven't even seen turkeys recently, which is weird. We had this crazy population of turkeys come out of nowhere here in the last 5-6 years. There's turkeys everywhere. And now
the world's seagulls.
And Colombia is like the biggest has the biggest biodiversity in birds. Like people come to Colombia in general just to watch birds, because you'll see like a bunch of crazy colors, combinations with crazy peaks.
Yeah, we have boring brown ones and black ones.
I know. Then you have to come to Colombia.
Our population
that is
really is devastated up here in Montana. We only have the tiny little finches. The little ones that are hopping and peeping, and those used to be here in hundreds, and now I'm only seeing dozens of them. And the rest of the middle bird population is gone. I haven't seen a robin around last year hardly at all, and we see crows and magpies, but all the medium-sized birds are gone.
Wow.
Yeah. And we see eagles, of course, and we have osprey and hawks regular. I mean, there's families of eagles flying over my head just about all the time. And
Caroline says our field's overloaded.
we had here in Montana, I had like 40 turkeys in my yard at any given time a couple of years ago, and now I don't even see their tracks anymore. And granted, we've had a fox population move in now that the coyotes moved out because the wolves moved in again. And when the wolves move in, the coyotes move out, and then the foxes are here, and we have mountain lions and bears and all of that. But
well, the crane migrations as well. I used to see them a lot, and now I see very little. When I do see them, it's a very small pack, a very small.
But the animals, everything's.
When we used to see these huge crane migrations, I really don't see them that much anymore.
The pelicans and all of that were changed. There was a report last week of a central northern bird from the United States being sighted in the UK, and it was a huge big deal to them. The bird watchers in UK there's a lot of them, but they actually cited a North American bird that they couldn't account for, and so that was a report this last week.
It seems like the birds are very You know how they have their internal GPS thing? It's like
it's all messed up.
It's completely messed up because when I stayed in the caravan park in October waiting to get into this house, I noticed they would go going one way, and then a wee minute later they'd all go back the way
We
again.
used to have the regular migration of Canadian geese, and I haven't seen that in 7, 8, 10 years. I don't see any major. I mean, we're talking, usually you see the big V with hundreds of geese flying north or south twice a season. I haven't seen that in years. I don't know where they're going, but obviously, or the water isn't here, or the grain fields or whatever. But we don't see the ducks, we don't see the geese, we don't see the smaller birds, we don't see the. We occasionally had like blue jays, which are weird. And I've even seen a cardinal here, which was also weird. That was about 5 years ago because they don't normally fly here either. And so we've seen some out of sight birds that are not supposed to be here. But for the most part, most of our birds are missing. Anyway, back onto our main struggle. And
well,
I mean, taking away your time.
Yeah, we wandered off the topic again.
Yeah, I do that.
Sorry.
No.
Happens.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's completely off topic.
Right.
Oh, well,
it's
moving. It's not
like
normal.
Wonderful.
Nothing is normal. Nothing is normal. Nothing is normal.
Right.
And,
but right around that time, right around the time these planets came in, we did see a lot of bird weirdness. Birds behaving oddly. A lot of them are guided by the Earth's magnetic field, and as we got tipped, I would imagine that really had a huge effect on the birds.
The tipping,
bird flu, and there's a new pig flu, and all of these diseases, and that also has to do with warming temperatures. You bump up the ambient temperature, and different bacteria start growing in different regions, including.
Yeah, well, that's why you don't see the crane migration, because they're always looking for the cold. And it's been very warm lately. So,
and this is, of course, why they're seeing sharks offshore in New York and off of Long Island, where they used to be offshore in South Carolina and North Carolina, and now they've moved northern. And I do believe by our weather, what we've been watching is I do believe the United States has definitely tipped downward in hemisphere forward roll, whereas China and Russia have rolled closer to the northern Antarctic. Because I believe they're still in super winter back there. I haven't seen too many reports, but
they're getting our weather.
Yeah, we'll have to watch what the SOT weather comes up with for January and February. I know January's just came out, and I posted it the other day. But I'll be looking forward to seeing the February report to see if China and Russia are still really, really cold and if it's lasted. Because I mean, here we're exuberantly way too warm. We should not be this warm.
Sam, part of China is on fire right now. There's a huge, massive wildfire.
Oh yeah, did you see that as well? I seen that video of a huge fire.
Yeah, it's bad.
Is it from the storms or electrical discharge? Did they say what's causing it?
No.
Not.
Curious. Yeah.
No, wasn't there a huge wildfire in Chile too? About.
There was a few days ago.
It's
terrible.
Right now.
Just like Hawaii.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, because they tend to lead people into thinking those are direct energy started fires.
Now, I know. What is your take on that, Sam? What happened? Do you think it's electrical discharges or?
Well, there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Small stuff getting through. What do you think?
There was a major fire in Canada last year where that whole region, and just to the west of Saskatchewan, I can't remember what province that is. That whole area just lit up and surprisingly quick, and it was a vast, large, massive area, centralized area of fire that they don't normally have. Now they'll have northern hemisphere, North Pole fires that have happened many, many years in a row. And then they have trim edge, over on the West Coast and some of the Canadian border, South fires and stuff in their forest. But this was a major light up. And I believe that last year was probably a close pass of electrical discharging. As far as the space laser thing goes, I've never believed in that. Although,
I wasn't even going. I meant, I was not even. Yeah, that wasn't even.
Planetary discharge does occur. We've seen where Nepesity does this really intensely, very wide single discharge shaft.
I've felt that in New Mexico, and it's a heart stopper, absolute heart stopper.
And I mean, the whole
scariest thing, one of the scariest things I've ever experienced.
And then we know that when the object cluster goes, the asteroids come by, it's multiple, like the movie. Trying to think, it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger. I say this all the time, and I can't pull that stupid name out of the thing. Red Sonja. The Red Sonja movie where the talisman is discharging this multiple crazy intense lightning storm that passes by, and we've seen those close pass storms.
Okay.
And we've seen that 2020, 2021, 2022, and we actually documented a passing event of it from all the way from Seattle all the way to New York and Maine through the sky watchers. We were all watching it go by overhead. And we kept talking to people ahead of time while we were still talking on Montana Skywatcher 2 on Facebook, back when people used to participate. Hint. So we documented a really crazy storm scenario back then in 2021. So that was a little bit different. But as far as, everything is so hyper dry in certain areas and hyper wet in other areas that we are, and that was of course the warning for what's going to go on in the Pacific Northwest this coming year, where we're going to have major fires again, because the water and the stuff that we normally rely on for our forests in the Pacific Northwest has not happened here. Washington State, Idaho, parts of Oregon, Montana, we are going to be very dry. So that's not a good thing, although we are out of our drought. But this one dry where we got, because I had last year a forest fire, a freak forest fire, go right past my house. My neighbors kitty corner to me on the other side of the street, on the other side of the three-way. They lost their homes, two of them.
Oh my God.
And I didn't. I was, they parked all of the Forest Service trucks and everything, parked their trucks right in my yard, literally up to my window.
Wow.
I look up and I'm staring at the grill of this big fire rescue truck, and they literally parked it about 2 feet away from my house, where I'm looking in the driver's seat as they roll up to my window, and that's how I knew they were there. And then they rolled in, and we could smell the smoke. We knew there was fire. We didn't know where, but then all of a sudden I got base camp being set up in my front, under my nostrils, and so and then that was quite the thing. And then they evacuated us, but I snuck right back. I came back in the other way. I went out and came back in, and that way, and I stood there with my hose and put out the grass, and that way my house didn't get melted.
Wow.
And I have a metal roof, so I didn't have to worry about that. But I was regularly spraying down my vinyl siding. But we had a fire right past us, so we're going to see some extremes. So if you have a forest region and you do own property and you own a house, make sure you get a fire-free zone. Take all the trees within 100 yards of your house out. Get rid of it. You can plant new ones. Start over with some small ones and well-deserved choice-picked kind of tree that you want to grow, not one that's just there. Otherwise, it could end up on from high winds, storms, could end up on your house and smashing your house, or it could get caught on fire and then fall onto your house. Also, building materials. If the outside of your house is made of wood, expect it to burn. If you have stone siding, you're far better off. If you have a metal roof, you're far better off. Think about all these things: lawn furniture and just stuff, piles of wood, sticks, brush, you name it. That if and we've seen all that all last year, where even in populated cities, the ground fire is running on the grass, and it's just moving and moving and moving, and then there's a bush, and there's grass, and then down the way, and a block away, and then a mile away. And it's just running on the ground. Mm-hmm. So we're dealing with a completely different spectrum of how dry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's a planet right in front of us.
Yeah, no kidding.
These are some pictures from Pamela.
Look at the colors in the background.
So this is what Columbia looks like, you guys.
Oh, amazing.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, well, the lower sky is the normal sky, including the yellows. One of them could be, or two of them could be actually asteroids. But we're looking at Natu's moon.
Okay.
With the red asteroid cameo just center left.
Sweet.
Okay, so let's pull your drawings up while we go. I had to lose everything to back out, but that way we can get
even right where it's supposed to be. You get the same view we do.
Yeah, look at those trees. They're beautiful.
Let's see. Okay, so you said Atu's moon, right?
Atu's moon.
Yep.
Atu's moon is in the center, just offside left upper. And then Atu is the entire clouded area from the trees up.
The blue, you can see it.
Yeah, you can see the subtle difference.
Mm-hmm.
The colors of the sky, you gotta see the colors.
Okay, so upper left corner of the drawing, basically. Okay, yeah, definitely. You can tell a change in blue. You can see dark blue, medium blue, and then not even blue. It's like a tan color. Our sky, yellowish color.
It's like an ugly color.
Right. It is tan.
It's boring.
What color is your sky? Tan. And there's another one. But this, what about Nepicity, Sam? Is this Nepicity in here too?
Yeah, Nepicity is dead center.
Okay, because I noticed this milky blue color.
Base cloud underneath.
Look at that.
So you look at this. Our sky is way down on the bottom.
Yeah.
The peach color.
That peach color.
Yeah.
That's our sky.
Yeah, here it's a kind of goldy peach.
Right. So from the peach on up where the clouds start, basically, we're looking at the atmosphere of other planets.
The central base cloud core at the bottom.
God.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 little rings.
God, these planets are seen all over the world.
You see the rounding and the puffy, and then that's Nepicity. Even though it's light blue, it's Nepicity.
How beautiful.
Let's see. Let's find a drawing that kind of goes with that. If I got one. I don't have all of them in here yet. Like all of them.
Yeah, the axis one.
Kind of like that with Atu's moon in front of Nepicity.
Yeah.
That
works.
So, yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Right. Cool.
Of course,
All right.
we believe she has 3 little asteroids coming in off the left, right at the horizontal 3-banded line. It's always there.
Yeah.
And that's where I am, because we haven't seen them, and we haven't seen the big 3 either. So I'm going to literally have to say that the big 3 are the ones that are facially attached.
Wow.
Nepicity. And I've been hemming and hawing between that for how many years now? Where I don't want to over speculate, but and that is the site of his Sataman Nibiru.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah. A lot like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So perfect.
Very cool.
I'm excited that I took good pictures.
You took great pictures.
No, you're awesome.
You've got an instinctive eye for it then, it looks like.
He's a natural.
Well, I was going to say, it's always best to start right at the sun. Take a picture of the sun and then turn to your right with the sun still slightly in the camera lens, but also get like what you did here. Try to get a piece of the sun as well as to the right, and then pivot to your left, get a piece of the sun as well as to your left.
And then now you have to literally add a turn around, take one straight up, turn around, take one to the northwest, turn around, take one to the southwest. And you're literally
you'll get all of them then.
Yeah, we have to do literally 6 different pictures now.
Yeah, you have
least.
to. Because
that's
we
what I
are
do.
in the middle of all of them now.
Yeah. I snap, pivot, snap, pivot, snap, pivot. I just do a 360.
And then you have to put them all together. We need to have an app. We need an app then where we can put it all together.
Hold a little
You've got to
card in
create
your
something
hand.
like that for us.
I know.
The
whole time.
Can't find it.
Sorry. I was going to say the whole
We're all
time I'm
talking
not
at the one time.
Yeah. Oh, hey, and Rebecca, and then you can turn back around and do the hokey pokey.
I could. Wait, I have plenty of cars driving around me at all times. It's right by the expressway, so.
The parking lot 360.
Hey, Michelle. It is. It's kind of like that. Yeah, same thing as a parking lot. Yep.
Yeah, this is just Saturn. Most of that round right there.
Look how! Oh my God, this beautiful.
In that, look at that.
Wow.
Oh,
Isn't
Got
that
like
pretty?
3 of them all stacked up, maybe 4.
Jesus.
This is Attu and Uri. Attu's moon is center but higher, just barely in the picture here, in the top.
Kind of like that.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. That's kind of like that, where you can see the little patchwork in the upper left corner is the face of Attu's moon.
Their skies are beautiful than ours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lovely.
I know. I love those colors. I really do.
And you
Really
can see
pretty.
that rounded face edge that are illuminated. And then the dark one in the upper, and that signifies Attu's moon so well.
Oh.
And
that silver and lilac that is just
mesmerizing.
Right.
Oh.
And it just looks like normal clouds until you take into those round edges into account, and the color changes. You cannot, and time after time they match around the world. And so, excuse me, those aren't just clouds. And this is how we've known,
Right.
I mean, look, there's, count the edges, 1, 2, 3, and there's drawing 1,
there
2,
they are.
3.
And there they are, and there they are.
And there they are, and there they are, and over and over and over again, including the material under Uri, which is the onset base cloud of Uri, which we recognize over and over and over again.
Awesome.
Yeah. Uri was active here today as well. That's why we had that sort of silvery kind of misty kind of.
And if you take the light into account and the angle of light at sunset, which is what she's got a picture of here, it shows exactly what we, when we talk about week in, week out, year in, year out.
There's an example also of the left of our sun, where it's
incredible. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Curved.
And look at the
cutting
different
into
light
our
sources.
sunlight.
The light blue, the blue, and then the dark faded almost midnight blue.
Beautiful. It's like an aqua.
Yeah, and here again, this is the side of Uri again, and you can see into some of the depths of the stripes, and you can see all the white clouds in the misty, and that is that's the Salamander asteroid group with the Tan asteroid in front. So
Uri has,
and I believe the Skull asteroid as well.
Does Uri have stripes on the?
Yeah, Uri has stripes, and some of them are indented in layers, and then you can see it actually in this picture where the light is cutting into it with that little hook pattern dead center in the middle.
Yeah.
Some of their stripes on Uri are actually indented, and they don't stick out as far as the rest of them do. So you can kind of see inward into Uri's layers. And that's how, and if Rebecca will pull up that really old small version of Uri, that gives an example of it. And for 8, 9 years, 10 years, 12 years now, the pictures of Uri have matched time after time after time. And it's always the same. And see, this is also why we know what we're talking about, because if they match year after year after year, as these get bigger and bigger and bigger, they are real. We're not fabricating this crap. It matches.
I have to find that picture.
Over a decade now, guys.
Yeah.
If you can't believe our time-proven information after a decade plus, we're working on our 14th year come April. If after 14 years of absolute time after time, hundreds of thousands of captures from around the world, if you can't believe our information, then who the hell can you believe? I mean, that's all there is to it. And
that last picture you had, there was it looked like a cube in the dead center of the picture too, just like every time you go back to look at Attu's moon.
Go ahead and call me a cult. Oh, I dare you.
Go ahead.
There's another left of our sun, perfect curve.
Rebecca, do we talk about that elephant, or shall we move the elephant back to the surface?
I feel like it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there have been comments,
but I know people do make comments.
Well, you're following. Christoper, have you joined a cult?
Well, no, I haven't. Let's be serious.
Not
recently. No, not recently.
Not recently, no.
Not recently.
I had somebody go batshit crazy on me recently. I was telling you about it, Rebecca.
Pamela, did we send you some material and indoctrination material to send you down this rabbit hole and drink the green Kool-Aid?
Yeah, and your wee cloak. And your wee cloak to wear.
Yeah, I was accused of following a cult leader, and
you must kiss my ring.
Again, the astronaut pictures came up. That You were an ex-astronaut, you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. That would be the peanut gallery saying that I was related to the Hoffman.
Well, this was somebody that I've known for some time now. I kind of lost communication with this person.
There's a rumor that I'm
a
related
year.
to this guy from NASA who actually, like, I'm supposed to be his son, but actually I'm older than
my
he
gosh.
is.
I can't believe
No,
that.
from what they say, it's you. They're telling me that that's you.
Well, send me a copy of that picture. I'd love to look at it.
Yeah.
I want to see me too.
But this person, again, was a familiar. I hadn't spoken to her in about a year, but she resurfaced on one of my shares about the show. And she's just, I don't know what it is about you, Sam, but some people really have a personal grudge. It's not just disagreeing. It's just like they really hate you. Like they really like it's really personal.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I was telling Rebecca, I just don't get why it's so personal. You know, one thing is disagreeing, which is fine. We get that, a lot of that. You know, I understand that people will disagree, but the level of all
the years that you have known me, have I ever attacked you with my far-seeing skills, or I invaded your home? Yeah. I've had. Oh, you should hear the stories that some people. He attacked me using his remote viewing.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I had children in the room when it happened. And they were frightened too.
Sam, I think you read my mind once.
Well, yeah, it happens a lot where I will actually answer people. See, I have a deja vu issue.
Yeah, you do that a lot.
Yes, and this is another testament to, and I'm not trying to brag.
No, you do.
It's actually sometimes an occasional inconvenience to me because I know what's coming and I will grab onto it and I will answer people. And Mark knew about that, and Rebecca, I'm sure, has known about it, and Jesus has seen many things where I answer things ahead of time.
You did it earlier with me with the ships and the clouds. You did it earlier with me. I did. Honest to God.
I get a premise of something and then it just comes out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I do, and this was part of my growing up thing, and where the doctor said, "Well, you think faster than everyone around you, and here I'm going to write you this prescription to slow you down to our level," and I laughed at the guy.
You're like a channel.
Going, excuse me, I'm sorry, sir, but I would hate to be normal like you. And he was actually insulted, and it was a major a doctor with high accreditation, and I insulted him, which is good because doctors can get they become arrogant. And yes, I too, and I apologize to anyone who thinks that I am arrogant. It is not intentional. Anyone who knows me knows
it's not arrogance, Sam. It's and I love that Rebecca said this the other day.
It's confidence.
It's not arrogance. It's confidence.
Confidence. See? Confidence.
I feel very confident about this because once you see it, it's really difficult to go back. So when I talk about it, I'm very confident about it.
You're so right.
Absolutely zero doubts. That could be that's often misconstrued as arrogance.
They don't like you because of your confidence. That's why.
Yes, because I could look at you and and I chuckle about this too. And I've said this to people a few times over the years, not often. But I said, could you imagine if I was actually evil?
Yeah, I
know.
If I wanted to, become, Simon Bar Sinister or intentionally be a mastermind criminal.
Yeah, you would make an interesting villain, Sam.
You would have been in a castle already. We're gonna have to get far-seeing stuff.
We're gonna have to get Andy to make a mad scientist version of a cartoon.
I do.
I'd love to see that.
Well, the one Photoshop picture that I've ever done, and I can, if you spend long enough time, you can actually Photoshop a picture quite well. And I did that one where, and this goes back all the way back to the James days, because he cut and pasted my face onto a picture of the Emperor from Star Wars, the Dark Emperor, Palpatine, and who ends up being whatever the hell his real name was. in the Dark Order. But anyway, the evil emperor. And so he cut and pasted that picture for me, but he didn't do any of the background or any of that. And so I went in. I actually photoshopped the cloak in the back part of the room behind him and everything else. And I have a picture of me going, "You must give in to Montana Skywatcher. It is your destiny." And that's the one and only negative in that department I've ever posted. But I say, could you imagine if I was actually, a master criminal and villain and wanted to steal money or con people or any of that shit? And that's the whole premise of a roundabout circle of the conversation. But yeah, I see stuff ahead of time, and I can be annoying. And actually, I can sometimes interject and answer questions prior to people asking them. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
Hi, and welcome back to the show. Okay.
Well, no, I just wanted to say I'm blown away with this picture.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, that is the edge.
I love it.
See
is
the
that
black
Pamela's?
spot?
Yeah.
Yes.
The weird, oddly flat spot.
Look at that.
That is the faceplate shield of Isatum's yellow moon.
Oh my God.
Right.
That thing.
Perfect.
God,
See how that
awesome.
flat line, then it has the little weird nib in the middle, and then somewhere in there, right in that shadow area to the middle right, is where the longbox cube is.
So are you saying that entire curve?
That entire curve is Saturn's yellow moon down there in the equatorial region. That's how large it is. And that flat line right there above the sun in the center of the picture proves that it is actually still going across the sun to the left from the right, which we've never seen before. And it is very, very big above your head there.
Yeah.
And that is Saturn's yellow moon, which is huge right now.
That's it.
Right there.
It's definitely cutting more into more over the top of the sun as they used to.
Right. And for those people who are new out there, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but if you don't know what's going on above you, you can't draw this shit out of the blue.
No.
You can't make this shit up.
No.
And every one of these nice experts that are here before you today have been around for years of proof to see that this has matched over and over and over, including my treasured favorite ever since 2019 when Saturn's yellow moon and Saturn started coming back towards us on the right hand side along with Nibiru. I was just in the elation because I actually knew what the hell I was drawing ahead of time. I mean, I was living it, going, I love this, and ta-da, here we are. The all-seeing eye planet, because I did not know the name of it. Yes, it's the all-seeing eye.
Isn't there also
that's not the first time Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I've also noticed an eye on, is it the Empire orb?
Yeah.
Or the side orb? Which one?
The Empire orb has the eye. The side orbs do not. And I drew that at the time, right when I think the Empire orb actually was visiting the long box where they had parked it like for a couple of weeks there and then moved it back in front of the sun again. The Empire orb moves around a lot, and we don't see it. We don't see it, and then we do see it, and then we see it for a week or 2 weeks, and then we don't see it. And then we get captures of it near close proximity to the star, our star, and and then it comes and moves here and moves there, and then of course, like the startup program, where you guys see where it talks about intergalactic ships, that is the Empire orb where the little light turns on and everything, and you could actually post up that video if you can grab it real quick, Rebecca, of the Empire orb passing.
Oh yeah.
With a little microchips, and I'm going to go grab another Coke. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Sam loves this video. It's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
Let's see. Empire.
So, Rebecca, we got a meeting tomorrow with our account, the guy who manages our account.
Okay.
We're gonna, because we've got I've copied over a few thousand photos up to movie, and so we want to be able to dynamically import them into the webpage just like it looks like in Facebook. Like when you go to
and pick up
to the media, and then you can go to photos. We want it to
I
look
love
like
this
that.
video.
So we're going to go ahead and meet with them tomorrow to. It's going to be custom work. So we're moving forward. We've got
right. I know. Well, you said they had to custom build. Like what you're ordered is something they don't normally offer. They're doing it for us.
Yeah, it's all
at
custom.
Your request.
Yep. Yeah, we've got a few custom things going on right now.
Neat.
So we should be able to have something similar looking just like the Facebook area where all the photos are, and yeah, and
nice.
Pamela's been doing a lot of great work on the website, and we've got a new look.
I can't wait to see it.
I saw that. I saw the new look. I loved it.
You have? I haven't seen it yet.
That's a little bit more. It's a little more colorful and a little. I love I love that. Yeah.
I'll go back on the background of the information of the Empire Orb. It is the object that came through the Norway spiral in 2009 prior to all the planets getting here. Now, I love this video that she's about to bring up because had
hang on a second.
10, 20,000 sightings of the Empire Orb, but we kept getting single captures, just a picture and a picture and a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Then I saw it by eye, I think in about 2015, 16, 17-ish. I can't give you
it is.
I wrote it down in a journal. But I saw it drop out of the clouds, drop down, and that light turned on.
What the hell was that?
What, you haven't seen this yet?
Yeah, I saw it, but what was that light?
That's the internal eye that it turns on, and this beam of light comes on you. And they remember humans have an off switch.
Yeah, there's other ships around it.
Better pray that circle light never goes around you.
Yeah, there's other ships coming in right there.
Right. Those are the smaller fighter craft.
Oh, shit.
Just like Star Wars, that light comes out of an open ocular.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it has 4 lights around it. Now, Rebecca, I'm going to hand out tonight the picture that I never share with anyone. Ever.
Really?
One I've been holding back for a very long time. And I'm going to actually go in and grab it for you. And we're going to.
Have I ever seen it
tonight?
Wow. Okay. Wow.
It's a treat.
I love it.
Going in there.
Man.
It's been posted before, but it's not something I've shared information about because I was reserving it.
For tonight.
Future date, and today's the day. As soon as I find it, scrolling.
February 20th.
Thousands of planetary pictures. Right.
I still get over the ships behind it.
I know. I still can't get over that either.
All right, there you go. It's kind of crude in the early days. These
look at them.
Okay, cool. Let me get it.
And this was back when my camera and stuff worked.
Yeah, when was this? When
was
this?
We're looking at.
I do not know. Sam, do you know when this video
I'm not
is
there
from?
Yet. I'm coming back. What?
Oh, do you know when this
video was?
Yeah, what year?
This was 2018-19.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, cool.
Interesting couple of years.
Yeah.
That was on one of her regional. This is over Europe. You can tell by the houses and the chimneys. This was over Europe, and this is what this thing does. And when I watched that thing dropped out of the sky, rounded, like turning direction, like somebody turning their head to look at you, and that blue light came on, and I saw it, and it flashed on me and stared at me like it was directly knowing that I saw it, and
like a
it
Cylon.
saw me.
It was like a Cylon. You know how the Cylon does that thing?
Yeah, I guess you watched Battlestar Galactica as well.
Oh, I liked Battlestar Galactica.
I loved it.
First, but oh my God, talk about cheesy. Oh shit! Did we ever really?
That first one was cheesy, but the second one was different. It was more gritty.
Hey, you should have seen the pants my father bought me my freshman year of high school. Oh my God, reminds me of Battlestar Galactica. Oh,
wait, describe it one more time. I'm sorry.
What's that? Oh, the pants my father bought me for my freshman year of high school. Well, in my school, it was 501 And, you had to have an $85 pair of blue jeans because I went to a rich Catholic high school. But my father bought me Scottish yellow-brown weave, polyester 70s pants.
Oh, my God.
With a
I can just
semi-belt
picture
pair.
it. You poor boy.
Yeah,
you
and
poor boy.
when you're forced to go to school with upwardly mobile individuals who come from a very cherished, expensive, rich life, and you're the guy that's on the corner and smokes cigarettes, and with the long hair,
Yellow pants.
you're a greaser or whatever they call it. They would call us heads. Oh, you smoke pot, you greaser, you cigarette smoker guy, And here I, just got back from Minnesota, come back to Montana, go to freshman year of high school at this Catholic church. Oh, they were not ready for me.
That's great.
They were not ready for me. But anyway, that's another book altogether. There you go, the Norway spiral orb. Take a look at that puppy.
Nice one.
Rebecca, can you highlight Nicole's question about how the website is being funded? Because I feel it's important to kind of talk about that.
Okay, let me see. Oh, here it is. Yes, I feel like that's important too. So
Rocket Man question.
Let's close this out for. We'll come back to
Rocket Man, but he's not there, or is he?
I know he is. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Real Rocket Man now.
Yeah.
The real one, right? The one and only Rocket Man. So
not those other false facsimiles, no.
Right, but yeah, Nicole is just curious how this is happening financially.
Yeah. Something major happened in my life not too long ago, and I'm not going to get into it, but it was life changing, and like I said, I've been following Sam for over 10 years, and I've been addicted to the skies ever since then, and I've always wanted to be able to contribute, and I had a little bump in the road not too long ago, but we're getting back on track again. I have my own company called Cloud Computing Consortium. We do a lot of cloud computing, Amazon Web Services, Azure, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud. We do lots of IT work. I've been in IT for about 30 years. Before that, I was in the United States Navy. So I'm now at this point in my life. I'm at a point to where I can start using my own funds to be able to fund little ventures like this, which will be something big. I can already see it. We're in the process of building this beautiful platform, which is going to be a cross between Facebook, YouTube, and Netflix. And we're still going to be able to do a lot of. It's going to be great. And I'm investing my own funds from and I'm also working on getting new customers so that we can continue to use whatever monies we need to invest and make this thing a reality. And so I'm working with Pamela works for me, and she's basically going to be taking over all the development, all the custom designs, the artwork, and working closely with Rebecca, Sam, and Jesus to make this a platform where we can start generating some income for the site, with a lot of the things and giveaways that we're going to be doing. We've got some great ideas, and it's just going to be a great time.
I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Is this platform going to reach the stage where we'd be interested in looking at a SPAC, SPAC?
What's a SPAC?
You don't know what a SPAC is?
No.
That is okay. Do you know what Donald Trump is doing? Pardon the expression that I hate to go to him as a reference.
Oh,
he's running Truth Social, the platform.
Oh,
Okay, and he's about to embark on he's going through the SPAC upgrade where they would sell that, become on the market where it actually would become a marketable platform. That's what a SPAC's
no.
No,
we would be, we would have full control over this the whole time.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, if you say, for instance, okay, hypothetically, we become the citizen science or Nibiru citizen science project main platform. Hopefully, we've gotten popular. We have a few million viewers, whatever, and then there might be. This is hypothetically going once we've grown. So there might be other carriers that wish to purchase parts of our broadcast.
Yeah, well, yeah, we could definitely look for sponsors. So we're definitely going to be searching for.
And then once you achieve that level where you'd actually become majorly incorporated and actually pulling in a market, then because currently we have the number of members that we have that are responsible for that market or the reception thereof of the proceeds, whatever. Then after it got famous, you would go where you would divulge it to sales of stock exchange, and that's where it goes to SPAC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. I haven't really looked that far yet.
Okay, so I was trying to fathom what you were up to, and yet learn a little on the side, and I went a little farther ahead. But I was I was trying to understand.
Basically, in short, what you're asking, Sam, is if it eventually will it go public, like publicly traded, publicly
right, which is where this right, exactly, and then you go through it.
Because I do feel
where people don't own it anymore, that are actually the ones that.
But I feel I know what you're getting at, Sam. Is once things go corporate or things go public, it tends to lose a lot of what the original thing was.
Yeah, no.
Well, and Rebecca knows my intention behind asking these questions, because I have, and I'll say this for the record, I have tried to maintain a level of just below noticeable on Facebook, because they've allowed me, and everybody else has kicked me off. And I was kicked off of Skype. I was kicked off of Skype. I was kicked off of YouTube. I was kicked off of this, and I was kicked off of that. And I've always I've always cherished the fact that I'm still on Facebook, and should have, I thought years ago would have been removed, but I wasn't, and etc. So the whole moral to the story is that I was just concerned because I want to get big, but I don't want to get too big that we become, the thing, and that's why I was asking where we were going with it.
Of course not. No.
I'd love it if we could promote things, and like the thinking cap or a coffee cups that says, Citizen Science Project. Nibiru is here or whatever, or thinking cup, which is by the way far cheaper to print. Thinking cup or thinking sweater or thinking t-shirt or thinking hat, and then with a little logo that says Nibiru is here or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And how that can go, and what we could, and I'm not looking for the money part of the aspect. I am concerned, but I would, by the way, and this, Rebecca, this is your chance to chime in.
Okay.
I am a poor guy, and we do need to upgrade, and I do need to make more money. And
well, that's the plan, Sam. Is that the plan is to make us all filthy rich, including you.
Well, filthy. I don't want filthy rich. I just want to get by, so that my teenagers can have the new tennis shoes they need.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So this is going to be here. I would talk to Rebecca about it. About incorporating it and having you as a shareholder, Rebecca as a shareholder.
Right.
Doing it all like that.
Right. And, I don't want to monetize, but B, we have no choice.
Yeah. We're going to.
And look at the amount of time and involvement that we have laid into this to develop this information. And that I believe that we have achieved a level that a minute compensation is in line here. Although, I've always been really hinky about money. I don't want to go there. I don't want to chase everybody out there, all of our listeners for dollars. But unfortunately, people, this is how the world works.
Yeah, well, we're going to do membership, and it's only fair. With what we're going to be providing, we're going to be doing cash giveaways, we're going to be doing prize giveaways. We're going to be doing a lot. We're going to be giving back.
How do I enter?
We'll be spending about $1,000 a month just to maintain the website.
I know it's costing me every
it's going to cost money to put this together, but at the same time, we're offering such a huge amount of a library that people cannot go anywhere else and find everything under one website.
Yeah,
that's unheard of.
We are the base of this information. Nobody else has it.
Exactly.
That too. We're the only people that have it.
It has to be kept safe in a place where people that it's kept safe, like with its own copyright, with its own safety, like protection. If you know what I mean, you don't want. I got that information and I stole it and I went away and used it.
Well, we don't want to have our folks who listen to us ostracized either. But and hopefully, this will become a level of elevated actual science where people start to accept and understand that we are not some conspiracy theorist group that is talking out our noses going, oh, I saw this thing zip by and it was green and blue and what was it? That's not what we're doing. We have watched planets come in from small. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you go back to the one before that?
I can.
Rebecca?
I was going back to Tracy.
Tracy. Yes. A product that we're using called Movie, MUVI, Movie One and Movie Live. They do have a fundraiser capability where it's another feature that comes along with it, and so we will be able to have fundraisers through that, and also through Streamlabs. We can do the same thing, and more. So yes, we will be able to do fundraisers.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to mention it because the mail has dropped off and donations have dropped off, and I unfortunately, I just went through a stove and a new car battery, and I am literally, I'm working on a very fixed budget with no child support, 2 children.
Yeah, we understand.
And then I'm constantly replacing things, and it's never ending. And so then every once in a while, I have to remind people, hey, for that $5 or $2, if we had 500 people send in $2, I'd be okay for the next month or two. That would put me ahead. I have to mention it every once in a while that we do exist off of donations.
We'll just start a fund.
And that's what I was going to get at, Sam. Like, I know how you have reservations about this whole thing being about money, but here's the thing. I think, especially you and Rebecca, I have a job aside from this, so I spend my extra time doing this. You and Rebecca spend a whole lot more time than I do.
All of our time doing this.
It has crossed the line between a hobby and a job.
Yeah, and it's a full-time job, and we both.
Rebecca, for me, it's becoming more and more involved. I'm spending my days off here. I would like it to be eventually something I can do as a job because I'm passionate about it. I would love to do that, but the thing is that it is a job nevertheless. It's a job that we love doing. It is a job that we're good at doing. And it doesn't make this information any less real than it is.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah,
and I just want to put that out there. We all are on a very small budget. I've done most of my videos on $20 cameras. So it is the fact that it's growing and there's going to be money involved. It is a necessary step. It's a very necessary step, and I don't think it takes any credibility away from what we're doing here.
No, I just
you subscribe and like Rebecca's
so
videos.
long as things don't change and we stick to what we do. Which me and Rebecca are talking about
by the dollar.
What we're talking about. It's very important that we stick to what we do, to stick to what we have plans to do, because this is a lot more than this isn't just about money. This is way bigger than that. And I personally, I'm a believer. I believe in this. I don't know what's the right term for it, but I believe in what we're doing way beyond The money part. The money part is necessary. We all need money, and we need money to fund this. But this is way bigger than that. This is much.
All of us have taken the time to watch the skies and see stuff happening that the standard societal information sources out there are not giving us. And we have grouped together from around the world to compare information that has culminated the platform that we're standing on today. And we are not wrong. We have developed this. We have had hundreds of thousands of sightings going back almost 14 years. And our level of information has culminated. That's the word. It's compiled through Rebecca's site, my site, Jillian's site, everybody else, all of our sister sites, from where we are today. And we are not guessing. We know better. We have oodles and oodles of proof. And if you doubt that there are planets and a second star, well, you have to really question that. We went through some unfortunate folks who have issues and are redoubting it again. And I'm sorry for them. But this information is proven, and we're not making this crap up. And it's not about some crazy conspiracy. It's actually about a reoccurrence of history that has been omitted from everything we know.
Yeah, I think it's time that this information goes public on that level, Sam, because Facebook and YouTube, we're only going to get so much growth out of that, and I think we've almost reached that. I think we pretty much reached that peak where we're not going to get any bigger, and this information is very much limited and censored. This is the only way to move forward. And I think $3 a month is very reasonable. It's very fair, and it's accessible to just about anybody. $3 a month is not a lot of money,
Imagine what you pay for Netflix or something other.
It's a cup of coffee. It's a cup of coffee. Yeah. In fact, it's cheaper than Starbucks.
Box of ice cream cones for the month.
I really believe if you throw a few bucks in, you actually pay better attention.
Right.
Egg, I want to say that I personally will continue to post in public platforms for some of those that can't afford it, because I do know it's difficult times. But there will be there will definitely be a lot of this still available for on these free platforms.
We've also got our groups. We'll also be doing the groups.
Well, we have to have. That's our base submission point from our members from around the world.
Yeah, you're still going to be doing Facebook. You're still going to be doing the same thing with all the other stuff too at the same time.
Right, and that's where we gather our information, and our members from around the world send in the material.
Exactly.
And then we, I go down the page every day, and I go, okay, and then the neat thing about it is it's always the same thing all the way down the page. Everybody shows the same sightings from around the world, and I go, it's Atu's moon. Oh, hey, there's the Saturn's yellow moon. And then I all day long, I write the same thing over and over and over again to everybody. And it's just amazing. And it's also additional proof that, yes, this is real. And it's happening in Romania, and it's happening in Japan, and it's happening in Australia and South America and Colombia and Scotland and Nevada and Oklahoma.
Nicole just recently posted some very cool stuff. And then I saw the same thing that very same morning through the cloud cover. You could see that pink hue, not very photogenic. I didn't bother, but nothing I could take on pictures. But I saw a lot of posts that following day, just like not as dramatic as Nicole's, because she seems to have had a very good view of it. But oh yeah, absolutely, a lot of stuff started surfacing very similar to that.
It's amazing how it replicates and it goes like boom, 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 like dominoes.
Because everybody.
We're gonna be able to see that all in one place, with everybody posting and everybody chiming in. I can't wait for
proof that what we're seeing is above the clouds, because it's high up, and that's why everyone around the world sees it at the same time, and they're all sending in these submissions. And I go down the page 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 posts. And everybody's posting the same thing, and that's what I go through on Montana's Skywatcher 1, Montana Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, Nibiru Followers Off Topic, the Nibiru group, I can't even remember. I go to that all the time. Nibiru Watch Africa and all these other sister sites and stuff that we're frequenting. And all the information matches, and people have to take into account that it's not just us saying this. This is people around the world.
And I want to add that the most important thing of this platform is that we're going to be able to reach people that don't speak English. So we're going to be able to translate this information to other languages.
So somebody was asking that. They've been asking that for weeks now.
Yes,
and
we're going to get
so exciting.
South America is going to be our next
question almost daily.
South America is going to be our next goal.
I cannot wait.
People.
Man, I might actually work on some of my language skills in the process.
I was just talking to my dad. He only speaks Spanish. I've been telling him that about this show, and I've been trying to get him on board with the planets, but not being able to show him what I'm talking about has made it really difficult for me to teach him anything. And my dad and me, it's like our bonding thing. We love watching the sky. We love this kind of stuff. I would love for him to be able to watch this and
that would be a gift, like the universal translator in Star Trek. You know, everybody will know what everybody is saying, and that is so important.
Mm-hmm. I told him recently, it's coming, Dad. Just wait, give it a little bit, and you'll be able to see this in your own language. Because I'm sure he would be fascinated and very enamored by all this.
And we're still waiting on your dad, Christopher.
I know. Well, here's my mom actually. You know, she was extremely, I don't want to say skeptical. I don't know what she was thinking.
Go ahead. No, give us the meat and potatoes. Be blunt.
Right. I finally got her to take a video yesterday.
Wow.
You know, so and she's watched a few of the shows now, and I think she's starting to understand it a little bit.
It bites into you after a while. You can't you can't leave it alone. It was like me in South Africa. I was so broke. I would save up some of the wee pennies in a pot and just buy the extra data bundle, and then nip into the internet cafe and go and watch Sam's little he would make these 7-minute little clips, and you would hold your breath and wait for that Wednesday when you go in. Oh, there's a new one. Oh my God! And quickly make sure the Nigerian guy gives you your favorite computer, and he would say to me, "Don't crash it, lady. Don't crash it." So I promise I won't crash your computer, but I can't sometimes promise that because I got into a NASA site once by accident.
Oh no!
And I got really through all their little, I don't know what they had. They obviously didn't have enough protection back then.
Yeah, you got.
And then I got a zap
somewhere.
I got a zap because I so desperately wanted to know as Robert Zubrin was doing on Mars, and it was 1999, 2000 or something like that. And one of the shows in South Africa had said, there's going to be a NASA special on Robert Zubrin sending modules to Mars. And I was always obsessed with Mars. And then I seen the Cydonia information and the face on Mars. And I was so excited about it, so passionate about it for years. And anyway, my thing was that I would just go to the internet sites, and one day I actually crashed it. I got through their firewall. That's the word I was looking for. And the whole thing crashed, and the whole place started flashing a red light, and they're going bang, bang, whack, whack, and it's like and gates fell down on all the screens.
What?
You have entered a firewall zone or something. Who is it that's opened the firewall? I was like, oh shit, oh Jesus. I was pushing the chair back, and they were all like, push the chair back.
My computer gives me 5 warnings, but I don't have that happen.
I didn't realize what I'd done, but I think it's like,
holy cow.
I went into I go into zones. I call it going into like a zone. Maybe like other guys have deja vu, where I just know what to do next. And I just press the buttons until it kind of happens.
Can't say those 2 words together. Source path.
It's pulled forward,
leads you.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Excellent.
I didn't know what I was doing. And then I found out all about Zubrin and his modular Mars.
I think somebody's been overstudying.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm
I've been ready for a long time.
Yeah, you
I know so much.
Your spot here in Skywatcher member group. Yeah. She studied. She did her homework, guys, and that's what we all
from when
have.
I was a wee thing, like 4 years old, I started reading it. Oh my god, a wee thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so much out there to study, and I remember seeing the Pleiadian keys to the, like Barbara Marciniak's books. There's so many amazing books that you could read that kind of just lead you along the way. But anyway, yeah. Crashing firewalls. I don't know. I don't want to do that, so you'll have to chop my hands off.
Well, I did something like that back in, I think, 2009. I looked up Library of Congress information on funding I had to check to see if they were refunding the project that I was recruited for, and lo and behold, they refunded it in 2003, and I went, holy shit. And then I looked up more information behind the background behind it because of what I'd looked up in there, and the corporate name groups and stuff that you could look up, and the schooling in Bologna, Italy, and all of this. And I went, oh crap, it's real. So that's when my house got fried, and I have never gone back to the Library of Congress or any military look up anything. I'm very careful what I look up.
Yeah, I was scared I was going to crash the Wi-Fi at the care home because
I've been hacked by opening even PMs that have been loaded with viruses, and so I'm very careful. And fortunately, I have my settings turned up high here on my computer, and anytime I go into an unlocked or an encrypted site, it lets me know. Yeah, look at that. Back to the skies. This is from this week. And it shows you the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion bleed off trail behind the Saturn's yellow moon. And it is going almost vertically in this shot. And of course, it is on the right hand side of the sun and very deeply in the sun. Oh, did anybody notice the sun today outside?
Yeah.
Did you notice it was oddly not in the middle of the sky at 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, it just kind of hangs low.
It was really weirdly still in the eastern sky, where it would normally be in the southern middle of the sky above at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and yet I'm looking at the sun in the eastern sky by southeast. I'm going, why are you there? You should be 3 hours farther to my right, and it wasn't. So, and that struck me as really odd today. So that might be something we want to pay attention to. As far as planet tip, I think we've gotten even weirder again. Who knows? And this is how you tell when the sun is not,
the other day.
Part of mountain skills is being able to look up in the sky and tell you what time of day it is by looking north and then imagining a sundial in your head, which I can do because I'm from Montana and we know about that stuff. And it ain't nothing like I ever grew up on. Now that whole clock is all messed up. And I've also noticed that my car has GPS in it and tells me whether I'm going north, south, east, west. And I'm noticing there's some discrepancies between one day and another. One day it's telling me I'm heading southwest, and the next day it's telling me I'm heading west. And it's just like, what?
So these phones have a
there's some hooboo jubu going on that I think that we should micro focus on what's going on around us at multiple times a day, not just one. The picture we're looking at, of course, everything in the sky is the real sky is the yellow orangey area with the lower horizontal clouds, and of course the blue area above is all planet. Most likely Nepenthe, Attu's moon, and then on the right-hand side is, of course, Saturn, and Saturn's yellow moon in the far right corner, which is the dark blob.
The blob.
The blob.
Yes. I always notice how perfectly
all
straight.
Of that, and all of those lines, every one of those illuminated lines is a planet face.
Yeah. But you know how when the blue color starts, how it's just perfectly straight across.
That cut off.
Indicator.
And if you look in this picture, now this picture is a couple of years old, because if you look, you can see the orangey weird illumination to the right of the sun, and that, of course, is probably the blue asteroid and the side of yellow is Saturn's yellow moon. So this might actually be like 2020 photograph. I can hear somebody talking in my car.
Yeah.
Who's in my car?
Sorry, I'm trying to share this to my.
Okay. I was just
this. That was actually you talking.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit before.
It's like, wait, I'm hearing myself.
I'm talking to myself from the past.
Going on.
Yeah, time retired mode. Time retired mode.
Imagine I didn't even recognize my own voice. There's some stranger talking to me. I can hear it.
Right. In the other room.
Oh, I was thinking about that paranormal thing that we had happen with Rocket Man and here a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
that was so weird.
Actually, I say the reason I say with Rocket Man, I really think that came from your house.
I could have.
I think it did.
No, this house has got a poltergeist.
Right, and I wish we had recorded that pre-show.
I have a poltergeist here at this house.
Yeah, well, let's not invite them. So let's change the subject.
Yeah.
Although we do occasionally welcome special guests.
There's not much they could do. What could they do?
Well, if he had a salt ring, now if he was to pour a ring of salt around his chair and his desk, they couldn't do anything. But if he is not protected with a power circle, then they could do whatever they feel necessary. Boy, I'm looking at this left picture, and it literally blanks out my eyes. It's almost blinding me.
Yeah, it's white.
Yeah, it's
like whiter than white. It's like blue white.
That is a dual cutoff of Attu's moon in front, with Attu behind it, in front of Uri, which is like the picture you have below it. But there's two planets and a moon in the shot above it. And then on the right hand, you do have the planetary pinch. That's the light of Uri on the left, and Nibiru and his Saturn on the right. And you can see the orangish glow is on the right. That is not on the left, on the right-hand picture. And that orangish glow is the Saturn's yellow moon, which is why there's an orange there that is not on the left. Of course, I'm looking at it on a 42-inch screen. So I see it in ways that you guys don't. And there, of course, is the light pinch underneath and between the planets.
Hey, we got to drop, Rebecca. Me and Pamela have to drop.
Okay, Rocket Man.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
I hope to see more planets. You got great captures.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you
ones.
for turning your pictures
Right.
in.
She's off to a good
I
start.
was just going through the folder of pictures you shared, Pamela, and really, really good stuff. For your first time especially. So
yeah,
you're interested in what else.
You're an apprentice now.
Yeah,
she's a natural.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how all this evolves with you. So
right.
Pro Sky Watcher.
Yeah, just pay extra special attention to each side of our sun, and you'll see, these curves.
And then
can't help but see.
A copy of the monthly site drawing. And Rocket Man, I'm sure could provide you with a copy of that.
Yeah.
Do you need it?
But it's really cool that you're open-minded enough to at least explore it.
Yeah, please do. And also, Rebecca, if you could send us that intro that you made for the show, we'd like to incorporate that into some of the stuff that we're doing.
Okay.
Or add more.
Do that.
Or
I mean, I
add more
was thinking about changing it.
Yeah, well, you can work with Pamela, and we've got the best video editors.
I
around,
know,
so.
right? For sure. I mean,
well, you can also go back into my Understanding the Sky series if you want. I love the part where she does the fast forward on the hand gestures and all that stuff. So
I'll send that.
I love that promo. I don't know if you should change it. I love it.
Rocket
You
Man.
should make a different one, a different version.
You mean the NASA one, right?
And then you kind of just go from now into the next, and kind of. But I love it. Just I really do. I really like that
a
one.
strong excerpt use that Rocket Man that you guys can use is the day the Earth stood still, early 1950s video that Radio Wasteland used. And there's if you go to those, just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, I think something's happening.
Let me go back. So those are on the Radio Wasteland.
And they did that because I was always talking about the story where, like, I was the mathematician, like the scientist that Klaatu went to when world leaders wouldn't listen to them. And I'm sort of the guy that did mathematical equations that got attention from extraterrestrials. So there's sort of a link, and that's where they took that movie and they cross-referenced it to, the scientist guy that figures out shit that is for meeting and communicating with the extraterrestrial in a non-political, non-governmental way.
Hey, Rebecca, can you? Yeah. Hey, Rebecca, can you go out and find one of those videos from Radio Wasteland that Sam's talking about, that intro, and send me the link. Send me the link.
Would you like? I can send her the link with all 83 of my videos.
Yeah, please.
I got that already. Yeah.
Oh, you have that link? Okay.
I do.
It's Nibiru, Radio Wasteland Nibiru update. Samuel Hofman.
It's your playlist.
Was it the last one? Was it the last video they did?
No.
Oh.
No, they used it for multiple. They broke when they took some of the programs, and we actually recorded for several hours. Then they broke a lot of them into multiple shows.
Okay, send it to me.
And then they segmented editions of this. Just a minute, and then they did the radio or the Day the Earth Stood Still background music and all of that. And I don't think they were flagged at all for copyright because it's a 1954 movie.
Right. No, no kidding. That'd be awesome.
Right. So go use those and get watch one of those or two of those, even short, and then it'll give you ideas.
Okay.
Yeah. I do think I want to change it up. And
Rebecca, before we leave, somebody else asked earlier that if we're going to sell merchandise. Yes, we have a merch store.
Merchandise. And Audrey asked about buying shares. Is that going to be something down the line?
That's up to you.
I see. Okay. I don't know how that works.
It's like a limited it's going to be a limited liability corporation, and you're going to have 100 shares to divide amongst whoever.
I see how. Okay. Perfect. All right. You never know.
Oh, we can all be shareholders. You never get the opportunity to be the shareholders and something that's world changing, let's hope it is. Changing. Wow.
It changed all of our worlds. We're all on board with this. We've all seen the planets. This is not something we're, hyperbolically creating and imagining, going, well, what if? These are not, what ifs and at all, because we've all seen the planets and we've watched them come in from very small, even the color changes and the different behaviors of the base clouds of each of these and the rotational orbitation changes over the last 14 years. And we absolutely know that they're here and they're real, and everybody else just seemingly doesn't get it. So wow.
You just keep going. Wow, you can't imagine that people don't.
I can't imagine that they don't see this, because I see it. I see it every day, and I don't, for the life of me, I do not know how people don't see these passing planets. And
guys,
and the light. Go ahead.
We're gonna take off because
Rocket Man.
We just picked up a new customer today, and
I just say congratulations. That's great.
Well done.
Back to work, slave. I'm
Colorado State University, and
cool. Nice.
Wow.
Good
help
job.
us invest into our venture.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Rocket Man and Pamela.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe. Be careful.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Wow.
Hi, everybody out there in podcast land. How are you?
Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh, Cindy's here as well now. Hi, Cindy.
Yeah, I should go back on the smaller page here where I can actually read the comments.
And
Hi,
here's
Maria.
I can only see some
Hi,
of them.
Maria.
Hi,
Yeah.
Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Yeah, well, we heard
see.
some good news today, Maria. You're the current leader on the book series, so
Right. Basically, yes.
I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about that. I have a lot to say about that.
I see a trilogy.
I don't know if
here,
this is the right time, but I love that Maria took that spot because.
By the way, if you need information, Maria, you can call me. You have my phone number.
She's much more trustworthy. She actually sees the planets, unlike the previous person. So I think that's very important, that she's
You
been
were
with
not number 4 today, were you? It was a pity. Rebecca and I were. I maybe Source guided us to that place and time that we were online talking to each other, but all of a sudden it was 1 minute and 56 seconds and 45 seconds and 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden there was a video that came out across the internet that we watched. One of 3 people. Anyway, we'll talk about that in the future, but it was kind of sad, and I feel bad about the situation, and I'm uncomfortable, but there's nothing I could do about it because I wasn't even talked to about this, and yet I'm apparently to blame. So okay. Anyway.
Yeah, it is.
You're always,
really.
you're always to blame, Sam.
I know it's my fault. It's my fault. I did it. It's my fault. Blame me. Well, we have to blame Sam. It's all his fault. Yeah. Okay.
You make a pretty good scapegoat, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hey, I am that guy that is standing in the middle of this very large mass of people, and I'm the one on the soapbox. And it's kind of old and a little rickety, and made with wire. If I wiggle too much, I'm going to fall. But I'm the guy with all the tomatoes and the cabbages and the rotten chunks of fruit and this stuff stuck to his lapel and face, and tomato juice dripping off my nose and all of that. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I'm that guy. And I understand this is batshit crazy, and I'm telling you something that nobody expected, nobody could even imagine is real.
But it is batshit crazy. I was talking about that in my last one, and sorry to interject.
Oh, go ahead, please. Oh, please.
But this shit is nuts. Like, it's bonkers. It's completely out there. But it's true. But it's real. But it is absolutely bananas. Absolutely.
And that's what's crazy about it is it is real. I mean, I have spent over a decade going, oh my God, I can't freaking believe this. And then I walk out the door and then I go, there it is. Shit.
Bananas. Absolutely bonkers.
Shit, there it is. And you explained to me why the sun started rising in the northeast, brighter and bigger, and then went to this crazy arc ever since 2010 and 11. I know why. I mean, and this is what all of us have worked. All of these thousands and Rebecca's sites and my sites and Jesus and Jillian's and all of these sister sites. We have 500,000 people that are working regularly to send pictures in this centralized location where we're all understanding the events that are going on nonstop every day for almost 14 years now. And we're talking to people out there, trying to get them to understand that this is not just some supposition. This is not we have surmised. No, this is absolute nonstop daily information that matches since we first started watching them come in since they were tiny. And now they're filling the skies. And everybody's like so laid into this project, it's harder to see. But anyway, I'll let you talk for a minute. I'm going to get another coach.
Can you highlight Experimental Elemental's comment? I love it. It's such a... I really want to address this. Yes, I agree. And Sam has mentioned this before. If we had been told what's really happening, we'd understand what is going on right now, and we would have expected it, and we wouldn't be in this situation now where the masses know something is happening while they're trying to hide it. We wouldn't be dealing with that. And also, I think that we would be much further advanced technologically. if we would know how things truly work. Could you imagine? I mean, Sam talks about it all the time. Could you imagine how far we would be if they would be honest with us and just tell us the truth? We would, energy would be, wouldn't be a problem, which is the biggest thing, biggest issues that plagues, the world today. So yes, I absolutely agree. None of this would be nuts if they would just be open and upfront about it, instead of trying to hide things, acting like they know better, and them making decisions on what we can and can't handle. It's one of the reasons why I think we want to take this information out there, because who are they to tell us what we can and can't handle? I think I think the world is in a place where, yes, people do respond kind of crazy to certain situations, but I think we would have been able to handle it, if we were
to go against societal norms is uncomfortable for a lot of people. I talked to my neighbor who's a retired teacher. He's a professor, and they have a hard time stepping across that to go, well, modern science would have told us, or we would have known something, and then how dare you break?
We would have seen it with our telescope.
Excuse me?
We would have seen it with our telescope.
Right. And God, Rebecca, how many times have you had someone ask you, can I see it with my telescope? And what did you tell them?
Gosh, I mean, basically that I would tell them that it's not necessary, for starters. I mean, that the whole planets, fill the whole sky. But, where do you start by unless they're trying to see maybe land surface with a telescope? Maybe you could, I don't know, but it's basically useless, honestly, a telescope.
I'm going to send you a picture that or maybe two, you know me, can't just send one.
Sure.
I'm going to send you one of the early, and we talked about this before the show.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you one of the early captures of At-2.
Right.
When we first saw At-2 coming in, and we knew that what the planets were, and that all the planet names matched the information. And then and at that point, this is when we were first learning that At-2 had a moon. And then we knew that Uri and At-2 were connected, yet they were always right next to each other. I mean, we saw early Uri, and we didn't even know about At-2 because it was so small. And then, then I'm reminded of that one picture of Nibiru that we're looking at the planet Nibiru in deep space, and that there's barely any clouds around it because it's just Nibiru's atmosphere, not ours. And I'm staring at this picture for 5 years, and it didn't even dawn on me, because we know for a fact that Saturn is definitely close to Nibiru, and always has been, always will be. And it didn't even dawn on me that Saturn is dark and in the corner of this picture. And then one day it just jumped out at me, and I went, oh my God, I'm an idiot. So anyway, I sent you that picture, and then I'll send you another one.
Okay.
So get that one up as soon as you can, and then that way everybody will know what we're talking about.
Guys, I got to step away from this.
Go ahead, sure.
Okay, go ahead. And then this one behind it is got a date on it as well, to show you the same time period that when we finally realized that the purple planet At-2 existed, and that where it fell into the information all matched, and we went, oh my God, this is real. And that's when, and a lot of people ask, where did the names come from? And this is where a cross-reference of, the Pleiadian message video from the internet in 2008, 2009 matched other information that was given from an off-world source. And then with the combination of that, and then this information coming into match, that the planetary descriptions basically fell in line with all of this, which is where we ended up getting the names and knowing that this information was accurate.
I was going to say, I think you should clarify a little bit on that video that you found. I mean, okay, so back in the
and 80s, I still chuckle about that. It was called, and everybody who goes to YouTube has seen these. But it was called a Pleiadian message, a summary of the planet. I can't remember exactly what it was called. I have it in German.
You need to back up and give people an understanding, and that back in the 80s, you were abducted by a Pleiadian who gave you specific names for these planets that you
Right.
were talking about in
Right.
this paper.
And I was given these names and along with all kinds of other information. And I was being, it's like trying to watch a Sumerian ancestry lore movie or trying to study the emperors of Rome in succession. You get all of these names thrown at you. And I was like trying to wade through, and if I'd had a notebook, it would have been a whole different story. But I had all this information told to me.
Hi there, JD.
Hey, JD, great that you're here. So I had all this information told to me verbally, and you're trying to grasp on one name at a time and try to hold it in your memory. And I lost a handful of it over time. But then when all this stuff started matching to my memory, and I went, oh, shit, So I gathered this, and I held that movie to the side. I had a copy of it, and so I saved the link. And then I posted it every once in a while on my page. I didn't run with it until the information matched. And over the first few years, we went, okay, there's the striped planet again. We know it's striped, so therefore we know it's a gas giant because it looks just kind of sort of like Saturn or Jupiter would. Whereas Jupiter rather more than Saturn, because Saturn has a ring, Jupiter does not. Jupiter just has a bunch of moons. So anyway, here's that picture. And this came in approximately 214 to early 215. And you can definitely absolutely see Planet Atu. You can see Uri behind it. We knew where Uri was. And then all of a sudden there was this repetitive circular blob, that white patch there. Then you can see the side axis ring on Atu. Atu has a ring that envelops Atu's moon, and it's visible on some occasions, not all. And so we watched it come from smaller than this to this, and then even bigger within 2015-ish, which is where we attribute, once we saw the purple planet and it matched all the other information and that video from 2008, 2009 off the internet, which was actually banned in the United States around 2010, 11. And then we got a recopy, came back from Berlin in Germany, which is the reposting video I have now regularly that I use occasionally on Skywatcher 1, 2, or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, etc., or Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I'll post it occasionally. And so all this information matched, and that's where the names of all these planets came from. And to this day, they've always matched. It's always it's become a secondary nature that we know what they're called. And this is all through cross-reference of information of multiple sources than one. And so then this is a 2014-ish picture when Purple Atu was first coming in and getting deep closer, and then big, huge purple everything, and then that light in between is probably one of the asteroids. And by the look of it, it looks like the blue asteroid.
Which one?
The blue. See the little
blip?
Yeah, the little dot one. Let me blow it up and I'll give you a better look here. Yeah, it's got the center circular facial blip, so it's probably the blue asteroid.
I added this one to the.
Yeah, that is.
How about that one?
The date is on this picture, but I think this is 2014, 15, and this is one of the ones that James for Jesus he knows James. This is one of the first major illuminated Atus. And then the lead asteroid is the illuminated object to the right. And then the red asteroid is dead center or just slightly left in that white cloud area, and then spiral asteroid and all the rest of the object cluster. And Uri, of course, at that point in time is at that year. Uri is probably the object on the far right corner. And this is when we first started seeing facially illuminated Atu.
Oh, wow.
And you see that little dot.
This was a prominent
turn up. Look at it.
And I've often, and this was, of course, blew by Mexico webcams, and this is why they took them away from us.
Wow. The first time I saw this picture, I thought it was like a drawing or something. And then I noticed the ocean, and I couldn't believe this was a real picture. This is, I think, one of my favorite pictures.
See the reflection on the water of the planet being there?
I couldn't believe it was real either, because look, Is that now like another planet behind there? Because look, there's Atu.
Yeah, and the thing with it is James was such a huge stickler for pictures that he would have, if he would have thought this was Photoshop, he would have screamed it in a heartbeat.
Right.
And this actually came from him.
Wow.
And,
I mean, and then you see the clouds. Yeah,
look at the amount of light on the ocean.
Incredible. It's just incredible.
Yeah, because it cuts off where the dark blue is, even behind Atu.
Right.
And if you notice, the clouds, there's a lot of cubes in those clouds. And when you see Atu and Atu's moon, you always see cubes in abundance. Yeah.
There's a buttload of the things there. Look at that. It's like a train of them.
On this stage, Saru is behind Atu's moon on the left-hand side, and then Nibiru and everything is on the right, and Uri is still.
Saru?
Yeah, it's green-blue in the background. Yeah, back in 2014-15, Saru was still on the left.
Now I've remembered what Lindsay wanted me to ask you, because she said that way back when Saru first came, that you talked to her about it having potentially a moon.
Oh boy.
That was something green.
I don't know. Well, see, the other planets we were at back when Saru was visible, we didn't realize that these little blips that we were seeing were actually real tiny Nepacity, real tiny, much smaller. Well, Isatum is bigger than Nepacity.
Okay.
In our out view, they were so small compared to Saru, we thought they were moons, but they were colored. And in actuality, what it was is they all on the out view, when they were so massive way back when, they were tiny underneath. And the Saru got closer and closer and closer. And then all the way up to 2013, that's when they started actually coming in bigger. And we've got that one picture that we showed a couple of shows ago of green, circular, tiny golf ball sized Nepacity coming in about 2015 behind much larger Atu, which we just saw these pictures of Atu back in 2014 and 15. And then behind it on the right is when we started seeing Isatum and Nepacity, much smaller planets, as they got closer and closer and closer and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we're now to the point where Nepacity is a sky pillar, and Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon is a sky pillar. And back in the day, in the early days, they were little colored blips underneath the bottom of really weirdly illuminated base cloud Saru, and yet they were just little tiny dots underneath them.
So when was Saru first visible?
This is the red asteroid and spiral asteroid going vertical underneath Atu's moon.
Look at that. That's wild.
They're going away from us.
Okay.
And that's why they're stacked.
Oh, that's a neat picture.
Yeah, it's new.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Well, we have. It's just not in this exact pattern, but we've seen it over the years. Yeah, let's say if you took this picture and you actually turned it sideways, and you're looking at lead asteroid in the front, red asteroid behind it, spiral asteroid behind it, and then they stack up 1, 2, 3, smaller, bigger, going away from us, orbiting underneath. That whole area is purplish and purplish blue, and that's where Atu is. And it's going vertically away from us.
Wow.
Also, I was going to say hi to JD. I didn't get to say that earlier, but hi to JD.
We don't see a lot of you, JD. Where you been lately?
Well, I was going to say, he messaged me a few days ago. JD messaged me a few days ago, and he is planning on coming on the show. So
we'd love to have you.
He's going to let me know when. So I'm excited. But yeah, he let me know that, yes, he is excited about it.
Yeah, you're welcome to come on the show as long and as short as you want to.
Of course. That's what I always tell everybody. You can stay on as little or as long as you want. So I can't wait to actually see each other and visit. And I know Jesus will be happy to hear that, because I know JD goes back to about the same time that Jesus and I started. Is that true, Sam? Is that right?
Yeah. Like he goes. You guys are all similarly in.
I think we're about the same time frame. I think JD is in there as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all you
we all showed up about the same time, didn't we? Yeah.
I think so. Right.
And he's always really awesome stuff to the group too.
Right. Yeah, he's been helping. He's, one of the moderators for our Facebook group. For those that don't know.
Kind of looks a little snorkely, doesn't it?
Helping.
Look at that thing. This guy's got rings on it, man.
That might be a snail foot. That might be the development, because see, this dead center would be red asteroid, so we know that it's got to be Atuatu's moon, so therefore it's the development of a snail foot.
Old school crew. That's it, JD. He knows.
Yeah, he is. JD is of the old school crew. Try to say that 3 times.
Like the graduating class of 2017. No.
Earlier. Yeah, I think it's 2015. Yeah. You guys are some of the original members, the experts.
Right.
And it's great, JD. We'd love to have you on board with and visit and regular or whatever, because the old school people are the ones that go back with this information and took the time to learn things that we can't even put this in a book. I mean, we couldn't put this in an encyclopedia of books from the information that we've gathered, all of us together.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. I mean, and we are just a few handful talking to you guys out there in podcast YouTube land that have learned vast amounts of information about what we've been watching. And if we were all to lay that out in book form, holy crap, that'd be a lot of information.
Yeah, we'd all be doing a lot of chapters for you.
Which is why we should do Comic-Con as a group rather than as a single.
Oh, I agree.
Bringing out.
I wonder who's going to play me in the movie.
Yeah, they're in the movie. I love that part. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I think as a group, should definitely put on a show, a slide show, whatever, pictures.
Yeah, even if we did a startup 3-minute informational video about Nibiru Citizen Science Project. And then just showed you the stars of, and then left them hanging with some good music and a few actual real planet captures, and then leave them hanging for wanting more.
Yeah, all our best work.
Always a little bit of bait and tease, and the answer lies in the next episode of Underdog.
Well,
look at that thing. It's got.
Sorry, I'm a product of my era.
Pamela, she said something similar to that. She said to leave them something to be desired. Yep. Don't just you don't have to put everything into one show. But
in one show. Yeah.
Right.
That's how much information there is.
There is.
Oh my God, I could talk.
I could talk
for the next 2 weeks straight and not even cover all the things that we've learned watching this, and how we've come to understand. Oh God, hieroglyphs and crop circles and back information hooking up with the Anunnaki and Allele and all Enki and all of that, and Zacharias Sitchin and Emmanuel Velikovsky and Gordon Marshall and David Talbot, and oh God, I could go on for days about the information that we've gathered up watching this happen every day after day after day, coming on our 14th year, April. How many times have I said that?
14. How many is that now for me and you, Rebecca? 2016, officially anyway.
I was going to say, I started Sam's group in 2017. I found him in 2014. So, yeah.
2016 is 17-ish, same for me. So
for me it was 2016.
7 years.
17.
And do you, Jesus, remember when JD started? Did he start about the same time as us?
I think so. I believe so.
Okay.
He's always been around as far as I remember.
Me too.
As far as I've been around, I've seen JD. So.
Rather than say, it's been 14 years, I should just say, hey, I started publicly talking in 2010.
Yeah, because for me, it started in 2015, 14, 15, when I really started noticing that something was strange. I would actually stare at the sky for minutes at a time, just wondering, just something inside me just knew that something was different, but I just couldn't.
Go back. Yeah, you're exactly right. Go back to that picture.
Okay.
That bottom area is the base cloud onset of Uri.
Okay.
Above it, in the blue area, in the middle right, is the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group. That base cloud is also a whole churning bottom mass of asteroids and debris. And that is the major thing that we have to deal with in the 180-day cycle right there. That is Wormwood the Destroyer. That is the dragon. That is Apophis. That is all of those legends throughout history about all of the nasty shit that they said was going to be come and eat us, and then they created legend lore and history and all these other names for it. That is exactly what we're looking at. This is the bottom of Uri.
So blame it on the planets if something nasty happens. But
well, they didn't have
something nasty happen.
They didn't have any base reference to say that this is a planet, so they called the archetypes gods and the sky gods and this creature, and even the Chinese going back 8,000 years, and we'll look at that square. Oh gosh, maybe that's the Texas cube. It could actually also be the square base. That could actually be the red asteroid as well.
Symbols of an alien sky. That's
right. Oh God, I can never stress that enough. David Talbot, Symbols of an Alien Sky. I have watched it 155 times at least. Yeah. That's the side of Uri right there.
That is one of the first things. I'll mention this to any new members, any new people seeing us. One of the first homework assignments is to go watch that video, and you'll understand how this has been a part of our history as far as we know, as far as the history we can see. There's so much of it.
It also lays the groundwork for everything that we know in cross-reference science and then mythological science combined and blended together for a perfect match of the puzzle pieces.
That's right.
If you go to the Colburn Bible, if you go to the Emerald tablets, if you go to the clay Sumerian clay tablets, and there's not just one or two of them or 10 or a dozen. There's hundreds, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands available now. This is the bottom. This picture we're looking at is the bottom of Uri onset. That is the bottom of the asteroid field that we have to worry about coming on in March. It's coming. Now, this is an older picture.
We're going to have bad storms again.
Last fall. Here's another example, and you can see these are asteroids. This is the whole bottom area of that asteroid field that Rebecca has shown from the ISS cameras. This is that field coming in underneath the gas giant Uri.
And why NASA keeps telling us, there's asteroid 339.
And remember, they're electrically attached to that planet. So they don't break off and smack into us and do whatever, but they will discharge and immersively bounce off the top of this is where we get that rolling wave weird shit going on in our upper atmosphere. This is another example. And once you start to recognize the pattern over and over again, you can see the three fingers on the bottom onset of the bottom of Uri. And then you can see going all the way up to the upper right around the edge of the bottom of Uri.
But also, I want to point out too, Sam, and I was hoping you could give an explanation for that. Since you're good at that.
I hope
people expect when you say asteroid, you're going to see something just darting through the sky and leaving a trail, which I'm not saying is completely wrong.
No, meteors is one thing darting through. An asteroid, okay, it's like a Kuiper belt. It's a group of area of debris that exists electrically attached to these electron clusters, which are gas giants. That's why they're gas giants, is because inside their mass has this number of protons instead of just one. Instead of it being a planet, it's an electron cluster. It's an onboard star. We're getting ready to turn into a star some millions of years from now. But it gathers all of this material and it holds it in this electrical charged thing. And that's why all the gases pull into it and you get the rings and the lines. I don't think science even understands a gas giant yet, but that's Sam's rendition of reality that hopefully maybe somebody can call me and go, oh, wow, Mr. Hofman, you're smart. But anyway, I apologize. I'm not trying to brag, but I kind of know
not
things.
Bragging if it's true.
Well, yeah. My science and the rest of the world, wow. I wish they actually would have taken me seriously in 1980 rather than scream at me. I'm sorry.
We were just talking about that, Sam, when you went to go get a Coke. Somebody commented how it's all this is nuts only because they haven't explained any of this. They've kept it from us. But how they told us the truth from the very beginning, we feel more up to date with the way the world actually works, in space.
And I felt strongly back then. I mean, I had this elation that they were confirming my understanding and views and aspirations at age 17 and 18. And they're going, these people on the thing, and they're coming here, and it's like, oh yeah, well, I kind of knew that, and I'm, they're confirming everything I already know, because my brain works that way, and I'm seeing what I see as basic and self-evident, and of course it is, and then they're going, but you can't tell anybody. And they don't slap you into a 30-year non-disclosure agreement and send federal agents to your house to talk to your parents and set up job interviews and recruit you. We're being wrong. If you're a 17-year-old high school student writing a paper for advanced chemistry class and you turn in a distillate some SO4, some sulfide product that you boil down in an isomizer, and you go, here, this is these two elements that I created into a compound. Ta-da! You can test my factor, and I get an A on that class. And yet, if you write a skewed paper and you're independent of thought, and you're like out there in Twilight Zone, this is what happens. Woo! And 44, almost 45 years later, here we are. It's insanity. It's batshit crazy that this is happening, and I expected it to happen, and yet I put it on the back burner in my brain years ago, trying to get over the post-traumatic stress disorder of being kidnapped. Oops, did I say that word? By being invited to the U.S. government with less than my willingness, and then being shit on and screamed at and insulted and threatened. And if you tell anyone about this, we are going to do this to you and your family. And I'm going to openly admit they were going to deport us because my parents are Dutch and I have dual citizenship. I am a Dutch citizen. I'm an American citizen. And they threatened to ship us all back to Holland. And in actuality, I wish to God they had. Now that I look back on it, or hell, hey, write me a check, right? Buy me, and they didn't even try that. They just screamed at me because I hurt their little heads. And now they took Dr. Alley, you know who you are.
I mean, the paper you wrote, they took it from you, and
yeah. And then they scared the living shit out of my chemistry teacher and the professor that wrote down the equation that. See, I finished equations that Einstein couldn't finish. Wow. That's why he was feverishly scratching down this equation that I had laid out on the chalkboard, and why he sent it into the government or into. I think he sent it into like the National Science Foundation for high schools or something. And somewhere somebody got wind of it, and literally within about 3 months, I'm coming home from school, and I've got the NSA and the FBI, Men in Black, in my living room, and I'm freaking out because I've got half a joint, of 1970s no high weed in my bedroom, freaking out, going, oh my God, I've got drugs, they're gonna send me away, this is where my brain is at, thinking, oh God, the cops are here, and I've got half an old joint, and I know they wanted far more than that. And
they weren't worried about your break weed, Sam.
Excuse me, sir.
So they weren't too worried about your brick weed.
They weren't worried about my weed. I mean, they probably could have bribed me when I was in Langley. Here's a joint, dude. Smoke this. Let's talk. They probably could have had the whole ball of wax.
Smoke us and tell us what you see.
Jesus.
Well, and I was recruited for FAR. It's called the Far Seeing Project, and that was declassified, and so I can actually mention it now. And I was using I rated very high for scores on my ASRAB, my military test scores. And then I took other tests at their request, and I rated very high for science skills, advanced chemistry. I'm not into algebra, but I have good geometry skills and all this sort of stuff. But I have better skills in what you can call theoretical physics than actual astrophysics. Although, most physics is already pre-written in a book that you can look up, and you start with the base calculations called piggyback equations. And that's where unfortunately, in today's modern science, everybody's running piggyback equations off of Einstein. And I didn't agree with that. And that's where my equation bypassed some of the piggyback equations of Einstein. And I just finished the equation, and I said, okay, there's 14. Oh, no, wait a minute, move it over the aliens. And this is actually what came out of my mouth, and I don't even know why. I said, wait a minute, the aliens always move the decimal point over 10, and I did that, and I said, okay, there's 140 dimensions. I finished the dimensional space equation that Einstein could never complete.
That's incredible.
Cool.
And this is why this professor was sweating on this chalkboard with that pencil, and you could hear it screech across the classroom like it was going to break in any second. That pencil was going to just absolutely shatter in his hand, and he's feverishly writing it down. And
so Audrey is asking.
The government scared the living crap out of both of those professors, and they never spoke to me again. Because I came back from their first major interview, and I said, no, I'm sorry, because I saw beyond this. They were telling me I could not tell anyone what I already understood as normal, and to me it was self-evident as hell. It was so simple. I don't know how you don't understand this. And I said, well, yeah, but you can't tell anyone. And that was where and I'm a liberal hippie at the time. And look at those asteroids falling. Look at that. Those are not stars, ladies and gentlemen. That's debris that we just saw. Anyway,
debris.
Yeah, that was moving asteroids in the go back, Rebecca, if you can.
Right there.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
Yeah, I'm busy watching the twirling and getting dizzy falling into that thing.
Those are not stars moving. Yeah, a little bit farther back. Yeah, right. Yeah, a little bit farther back. Okay, these are not stars, guys. See the tails behind them?
Wow.
I saw that. Yeah.
That is the object cluster group, asteroid group underneath Uri, right in front of your face.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, see him now.
Wow.
That is crazy.
Anyway.
I sometimes take pictures like that. I sometimes take pictures like that.
So they came to me and they said, we wanted you to sign this and blah, blah, blah. So you're not allowed to disclose this. And going back to my strong, this is why I do what I do now for all of you guys, because you guys are my friends and your people I care about. I care about the human race. I care about Earth. I care about us moving on in an enlightenment process, because I've studied Buddhism ever since I was 9 years old. And I believe in my fellow mankind, although I do not live or experience that realm that you all normally see as normal. I am a high-functioning atypical neurosis, which most people can't tolerate. I'm Sheldon Cooper. But
I find you very easy to be around. I mean, I've never been around you personally, but I find you very easy and pleasant to be.
Well, tell me that, sir, after we've spent the 2 hours in the same room together. I'm only teasing. I love you dearly, sir, and I will look forward to the day we get to do that.
Yeah, I'll say something. I'm a pretty quirky guy myself, man. I do things very. I'm very particular about a lot of things in my life.
You and I go back far enough. You've earned my respect, and I dearly cherish you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I actually very much enjoy your company. Thank you, and you as well, Christoper, which is why you're here. Yeah. Yes, I have the ability to snub. I'm only joking. I actually ask Rebecca. I don't try to snub anyone. I'm always trying to.
No, you are
as it is needed.
You are.
That's right.
Yeah, you are way more lenient than I am in many ways with people. Really.
And yeah, I've actually learned from Jesus and his attitude going, I blocked them. And I went, oh, you can do that?
Yeah, I
Okay,
know.
okay.
I know. That's
You don't
how
have to tolerate trolls? What?
No,
What?
you don't have
What's
to.
that?
You don't have to.
No, and Christopher, you have a huge, bright future, and I'm not going to tell you everything I know about you already, sir. But
ooh, Christopher, there you go, mate.
I don't want to attack you.
Gluing behind the ears there, man.
Yeah.
But it's rare. It's rare to see somebody come along like you, Christopher.
Yes, you did.
Most people, it's years. But I think you saw some. I think like some of us, you saw this and you're like, okay, it just clicked for you. Like, this is where I'm supposed to be. This is what.
Yeah. You just need to go back on that one. Look.
Sam often says it's just like you just know something, and I feel that, and I love that. I love that about you. Like, you really feel like, even though you're relatively new, you really feel like you're one of us already,
And one of these days, I'm going to have a symposium where we actually invite people up to Montana.
Rebecca,
and then we're all going to get. And then we're all going to, unfortunately, it costs a lot of money to fly here.
This video has something.
I don't do flying. I like driving.
I mean, shit, for you, it's a 2-hour drive, Jesus. Or we
I'm always up for a nice road trip.
Right.
But I can actually sit down. I can actually sit down and teach you how to touch Earth. And this has happened on a few. And Rebecca and I were talking about this earlier. Where, okay, we're going to go Star Wars. So if I am teaching Padawans how to become Jedis, you sometimes teach some of these people to all of a sudden accidentally becoming Darth Vaders. Some people we teach go with it, and then they learn a great deal, and then they're changed completely. Other people reach a stage where it scares them, and they reverse it and internally turn it around and then blame you and bail. And then this is where we've talked about some of the people that are really out to get me, because those are those people that hit that spot in their mind where it freaked them out so bad they had to fight me in order to repel something which is pretty much self-evident. Their self-salvation that they're afraid to touch. And I can actually teach that, where I can show you grounding techniques where your actual body electricity will change so significantly before you and everyone around you that you experience touching source.
Wow.
Which is
I would love that, because honestly, I think when it comes to those things, I'm still very
well, that's because you're
very wet behind the ears.
You, sir, have one more step to take, and you're going to find source energy. You're one stage away, where Christopher is maybe 2 or 3 steps from learning, and it has to do with grounding and understanding. Okay, here's the description of it. We have our star, we have our solar system. Our solar system has this ice crystal bubble around us. Beyond our Kuiper belt, there's these ice crystals, and if you look at it, it's round. And it's like a cell. It's like a water cell or a living cell. And inside, there's this electrical occurrence going on inside of it. And outside of it, there's less. And that's the same thing with Earth's magnetosphere. When the astral coronal mass ejections burp off the side of the sun, and all of that stellar debris and atomic nature and all of the protons and neutrons that are accelerated that will cause us to burn up and die, are surrounded bubble around Earth blocks all of that, and that's where we end up with what we worry about a Carrington event, where it becomes too strong and then it actually breaks through us and then burns out our electrical grid. Most of the time, our magnetosphere protects us from all of that, and that same existence of a magnetosphere also exists in each and every one of us. We all have an electrical field. And once you learn to tap into that source, electrical earth, magnetosphere, meditation, Om chant, chakra tower field, once you blend all of that information together, and you all of a sudden become your circle, and you feel your circle, and you are your circle, and your feet are on the ground, and you're grounding, and then all of a sudden you feel the cosmic energy coming in from the other side of the battery of that circle that you are, and every hair on your body stands up, and you're about ready to pee your pants, and you're going, hallelujah. Now, granted, that's insane, but that's what happens. And when you find source for the first time, about 75-80% of people end up crying.
Oh, sure.
It's a spiritual event.
I would imagine it's a very emotional.
I have watched teaching this. I have watched when I teach source, and I show people how to find source, and then you watch it happen, and you actually feel it happen when they do it, because their magnetosphere actually goes around you, and you feel it hit you.
Wow.
And that's when I used to do public talks, and I would reach for source. Then everyone around me would start to itch, and they'd be uncomfortable in their chair, and they'd stretch their head and their elbows and their knees, and and they'd wiggle their feet on the floor. And my source magnetosphere enveloped them.
Wow.
And that's why they're being electrically affected, which is why I have trouble with electronics, et cetera, et cetera. And that's literally the secret of source right there. And excuse me, all you people out there, I just saved you an entire month's worth of submission fees to learn that. So give away all the secrets. God, I better shut up. Wait for my book.
Yeah, it was like that night when I was freaking out when I moved here, and you told me to go outside and touch source outside in my garden.
Elaborate, please. What happened?
The next day, it was like I was back to normal. Like I had suddenly discharged all the built up energy inside me. You said, go out here, take this chant that I've given you, do it now, as long as you can stand it. It was fucking freezing cold outside. It was the Highlands, and it was almost snowing. And you said, go and stand in your garden right now. And I was like, I can't take this anymore. A headache. I can't stand it. And you said that you could feel how I was feeling. I must go out and discharge that immediately.
Right.
Because there was too much in me, and it was going to come out anyway. So best to be putting it back.
Because you charged up by moving. When you move long distance, and Rebecca and I talked about that earlier today. When I travel, I build up this energy it's a static charge. It's like crossing ley lines. And in my life, I've had electric purple lightning jumping in the car when I travel, and it's hilarious, but it's also very painful, especially when other people in the car all get hit with it too. And the reason I'm majorly laughing, one of my buddies, one time we went across a bridge over a really close river, and we all got zorched by this electric lightning bolt, and it went from the car to my elbow to my nose to my other arm, and then to my knee, and then it hit my knee, and then hit his knee, and it went to his hand on the steering wheel, and it blasted him in between the legs, and he slapped his knees together because it hit him in the nards really bad, and it actually burned a hole in his pants, and I am not kidding you. And he had a small fire at his crotch while he's driving across the bridge. And,
oh no!
And then it went zorch out of his other elbow, and then zoomed back to the rest of the people behind us in the back of the car, and that was because of high school and me getting out of control and Led Zeppelin playing on the radio. So. And that's one of the and the reason I say Led Zeppelin playing on the radio. When I was a kid in high school, we'd be sitting, for an example, and I don't know if Ed's still alive, and I hope he is. We'd be sitting in Ed Keeley's 62 square Camaro Chevrolet, like an early boxy Nova. I can't remember. It was this really weird, odd Chevy that was early. And we'd be all sitting there talking, and I go, oh, dude, quick, turn the radio on. Led Zeppelin is playing. And you know what everybody would do? They turn around at me and go, what? I said, turn the radio on, man. Led Zeppelin is playing. Well, how do you know that? I said, turn the radio on. And what do you think was on the radio?
Led Zeppelin.
And how do I know that?
Source?
Bingo. And you just you get these things that just come across you that you know. And
that's how it works for me, Sam. Like everything that I've learned, it's just something that in my mind, it's just there. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from. I don't know how it got there. It's just I just know.
And you go, oh, I have to go here with this. And
yeah. And I've learned to not ignore it, and I've learned to over the years. When it comes to all this sky stuff, I just follow my instincts. I don't.
Which is why we're all here now.
I don't fight it. I feel in other parts of my life, I need to work on that. But when it comes to the sky, for me, it just kind of came. That's something. It just came to me, and I just knew it.
Rebecca's trying to say something.
No, well, I was going to say I always notice like perfect timing, like something would just tell you to go right then.
Source provides. Source speaks when.
Yes, every time.
That part of that we talked about the generational memory knowledge within all of us. All the information you need is already inside you.
Memory and knowledge. I like to thank my ancestors for that one.
It's called the proverbial tap on the shoulder. Once old soul source talks to you, it'll tap you, and you'll actually feel it tap you on the shoulder. Yeah. And if you listen to it and you let go, yes, it's a scary thing because a lot of people go, "Oh my God, it's demons trying to infest your soul." No, it's your old genetic memory trying to speak to you, and that's the same connection with meditation and grounding and earth and om chanting and chakra towers. It's all one of these stages. This is how you develop different colors that you omit. The harmonic vibration that you achieve is the actual color output of what you look like to others, not humans. Cats and dogs and animals and we've talked about my colors on my chakra tower. I'm purple with an inch of green to blue. I just blue to green, and that's because I still have a base lower chakra connecting to my higher astral chakra, which keeps me fixated on dealing with everybody at this source level instead of just expanding away, going away from everyone, and not communicating and just continuing my personal selfish ascension, which is not what I seek. I don't seek to go anywhere other than stay here and share what I know with everyone else. And that's my color. And that's my intent. And if you want to doubt that, go ahead and call me names and whatever. And it's like, okay. But all of that's connected. And all of this is connected. And the trick is, and this is why Jesus is here, and this is why Rebecca's here, and this is why Christoper's here, and this is why Jillian's here, and this is why everybody in Carol Ann is here. And because we all know we're supposed to be part of this information. We're supposed to be connected because we see something different. We know we have found our way here. And this is the centralized information that I was told by the Pleiadian that I would start off. I would change things. And this is where we are.
Wow. It just feels right. I'm suddenly getting the goosebumps now. I'm thinking this is
that's connected to source. And once you get that body rush of source connection, those goosebumps, keep it going in your body. Reach that I watched a movie about Jesus, hallelujah moment that you get inside your body where you get this awe of celestial magnificence. And once you achieve that, that's turning on the unused portions of the human brain. That's
I remember that really beatific moment. It was
hair
really
standing up is not just hair. That is your electrical field completely changing because you've reached that point to step past the calcification of your God spot, your pineal gland, where you reach past that and you turn on the unused portions of your medulla oblongata and your right lobe and your front lobe and your left lobe. And you turn on the entire brain. And this is where enlightenment comes. It doesn't come all of a sudden, I know everything. It comes in stages where all of a sudden you become more readily, easily understanding of things. They don't scare you as much as they used to.
It's like you break through layers and layers and layers every time. And then one day...
Followed by precognition, where you see things coming in advance.
Oh,
and that's what enlightenment is.
Yeah. And you learn to let things go that
They
used
don't
to take
bother
up
you
a lot
anymore.
of that used to take up a lot of your energy, and then all of a sudden you wake up and you're like, what am I doing? Like, why am I wasting
That's
so much
self-evident,
time?
and that person is acting like that, and it's not me. And and you learn also to take on. You don't take on other people's drama. You go, excuse me, but that seems to be something. What constitutes an emergency on your behalf is not necessarily an emergency on mine. So explain to me why it is like your problem on as a mantle to make it my personal problem, and then you're free of that. You look at it in a more logical sense. You're not drawn into the drama. You're not drawn into people's misnomers or their shortcomings or their anger issue that is temporarily because some guy 3 minutes ago bumped you while you were drinking your beer and now you got a wet watch. So you're mad at me because you thought that that wasn't me. And then, we go back to the story about this person who's currently mad at us this week, and they didn't even take the opportunity to actually discuss it. They just react. And you see that when you become enlightened, you all of a sudden see these people reacting in slow motion. And then you see it coming ahead of time. And then, I know your pattern is going to fall into this. And so you're not even offended by it when you see it occur because you sort of kind of expect it. It becomes self-evident.
This thing that you're referring to, I saw that coming months ago. I saw it coming months ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I tried to handhold and scoot forward and teach kindly and politely, and yet in self-admitted scenario from said other people, they didn't take the time to look up the background information. So I understand why their shortcoming occurred.
Yeah,
because if you play a bluff hand to two different dealers, you're going to fold in both games. And that's what, unfortunately, and it's uncomfortable for this person that we're talking about. It's become uncomfortable for them because they put a lot of stakes in the chips in the game, but there was never a respect issue. There was just a what's in it for me issue, and that's what's sad and why it didn't pan out. And that's why Christoper is standing here and other people aren't.
And I just want to mention that
we all earned our spots.
I just want to mention one thing without getting too specific. I feel that we all treated said person with kindness and respect.
Yeah, and there's been allegations already that are
so yeah. Due to what said a person may say in the near future, we all know here that we treated him with kindness and respect, and he knows that.
In the future, although we can no longer go where we were because there's been some bridges burned that are, and a lot of it is personal safety concerns. When someone else gambles, each of us here talking tonight, if you're gambling our safety, we don't take kindly to that. And we all warned this person ahead of time, and they chose to go over to play with that dragon. I'm trying to do this in a metaphoric way. And I'm not trying to be rude because I'm actually very concerned and I'm saddened. I'm not angered, and we tried to stop this car accident from happening. And here it is. It happened. And we're going, duh, we told you so. And I don't want to go there, but and this is why we warned not to do it, and they did it anyway. And you wonder why the outcome is where it is, because
it was the lying really that did it for me. Say you're gonna do one thing and then do another.
Well, we also have to point the finger in the proper direction. It's not that person's fault.
Right.
The YouTube peanut gallery has been peeling people off, and some of them are very good at it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had a few people that I thought were
friends.
Yeah.
That turned into
show their true colors as of recently, and I feel that it's coming from a different place. I don't really feel it's coming from them personally. I feel it's coming from somewhere else.
It's a side exterior influencing, and literally almost matches the namesake of this YouTuber. And we could, I mean, if we were conspiracy theorists, we could directly link it to that, but I'm not
Well,
even.
yeah, but
I'm not going to give credit to that.
I really feel it's important that our character. I've seen how you treat people, Sam, and I've seen how Rebecca treats people. You know, you cannot say that we are kind and loving people. Generally speaking, we
And
are.
we do not believe
We are. You know,
right away.
We will stand our ground when needed, but overall, we give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Well, we were accused of cherry picking and blocking people immediately. And we don't do that, do we, Rebecca?
That's not true. That's not true.
It's rare, really.
We tolerate disruption for quite a period of time, and then we try to talk to these individuals. And if they continue to be rude, then we remove them. If they're distracting our podcasts, I mean, if you negative talk all the way down my page, I don't remove it. I'll actually, you know, and you guys know me, I'll actually play with you a little bit because I am more than willing to debate this with any person who's a naysayer because, excuse me, but I have coming up on 45 years of knowledge on this topic. How long did you look it up for? Okay, 5 minutes wannabe. Okay, thank you. You know, and
I was just
I would
concerned about these people. You know, you wouldn't be taking the time to say what you just said in the way you said it. You know.
Well, okay. From you're a new friend and a new member, a new Sky Watcher. What is my science level compared to everybody else out there?
It's beyond all of it. I wish I had you as my teacher at any point during my, younger years in education. Basically,
that schools come later.
I've learned more in the last 6 months here than I've learned through high school, college. I mean, I'm not a, my field isn't in, astrophysics, but I've learned a lot.
Well, I did go to your personal page and actually post a few things for you this week. I hope you saw them.
Yeah, I saw a few of them.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to bomb your page.
My profile at all lately.
Every once in a while, you need to go back to your personal page because that's where I'll send you stuff or your PM. And now that you're on the list, people I talk to, and my point is I'm not one of the greatest scientists of all time. What I am is a guy that has spent his entire lifetime trying to learn and trying to understand that mainly the shit I wasn't allowed to tell people, which is a very strong part of why I want to tell people. And this rolls back all the way back to an hour ago where we were talking about what they put me through. Because I truly, to this day, believe that if I would have been able to actually publicly speak and they would have actually promoted my work and said, see, this kid knows what he's talking about. Here's something new. Yeah. And if that would have become known, I think that we'd all be living a completely different lifestyle right now than we currently are around the world. I think we would have been more of the Jetsons by the year 2000. From 1980 on, if we would have all known that there are extraterrestrials on other planets of a higher race that are on their way here, we would have gotten ready for their visit. We would have tried to elevate our compassion, elevate our prejudices. We would have tried to elevate our way of living so that we can say, look, everybody, we didn't pollute the living shit out of our planet, and we didn't rip each other off and sell our mothers down the oil field for whatever dollar that we can scratch our way and put in our own personal bank account or a pile of gold or control my fellow man or own slums, be a slum landlord, whatever. We would have been all, hey, there might be actually somebody above me watching my behavior. And shouldn't I be a better person who's ready to move into the 21st century? Can I be a better citizen? Can I be a better earthling, knowing that there's other alien races that are coming here and are about to judge us?
Right.
And they're here. They are here. And we've been screaming for a freaking decade, trying to include everybody out there listening to this, and I can't scream in a rainy Nevada phone booth calling the Art Bell Show. Oh man, they're gonna catch me now, but I gotta tell you right now that these, goddamn aliens, they're here. I mean, what? Where, how many times do I have to, ruin my voice? Okay, cough drop time. That's 2. And and what's it gonna take? And this is why I talk about my science level. And, I went and studied, and, like, make sure you know what the hell you're talking about, sir. Because I the last thing I would ever want to do is drag anybody down the street and hand them the wrong information that turns out to be fake. And let me guess, Rebecca, how long have I been doing this?
Since 2010.
When was the last time you found me wrong? When was I wrong last? I'm not, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying.
Right. No, it's rare. It's rare. I mean, I can't remember the last time.
And we're talking wrong here, not just a little.
Yeah, well, I make little goof ups from time to time.
Right.
Do supposition.
Right. No, but overall, outright wrong. I can't think of a time.
And we worked through the planets. We worked through the names. We worked through the descriptions. We worked through the drawings. We worked through the crop circles. We worked through all of the old Egyptian hieroglyphs. We worked through all of the leftover stones around the planet and all the crap stuck in the museums all everywhere. We did star charts. We did this. We did that. And, Incan history, Egyptian history, Sumerian history, Mayan history, Cappadocia, Russian, Europe, England, American history and all of this shit. And we've gone through all of these things trying to put all these puzzle pieces together. And I think we do a pretty good job overall because this is what's really
I sent you a great picture of a Saturn and its yellow moon. Literally Sam's drawing. I mean, it could not be any more clear. If you want to talk about Sam's accuracy, man, Jesus.
I know.
I can't tell you how many times I've been like, okay, there's Sam's drawing, there's Sam's drawing, there's Sam's drawing. It is the funnest, most exciting thing, man. It is so fun.
And for me too. I mean, I'm still, and there's the faceplate of the Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Look at that thing.
Almost looks like a little hockey mask with an eye and everything. But yeah, that's the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon. Behind it is directly is Saturn, and then Nibiru is behind that. See the faceplate? See that little circular shell that we've been drawing for 2 years?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, you can put that on again. I can drool over that one all night.
And, this happens over and over worldwide. Guys, these are here. Those are freaking planets.
You've got to send me that one. That's gorgeous.
Look at the little ion trails going off to the right in the upper pole.
What's those scribblers? Are those scribblers?
Yeah, hey, look what they're covering up. Gosh,
are you kidding me? Bit late, fellas.
Spraying the sky right in front of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Man. Wow.
And you have those in your picture. You show how it kind of webs into a Saturn, like its yellow moon, kind of with the ion tail, how it grabs on.
It wraps around
like a web pattern. I love that. And every
it looks
time
like
I
something
see
hugging a wall.
Yeah. Every time I see it like that, I'm like, Jesus Christ! I can't tell you how often you watch.
Go for him now. It's his turn. It's his turn.
That's why Saturn is the winged planet that everybody mixed up with Nibiru because of that guy and that Nicaraguan guy or whatever, and he put out this information back in the 80s or 90s about Imaru being Hercubus and all, and then he blended all of the archetypes together and then put it in the blender, and then he told people, and then a whole bunch of people learned all of that crap, and that's why everybody keeps going, well, what do you think about this guy's teachings? What do you think about? And everybody sends it to me.
Oh, that's the dude that did that book with the funny little funny thing.
Yeah, he was right about some of it, but he blended it all together and mixed up names and got it all wrong and just created more unfortunate misinfo. And look at this. I love it. They're right in front of what you don't want you to see.
I wonder what the view from up there they're getting is like.
That's why I say wave, everybody. Give a big wave. Hi, people. Of course, on
sorry, son. Can you put that picture, Rebecca?
It's Saturn. I don't think people are not on his Saturn, but there are people on Nibiru. So they're seeing the red planet, its yellow moon, and then Earth.
Wow.
Did you not get the picture I sent?
I did. I just hadn't got it added to your file.
Okay.
And there's the flame-like cloud that reaches around overall.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out. Is you could just see that those little tentacle things. You know, the flame-like clouds that kind of reach out like little tentacles. I find a Saturn's moon to be the craziest thing ever.
Right there, that's the circular push plate that we always see. It looks like a crab shell or a shield, and that's where in some angles it'll have that flat edge, and you can see right now it's vertical flat edge. Right where
it's got a little mouth and an eye up on the left.
It'll also look like a hockey mask. Yes.
Yeah, like a hockey mask.
But yeah, that's the push plate of the front of his Saturn's yellow moon, which is part of what creates the ion tail that wraps around, because that interaction between it's sort of a base cloud, but it's being shoved, and because the Saturn's yellow moon is so close to Saturn proper, it actually puts off this unique behavior ion trail that none of the other ones do. Not Attu's moon. Attu's moon has some minor wraparound, but that it's also incorporated in the minor ring all the way around Attu in the southern hemisphere of Attu, and that's incorporated. But it's a much thinner band, whereas the Saturn's yellow moon puts out this broad ion winged around the entire planet. Is Saturn winged planet that we've watched for many years, going back 2019, 2018, 17, 16, 15, 14, when we first saw Saturn coming up on the left-hand side in the lower. It rose up from underneath the horizon in the northern hemisphere, from underneath Saru in 2014 and 15. And then when she was small, she got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And everybody's going, oh, look, it's red Nibiru. And I'm going, no, it's not red Nibiru. Nibiru's not red. And then we went through years of that. That was insane. Anyway, I'm going to the little scientist room. I'll be right back. Off to Africa.
Okay, Sam.
I've
been learning that one. That's new.
Okay, so for reference, this picture right here, okay, is the same thing as the last video we were watching, only this is in wide angle. This is the reason why I like using the wide angle lens, because it puts a little bit more distance between you and whatever it is you're recording, right? Sometimes these things could be so close that it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of it, and a wide angle, it's just a perfect thing for that, because it gives you a more, it's kind of like putting your hand close. You don't really, if you open your eyes, you don't really know it's your hand until you start moving it back. This is why I like wide angle. And here you can actually see the flame like everything. You can actually see the outline of a Saturn's yellow moon and the flame like things, flame like clouds moving up to it. It's incredible. You could just see every single amount of detail in this picture, exactly like Sam's picture.
Yeah, exactly. I took a bunch of pictures that must have been it today, coming in from the right and going over. Yeah. But I didn't actually fully comprehend what I was looking at, because I was too busy watching the dog and trying not to get a razor burn on my hands when he pulls the lead. But I was still trying to take pictures, and you could see something side focal off to the side. So it'll be interesting to see how you guys see the pictures. I did put some of them in northern skies, but that
face plate thing is the craziest thing.
Yeah, it's
like that famous index finger.
Yeah,
the world famous index finger of Jesus. Yes, we are looking at Attu's yellow moon, the little wispy going up to the upper right. Ion tail in front of is Saturn, which is the.
So I was going to say, Sam, this picture right here, I don't know if you caught that, but this picture right here is the same thing as the video we were just watching. Only this is a different camera. This is a wide angle shot of it, which I was just mentioning gives you a little bit more of adds a little bit of distance just to be able to give a wider
and yet the view in there also.
Which is very useful for watching the planets and understanding what you're seeing. As a wide angle camera, wide angle lens. And a lot of people, there's a lot of misconceptions about wide angle lenses, but it doesn't create things that aren't there already. Okay, I just want to put that out there. But
I knew automatically it was the same day.
Of what the detail that you get using a wide angle and how it makes things a little bit easier to understand because it gives you a wider view, a further view of something, because things are so close sometimes that it's really hard to make sense of. Make sense of it, and I think that's the biggest problem for some people. I was using the analogy of if your hand is too close to your eyes, you wouldn't, if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't know it's your hand. But as you move it away, you start to see it comes into view. That's what a wide angle does, is it puts things a little further and it lets you see a bigger picture, which is a big reason why people are missing this, is because things are so close that people can't really comprehend something so big.
I run into that a lot, where people go, well, how am I to know?
Once you shrink it a little, it's easier to be able to make heads or tails of what you're seeing.
Show us stuff we can't see.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I like to use multiple cameras, because every camera, sometimes certain cameras work better for what I'm trying to record than others.
Oh, look at that.
I can't wait to be able, if we can get funding and start making a little money, I'm gonna go nuts. The coolest things, you're gonna see the coolest things. If I'm able to, if I can upgrade my camera equipment, guys, I promise you. So very cool
I would like to look to raise a pole off the roof of my house and run a live sky cam, where I can say, well, this is what I'm looking at, you guys, and hit a switch, or have it running 24/7 from the cave of Montana Skywatcher. That's the cave part's a joke, but actually I do live in the cave. I'm joking. I'd love to have an upgrade.
I would love to see your skies, Sam. I would love to see your skies. Yeah,
and me, I have to. It's dumbly, it never crossed my mind to actually wear rubber gloves when I try to handle this electronic equipment. Duh. Maybe I'll stop, frying cameras and electrical equipment. Yeah, I just lost another DVD player. I touched it and it zapped me, and now it doesn't work.
What was that?
I was actually very excited. I got a copy of a movie I've been wanting to buy. See, every once in a while I treat myself to a DVD because we're poor.
Oh, okay.
And so I buy myself a DVD because we don't have cable, but I do have smart TV, internet television on my living room. But I mean, I can only watch YouTube and a few other free shit things. But never any, local. I can't even pull in local here in our valley. We have trouble with even pulling in the local air channels. You can get them one week and then they change, and then next week you have to retune and move the antenna. And then you have the kids stand up in the corner with raising their arm with one hand and lifting their leg. Okay, now you can stay like that. I can watch the news, that kind of thing. Holding the aluminum. So we don't get great TV here, but. I would love to be able to, and of course my internet sucks as well, and I would love to have been able to share a live camera out my front window, seeing all the deer that walk by and the birds and everything else even. And we could actually, and I believe we'll have to discuss this with Rocket Man, we could actually run live feeds where people would watch, and we could see even if we got a YouTube aluminum viewership plaque, where we could monetize through a YouTube channel where we just show. Oh, and speaking of which, the other day, like yesterday, or it might even have been today, I was watching my favorite chateau rebuilding story, which is called Escape to Rural France. And he's rebuilding a burnt out chateau, all pretty much by himself with a couple of workers. And in the background, I'm sitting here looking at Uri and Tan Asteroid and the illumination of the Tan Asteroid Salamander Asteroid Group, plain as day, while he's standing there filming this shit, and I'm watching him, and yet at the same time I'm immediately yanked to the sky behind him, going, "Oh my God, there it is!" And it's in everything we watch nowadays, guys. It's real, it's happening, it's here, it's now, and it's just absolutely amazing how many people don't even look up. I'm just in awe. The blue asteroid next to the sun with a cut-in of Uri on the upper
this is the moon.
side.
This is from Nicole, and if I understood her correctly, it was 8:31 p.m.
So that can't be the moon. That's the moon?
Right. Yeah. That's what she sent me from Nicole in Colorado.
Okay, and we are looking. Okay, see, Sam's wrong. I was thinking it was the sun. I really was.
She said those are within from a few minutes from when she sent it to me.
Well, there's a body cutting in from. There's an upper body on the left-hand corner, and you can see the facial little white blippy clouds. Is probably asteroids around it. That's probably Uri at night.
Okay, so is what's making the halo? Is that cut in?
Well, at night, the moon halo has to do with crystallization generically. Cut in would add to that.
So.
Oh well, it's hard. It's really hard to call. And then in the bottom right was the green asteroid. So all of this stuff, it's all there regularly. See where the little white blip.
I do.
The green and the blue is blue showing, but it's up there. It's regularly going by us.
Yeah.
And it's around us at night. It's above us at night. We see the purple. We see the red. We see the the white out. The under a couple of years ago. God, what was it? 2018 and 19. It's like you'd go to bed. You get ready to go to bed at night, and you're looking in the northwest sky, and it's still really bright out and illuminated, and you don't know why at 11:30, almost midnight. It's still really light outside because that entire time we were looking at the bottom of Nibiru. And the sun shining on the bottom of Nibiru, and it was refracting its light onto us. And so it was illuminated skies from God's 2017 through 2019, all the way to almost midnight. And nobody caught on to that. And I just kept telling everybody. And it's like, I don't know how many people listened to me. And, and this is part of the same thing that, we talk about regularly. It's where I'm screaming my ass off. And it sometimes seems to me like very few people are listening, although my accuracy is without question, and one should hopefully listen. But
I think it's just meant for certain people, and then they are listening. Like the right ones are listening. I don't know. I don't feel like this is for everybody.
Well, that's true. And there are a lot of people that are not ready. And we've seen an example of that this week in this person that we've been talking about. And we're uncomfortable, and we feel sorry that maybe you're not ready for this information.
Could be, right?
This is from whose picture is this one?
This is from Audrey. She sent me 4 pictures. So here's 2 of them. And I want to say hi to Robert. Hey, Robert in New Zealand.
Hey, Robert. Always glad you're here.
They were scribbling in the sky today. Wow.
All the scribblers. Yes.
Now, I'd like to point out about Robert Marshall Smith. He's a very wise gentleman. I have come to appreciate his friendship over the years. He's in New Zealand. He takes some phenomenal, wonderful pictures, and I hope he continues.
Incredible photos.
And we all look forward to seeing his material all the time. And I save a great deal of his information on a regular basis. And, sir, you are an excellent sky watcher, and I thank you for all of the help that you've given me and us. Thank you.
He is at the top of my news feed because I really enjoy. Well, I always interact with his posts because I love his work.
Oh, and he's a respected gentleman and with a good opinion, and he's always been true to everything I've ever read that he's typed. And
he does these big pictures. He does big pictures where you can see everything in.
And there's no fooling us old folks. I'm kidding, because I'm younger than he is, and I respect him greatly, and I appreciate all he does. And I thank you, sir. I could never say that enough.
I was going to say, I'm going to pull up a couple of his pictures. He sent. I'll come back to Audrey's in a second.
Yeah, it's all the people over the years that has made this work. This is why we talk about citizen science. This is why we talk about the citizen science project. It's all of us getting together and working together. And
these are the things.
Every time I see this, look at the low light. How weird the light is.
It's such dark light. How can you say dark light? But it's dark light.
Yeah, that's the bottom, I believe, of Nepacity.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I seen today just before we got rained on. That's like something with the hair pulling up, kind of clouds that look like hair pulling up.
The sun is behind us.
So that's Nipicity.
Southwest.
I'm curious what the links are to those cams because I don't have any good sky cams to watch.
Sun behind us, so that would be oddly midday. But then we're down and we're talking in New Zealand. Okay, so that would literally have to be the bottom of Uri and the object cluster group Salamander asteroid group.
Wow.
And I appreciate that, Katie.
Bottom of the base cloud, and they have a different view down there. It looks a little weird. You got to kind of work. Okay, the sun's at my back, and I'm standing on the side of the planet down here. Okay. I'm looking, and you have to and then the hour, and then you have to look at the time, and I wish it said AM or PM. Of course, we know it's 10:05 AM. So in the morning, the sun would be in the east, and we're looking southwest because it's written there on the camera. Okay, we're looking at Uri. Wow. Because Uri is beyond Earth now, guys, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're seeing facial illumination of her. But we're seeing the bottom of her because she's a gas giant. And she's very big, and she has stripes. And when they're this close, they're blue. When they move away, they become their natural colors because we're looking at them so close. Okay, now on this one, we're looking at the right-hand side of the thing, and we're looking at the onset of a Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid to the right of the sun is lead asteroid dead center. And I am almost tempted to say that the long box cube is cutting in to the view.
Jesus Christ, that is crazy.
Very close, very large.
Yeah. That is a crazy picture. Wow.
I think the lead asteroid is between us and the long box cube. And I think that is the square straight line box, long box that's cutting into the right-hand side of the sun.
Wow.
Jesus.
Whoa, I'm not even going to go there on that left picture.
Yeah.
That makes me nauseous.
It's like something straight up.
Okay,
Straight
we
up.
are looking at the right-hand picture. I think I see. Okay, asteroids. Yes, we know that. So we're looking at, and it's still, the sun is slightly just right of center at later on in the afternoon or morning. Yeah, we're looking at Atu's moon and probably the Texas cube somewhere in the mix.
Oh, you guys are in luck. Robert has sent in a new picture just now. It's like a treat for us tonight.
And that's the thing. We've all been doing this for so many years, and I'm of course trying to speak to the new folks, to people who want to join us and become part of the Citizen Science Project, because people together, they gather information that send it into the central point, the clearinghouse, whatever, Rebecca, myself, or Christoper. He's out there doing his work and he's sending his information, and his work's been top rate lately. And I have looked at it, sir. I have. You need to talk. You're getting too relaxed. Wake up. Slap.
I'm here.
Okay.
No,
We're only on hour 3.5. This is the bottom of Uri.
Oh boy.
Absolutely the bottom of Uri.
We can watch him nap. I'm okay with watching people nap.
Have you got any movies for us? Did you grab anything out of anything that you wanted to show tonight, Rebecca? I know we talked about.
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures from people have sent in. So I'm working my way down the list, and I'm gonna get Robert's added. Let's go back to Jillian's a second, and I like how everybody was happy here for a minute. Michelle and Katie and Robin and
I just did the cat sneeze routine.
I think Thunder is happy too. So I know.
Yeah, I actually need to go back to smaller screen so I can actually see the comments because I'm falling behind.
Oh
I
yeah,
apologize.
everybody's talking about how happy they are, so that's a good thing.
I'm happy. Well, see, this is when we need that production team to be able to play that background music that we for about 15 seconds so we don't get copyrighted. But I'm so happy.
I took all my music off today. I took.
You guys are gonna make me start singing, and you don't want that,
And only put verified non-copyright music up, so I don't have any.
Yeah. Speaking of which, where's our music lady? Play one of those that I sent you earlier. Quietly. Give me the mushrooms, man. I want to hear them. Give me some music.
See, I know. I actually looked at, I can buy music that's cool.
Are you telling me that you're afraid to play the music that I sent you in fear of copyright?
Not in fear, but they'll take any monetary amount I could make off of this show. And I've been doing that for several shows now. And I'm like,
Well, you can definitely go. How about, remember we talked about Bach? We talked about Mozart. We talked about Beethoven. We talked about, grab something. Give me some tunes, lady. Sorry, I'm being silly and demanding, and I apologize for that. But dang it, I want some background music. Or, I could play it here, but, then you guys would hear a mumble in the background.
I mean, it is playing. You just don't hear it.
Oh, well, maybe I need to turn up my volume.
Chris is here now listening for some music. What?
All right. Now I hear it a little bit. Yeah, remember earlier, before the show, we talked on the phone. And I said, always play just a little louder than you're ready for.
I know. I don't want to drown people out because then they can't hear you and they want to hear you.
Well, this one was called. Shut up! And I'm kidding.
This one was called Dune. I thought of you. I
love it. Yeah, Dune.
It was called Dune.
Well, I am the Kwisatz Haderach. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Okay, now, yeah.
You happy? He's happy.
Yeah,
now Sam is happy.
I am now uplifted. Thank you. I have taken the secret energy pill from my ring. That's an underdog joke again. We lost Christopher.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's back.
Okay,
He's back.
The magic of Christopher. He comes from the lamp.
Oh.
Magic from the lamp.
Okay. So those were from Audrey, and those were just, some neck.
Yeah, there's some things going on in there. There's internal illumination in these shots.
For sure.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, our skies are not our normal skies any longer. I am, anybody like Ernest movies? Ernest P. Worrell.
I haven't seen those in so long.
I know, God.
That man, Jim, I can't remember what his last name is. That guy has my absolute respect. The guy is phenomenal. I watch him and my kids watch him and we watched everything that Ernest Ernest Halloween and all of that. And oh my God, that guy is phenomenal. And
I think funny or what?
Oh, absolutely funny. Absolutely funny. Absolutely. And the facial and how he can go into these personas and voice and he does a great John Wayne. Well, Pilgrim, and oh God, unbelievable man.
I don't remember watching. Last time I watched it was probably like when I was 5 years old in 1980. Right. 6 or something like that. I don't know.
You know what I was doing in 1986?
What were you doing?
Wait. Yeah.
I was a junior in high school.
In 1986.
Okay.
I think I was working for the Parks Department, Missoula Parks Department, probably back then. But,
yeah,
I was in high school too. That was my last year.
Crazy guy out there painting your soccer fields.
Yeah, I graduated in '87, so.
Oh, you were just a year behind me, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did you also get that dance dress and that nice guy and your bunch of flowers? And I did got a stretch limo to come and fetch us, which was really cool.
Yeah, I had a Rolls Royce. Oh. I didn't have one, but somebody, drove us.
Somebody's daddy drove us all because they were scared we were going to get up to Michigan.
Come on, guys, save it. We've digressed into prom night. Let's come back.
I know.
That was your fault talking about Ernest.
True. I'm the first one that dove off topic. I apologize, but yeah. Well, Pilgrim,
pilgrims. Let's get back to the pilgrim clouds.
Yeah, let's get back to what we're staring at.
Action.
There again, you have the.
Here's a series of pictures from Christoper. Okay.
You have Saturn yellow moon right there, dead center in front of us, with Nibiru behind it again.
Yeah.
And probably, most likely, the long box cube is in that mixed dead center.
Okay. I said him for sure.
That is the bottom of Nepesity at night overhead.
Yeah, he called that. He made a little video. I should have had it ready.
Yep.
He
was
at the grocery store.
And the base cloud.
That's your.
That was last Saturday, wasn't it? When we did that was Saturday.
Right after. Look how the light
came out and
fractions on the light poles. Look how all of that light is being pushed. You don't see any vertical shafts of light. You see suppression. That is a suppression of the electrons.
Wow.
Because that is a planet it's a smaller planet than Earth, right frickin' over the top of us at night.
I tried taking pictures of it going a little higher, but the camera just didn't do it justice. I mean, this thing goes all the way up as far as you can see, as vertical as you can see. It's just incredible. It was so close. It just it was incredible.
Right.
I mean,
perfect nighttime capture.
Yeah, it just totally.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about the Samsung S23. It does really good night ones as well.
Wow, this is awesome too. Yeah. Man, that's a great night for pictures. Wow.
We couldn't automatically identify all of this stuff had we not seen it for so many years.
Yeah.
Rebecca, the moment you saw that, you knew it was Nepesity, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Because we've seen
probably
that,
Atu's moon in front.
That absolute irrefutable, and this, we were jogged about this, and that we were talking about this, the Dan guy, and we'll leave it at that.
Dan guy, yeah.
The Dan guy on YouTube, and I haven't watched it. I actually have to go back. I've got it tagged and flagged. I have to go back and watch that movie because he spends so much time saying how utterly ridiculous we are. It's completely far-fetched and so unbelievably possibly wrong that it is beyond every level of science that he knows. And, as he says it with his little YouTube plaque behind him. And, his regular paycheck for being funded.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I've never been able to get through more than 3 minutes of him throwing the tomatoes and cabbages at us. So I actually have to sit myself down and grab some popcorn and actually watch it. I'll take notes again. Christopher, if you want a copy of it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I need to remember that. It shows you just how ridiculous the attacks are, because somehow we hurt their little heads. Or I don't understand how they can't gather that we've been here for 14 years. And
again, Sam, it's personal. It has really nothing to do with what's in the sky at all. I mean, they just don't like. It's a personal thing.
They don't like me. Is that what you're trying to say?
It really is, and so
they don't like me.
It feels very personal.
I don't take it that way. I don't. We couldn't be where we're at without. I mean, we've been watching these planets. They can't be anything else. We watched them when they were tiny. We watched them when they were bigger. We watched them when they were medium size. We watched them when they were large. Now we're going, oh my God, sky pillars for coming up on 14 years. And at some point in time, somebody's got to listen.
Somebody's got to listen. Somebody. I've gone through 1,000 things that could be in my head. What else can they be?
Christopher, within the last 6 months, 8 months, all of a sudden you're seeing cubes nonstop.
The one photo I sent you, Rebecca, it'll probably come up.
Okay.
That's the only photo that, I mean, you could see this is one of them. The long box cube is right there.
I see a big circle here. You can see that dark curve. That's probably the Ice Adams moon.
Mm-hmm. There, you'll see this one I took more inside of my complex, and you'll see it coming up. I don't know how I did.
Yeah, I sent you a drawing to go with those two pictures, and this, of course, is on the left-hand side.
I didn't save every single one, Chris.
I know. I saved probably 100 different pictures today.
I know there were some that were duplicating.
Atu's moon is immediately to the left.
Sent you the first 3 pictures I thought were the most important, and then I was like, oh, I'll send these too, and these again.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what happens.
But
I'll post. I think I'm going to put up 3, and by the time I'm done with 12, I go, oops. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bomb you, but I got to send one more. I got to send one more. I got to send one more.
Definitely want me to show. Just resend if there's something, a certain 1 or 2 or 3 that you definitely.
There's just one picture.
Oh boy.
It'll come up.
I know. I hope not. I hope it does. There it is. No.
Yeah, that's close. That's close. Okay. Yeah, it's this one on the left.
Yes.
Okay, so oh my gosh. I'm trying to take the pictures of the planet that was behind me, right? And it was Uri, and the object cluster group is kind of like disappearing off into like the southeast, right? And then something tapped me in my brain somewhere and told me to turn around. And I turned around. That long box cube was in my face. It was so big. This thing is so big, and so the one on the left.
I see that.
The one on the left is like halfway up the picture. That's above my head. And then, do you see what I'm saying? Like, this whole frame on the left is not everything that's in front of me. Some of it is what's over the top of my head.
Right. I mean, that is just very similar to
green
this.
Asteroid's also in that
curve.
Picture.
We're seeing
center,
that
on the left.
dark blue circle.
See the shaft of light with the blue shaft of light?
Yeah.
That blue shaft of light is shining directly on the green asteroid.
Wow.
See the little blips now?
Mm-hmm.
Green asteroid. And then the long box cube is to the upper right corner with the side orb showing in actually the right corner. Wow. That's where the long box cube is. And then there's a Star Destroyer to the upper left corner.
So what's in the bottom? So on the right-hand picture, what's in the bottom left?
In the bottom left, that is the red asteroid.
Oh, okay.
The little sister in front. And then behind it to the far left is where the Texas cube is. See, they're crossing into each other. That's what's weird about all of this. Is they both on the right hand side rolls into the center and the left hand side rolls into the center, and it doesn't make sense. But you got to take into account out view.
I couldn't believe it.
There's a huge.
I have a hard time with when things look like this. I know I know it's there, but it's just so hard to make a little sense of it because everything's just so.
And that's why you have to watch it for a long time.
Oh.
And then you go through the steps, like, what am I looking at? And then you break it down and you break it down. And then you have to, I've been occasionally wrong on some of the cubes. But one time I sat there for like 2 hours and I watched the Texas cube go across the sky. And it was early in the morning. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. And it went from semi-left towards the right. And I watched it go back into the normal position that I knew it to normally be in. But during the morning is different than than this standard brain set where you kind of try and pack the whole day into one drawing. And then I watched it happen and I just went, oh my God, this is just unbelievable. And had I not actually watched the tapering and the rounding of everything, I wouldn't have it placed in my head the way I do. Okay. And that's part of what makes it so impossible to draw, because there's behavior on the left-hand side that does one thing, and then behavior on the right-hand side that does an entirely different. And that's where you go, what? And then you got to try and mix the two together and figure it all out. And it's just mind. And then you got to take into account what's already past Earth and beyond us. and then rotates during the day, and then goes over here and goes over there and goes over here.
Hi, Mom.
By the time sunset is, where? Oh, hi, Judy.
Oh, I knew I recognized that name.
Hi, Judy.
Hello, Judy.
Please feel free to ask any questions that you may have. We are prepared to give you accelerated schooling as necessary. This again, okay. The picture. We'll start with the picture on the left. The picture on the left shows us the sunlight is coming from the left. Therefore, we are looking at an object on the right-hand side. Saturn's yellow moon is, of course, in the upper right-hand side, with Saturn and Nibiru behind it, as far as the eye can see. Okay, and going to the right.
I don't know why it turned black and white on me. I didn't. It's not like I, switched the filters. I think these were the first two pictures I took, and for some reason the camera just.
Okay.
Oh, that's the light cut off. I remember. Okay, we were looking at Robert Marshall Smith's pictures, and his leaves were really weirdly gray and blanked out. That is a light pinch. It's causing a grayness to everything.
Oh,
we're watching an event where the color is being robbed from because of lack of light.
Wow.
There's a pinch going on to your left that you're not even seeing, and is robbing us of our colors of our light.
Yeah, that makes so much sense, because when you go outside and you try to take some pictures, it is so bright outside.
Yeah,
especially in your area too.
I swear that the second star is coming towards us. I don't want to talk about this. I can't physically prove that, but in my inner gut, and this has been my greatest concern, as the second star leaves, where is it going to leave from? It's going to pass close by us to our right shoulder and overhead, just like the rest of the planets are doing. And is it going to get closer to us than that 93 million miles beyond, plus whatever 10 million miles between the two suns? Because the evidence that we're seeing so far is that we're seeing a smaller R star rise in the southern hemisphere from Australia and South Africa, where it is showing up at 2 o'clock in the morning as a illuminating source, but nowhere near as bright as what's coming up on the horizon at sunrise, which is the second star, which is bigger than ours. So if it is going to travel close towards us, is this the shot across the bow that the Far Seeing Project and all of those remote viewers out there have publicly admitted to? Are we going to have a close pass of this second star? Is it going to send us into a hyperbolic, excruciatingly high temperature Earth source temperature? Are we going to fry this summer super fry? Or are we going to be semi-cosmopolitan and get through a minor global climate change? Or are we going to have drastic solar event because of this star leaving past us in a closer than 93 million mile proximity? That's my fear and question. I don't have the answer to that. That is a concern, and I don't talk about it a lot, but I'll share a concern.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? This is, and we know that going back from the last cycle, we know there's this excruciating climate change where that certain civilizations and cultures just vanished. And we know that everybody had to reevaluate and redo how they did things. There was the Hittites took over Egypt at the last cycle. Right after the cycle, they had this great force that survived versus what the Egyptian culture, and they took over. And that was the end of a dynasty, right at the last climate change and all of this. So there's biblical events and showing representations of the climate changes where everybody has to move around on the planet in order to survive, and certain groups move underground and all, and that's Cappadocia, modern Turkey caves and all this stuff where they have, 3,000 mile long vast cities underground. So my question is that going to happen again? Are we going to fry so bad that we have no choice and have to go underground, or are we going to get by and suffer, climate change and food shortages, you name it, of the passing cycle, and then rebuilding, which is what happens every cycle. And I hate to go there, and I don't want to be all doomsday and henny penny and all that, the sky's falling, but we are seeing a drastic climate change, and people have to really get on board with that and completely almost rethink how you do things. And if you want your ass to survive, if you want to take care of your children, you might, if you're building a house, build a hobbit house, semi-underground. That way, if that sun is too hot, you won't fry. If the wind is too high, your roof won't blow away. If the flood comes, you won't wash away because you're high enough up on the hill, whatever. And remember that there's going to be a lot of people moving from now till 2050. And in 2050, we're going to see melt off of all of our polar ice caps. And the ocean sea level is going to rise at least 250 feet.
Wow.
And that is a lot of land that is about to be consumed that people aren't even aware of, even including the middle of the United States.
Wow.
If you're at C minus 250 feet or lower, you're going to be wet. And then you go to, and I hate to go here, guys, the future maps from the Navy or the Gordon Michael Scallion pictures of the Earth in the future. There's so many reference points where people talk about submerged land zones that we're not even aware of currently, and I hate to go there, and I don't want to be doomsdayistic, but I want everybody to know that, look at the weather from 3 years ago. Look at Texas 5 years ago and forward, what they've gone through, and all of the mass storms and everything that they know as normal is completely not normal now. Look at Oklahoma, where Rebecca is sitting. Her weather isn't at all normal. My weather is not normal. All of us, everything we know, everything we know is not normal anymore. And so with that taken into account, we have to accommodate for the possibility of it being far worse than we even want or expect. Look at France, look at Germany, look at Sweden, look at Malaysia, look at China, look at Russia. I can keep going. That superstorm that went through the Ukraine right in the middle of their war on the onset of what happened to the Red Sea and the North Sea and all of that other stuff that went on all these places all around the world. And 2 years ago, all the rivers dried up. Last year, the Panama Canal, the Amazon, and the Mississippi dried up. And that's never happened in our known history. So we have to take in, these are breaks in an entire cycle playing out right before our very eyes. And there's flooding everywhere. Cars, houses, places to live, cropland. There's a massive, massive drought going on in Spain right now. It's catastrophic. You don't hear it on the news, but I looked this stuff up. Oh, look at all the plastic bottles at the water factory. Yeah, I'll take about 400 of those, thank you. Now, this happens in the Great Lakes normally, and that's the smelt run. This is something that probably a sub-Atlantic or Pacific Ocean electrical discharge is driving all the fish away. Because remember, we live in an electric planet. Look at this. This is going to happen anywhere near you. Everything around us that's Brazil. The shit's moving. This is water change. This is a change. That's an area of ground that has not seen water in many years, and all of a sudden it has way more water than it's used to. And we're seeing, look what's going on in California right now. Wow. This is coming to a town near you.
Yep. If it hasn't already.
Right. Yeah. A few years ago here in the creek that's a block and a half away from my house, because I'm just off the creek, completely dried up, went nowhere. We've never seen that. We don't have snow this year up in the mountains like we're supposed to. We're supposed to feed you guys water. Where's it going to come from if we don't have it now? And if we have fires this year, wow, God, ooh, spooky. And then we talked about the fires in Brazil, fires in China, fires in, all over the world.
Wind speeds hit 265 miles per hour over Washington, D.C. And an airplane had hit over Mach 1, a commercial jet.
What?
Probably because it was up in the jet stream and it picked up with it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Jet stream right
Okay, what's the date of this, Rebecca?
This was within the last couple of days.
Let's see the pattern. See that white area?
Yeah, I
Does
did
that not
see
look like an object cluster group passing?
Oh, wow. Dang.
Go back to that white area above his head in the map.
See it.
See that right there where his finger is?
Wow.
Does that not look like an object cluster group to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sure does. It sure does.
Oh boy. So the high wind was from the asteroids.
That's a close asteroid pass.
That's what happened today when we were out for the walk. You could feel it rising up, going over you. Yeah, it must have been then because there was side focaling and there was rainbowy stuff going on.
And this is one of those events we were talking about where we watched it and it had this same pattern where it flew over unbelievably quick, straight across beyond what the normal jet stream was meeting, and out of the blue, this excruciating extreme event occurred in a short period of time. And look what we're looking at, right dead center over the tip of the United States.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
That is what we're getting ready for the onset of the 180-day cycle, beginning in about less than 30 days.
I don't think the person realizes what's going on here. It's reflection. It's just the way the camera's picking it up, but it's sun reflection. Sun, there's a planet reflecting the sunlight.
Well, it's a computer model showing what the computer is analyzing, but it doesn't have any other way to portray it.
Well, no, I meant the video, just
okay,
the purple video. How the sun kept. It seemed like the sun was stretching towards it, but it's just the way the camera interprets it.
Oh,
but
that's two planets. You've got Nepacity over the top, and then the side of Uribe. That's what the dome cutoff illumination is.
Yes, exactly.
It the cutoff. It makes the flare of the sun bigger because it's being cut off, and then it tries to round outward around the edges of these planets, rounded objects versus cutoff. Yeah, look at that beautiful. Is this your normal weather in your neighborhood? And this is what I keep warning everybody about. This is coming to everyone.
That was in California. They don't get tornadoes normally.
And they had tornadoes yesterday, and this is what I was talking about. Oh, look at that. Hello.
What's that? It's like a flying pencil. Huh.
It could be a balloon.
Another balloon.
We don't know. This is what I try not to deal with. Of course, it could be a Star Destroyer facing downward.
Oh.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, people got to take into account that not everybody flies horizontally. Yeah, that could be a freight transporter facing downward.
Flying pencil.
Yeah, flying pencil. Yeah. And absolutely, without one shred of a doubt, there are thousands and thousands of ships up there, and we've seen them by eye. We've documented.
Look how it shrinks. It's going to
we get sightings of them every day at Montana Skywatcher 1, Montana Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, Nibiru Followers Off Topic, Nibiru Followers YouTube, and we get this every day. And we're not talking the small blurry stuff. We're talking the big absolute. We know what we're seeing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like hanging on the side of a ship, Mrs.
I know, right?
I don't want to get sued, but I don't think I would be taking a cruise anytime soon.
Yeah, same here. Same.
When you can't, look what's going on. I mean, start looking at what's going on in the ocean.
I just got
or a plane, really.
On. I mean, seriously.
Or a plane. If I can drive there, I'm going to drive there.
Yeah.
I am not much. Lady, I think you need to take those high heels off, or you're going to kill yourself. No way.
Might I suggest pants?
Well, maybe she didn't know it was going to be so windy,
I'm on my way to the ball. It's Cinderella trying to get to the ball now. Come on, give her a break.
Give her a break.
Yeah,
she's on vacation.
This is storm that we're going to see now.
Yeah, I've heard of people breaking their bones on vacations, man. Come back with something broken.
Hey Zeus,
No,
was this
we're not gonna be
like
looking
your
for
little
bones.
visit with your lady friend in the car where they're freaking out and you're going, I love this?
Oh gosh, dude, I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this kind of the exact. I mean, not so extreme, but
yeah, where the
she
windows
was
are
really,
broken and you're getting.
She was really mad at me. She was really
Hi
mad at
there,
me.
I want to go to work, please.
Just let me get
How
this
could
one.
you be so calm? I'm like,
I'm loving this, man. Yeah, yeah.
Hi, I want to go to work. My boss doesn't take no for an answer.
I've been hanging off a bridge pillar in the past as a tornado went over the top of us and around us. And you're flying off your feet and you're hanging by the side of a bridge beam and you can't breathe because the air pressures actually suck the air out of your lungs.
Wow.
You can't even. It's so strong pressure you can't even take your next breath. You just exhale and then you can't pull it in. And I've had that happen where I was hanging off an I-beam underneath a bridge as this tornado went around us. And so yeah, it's unbelievable. And you think you're going to die. I've been there. I have seen the beast. And yeah, this is like Joplin. This was way more than an EF5. Do you know that they never found most of the bodies?
Oh my God.
God.
No.
They went up to about 55,000 feet and vanished.
Where would they have gone?
Space.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord.
What?
No way.
This was one of the first early planetary passings where it literally ripped out of the blue. It was one of the first long-drawn F5 off the scale, Fujita 6 plus. Because if you look at the trees, they're beyond the Fujita scale. They're gone. They're not even on the ground anymore. Most of them are gone. Ripped completely out of the ground, which is part of the Fujita scale. I went to study it. But Joplin lost so many people, and they never even found them.
Damn, it sounds like 9/11.
That was the early years, and you can look that shit up.
What year was that?
2011, I believe, was the big one. There was also one, I believe, in 2009 as well, but that was different.
What planet would that have been? Would that swim in the sun?
It was too early for me to even know where was who. Okay, let me think. 2011. Okay, who would have come in? That would have been, God, that might have been a Saru pass. I don't know. I don't even know who was close back in, because we didn't recognize the base clouds back then. We only started recognizing the base clouds after about 2014 and 15, when we started seeing different planets and different behavior. And that's when we started noting it and drawing it. And when I first made my original site drawings. Okay.
Is that when you first decided to do site drawings?
Well, I only started to do that after I had visuals of it that I could perceive, so I continued to draw what I saw. Yeah, this is the UAE United Arab.
To them got stronger and stronger then, obviously.
Well, yeah, I started understanding what I was seeing. I saw stuff nobody else saw, so I drew it. This is ice storms in the desert. This is the desert people.
Yeah.
Good Lord, look at that.
And the Quran talks about, and the Bible talks about the signs in the sky when this happens, when the desert's rivers return.
Yeah.
And it is the end times.
Look at all that water, guys. Look at that.
Thanks for the revelations, man.
And all of that is going to change all of that desert region.
Now they're going to be tropical soon, then. Look at the lightning. Purple.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm laughing at. That could happen here soon.
That storm is not playing. Now the Dubai police had.
It's weird how we've never seen severe electrical storms like that. I've seen about 5 since I came here.
We've been seeing some very odd snow here as well that everybody keeps asking about. it's like a mixture of snow and hail. It's just
he gets snow that's like fluff.
It's referred to as grapple. It's almost styrofoam like.
Yes, exactly. Yes, like styrofoam.
That's called grapple.
Grapple.
Yeah. You can look that term up.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that recently.
I don't throw this climate change crap out lightly.
Right.
I'm not warning people that everything we know is completely about to change for our normal growth climate chart patterns, because all of that's now out the window. Look at these landslides. This is all examples of moisture changes in regions where they weren't used to what the normal was, and it has changed. And that's why all of this shit is falling down everywhere and dumping and changing, because it's far more water than we're used to, or far less water than we're used to. And so we're seeing an absolute drastic climate change. This is why I try to warn people that, hey, we are not in Kansas anymore. We are in the middle of a drastic climate change right before our very eyes. And I say this also to entertain Christoper's mother and hope that she's still listening. Because I'm trying to communicate to you what I myself personally, as the scientist I believe myself to be, I have studied and watched, and I've come to this summation, and I do not say it lightly. I say this because I have studied, and I am direly warning everyone that we are going to all see a drastic change in everything what we used to know as normal. It's gone. It's no longer normal anymore.
As you can clearly see for yourselves.
As you can see.
If you own a house, buy a bunch of extra tarps. They're a few dollars a piece. A couple of major ones get enough that you could probably do twice over the top of your roof. Put them in a shed someplace. Put them in a drawer in your basement, whatever. And if your roof gets ripped off and it's gone, well, you've got those damn tarps that you can actually save what's left of the contents of your home, maybe, if in a rain scenario, or because in 15, 20 seconds, 5 minutes, you can watch everything you own vanish from a quick passing storm. Yeah, I've been on a plane when it does that. It's not fun. It's when you're being sent to the ceiling that it really sucks. I've had that happen too in a plane.
I have never flown in a plane.
What?
I just don't. I don't fly.
I came back one time on a third world country, and I'll tell anybody this story 100 times over. You think that we have trouble in planes in our American society? we have trained pilots. I came back on La California, which is a Mexican Baja company, and they flew me into LAX. And when that plant pilot decided he was going to drop himself into LAX approach, he went literally nose down like we were crop dusting and almost barreled over on the side. And meanwhile, all the garbage and chicken feathers and cigar butts and sandwich wrappers and tin cans and you name it that were in the back of the plane come flying all the way up to the front fuselage, smacking you in the back of the head. And I, it's literally like I was in a crop dusting plane, and this guy's coming in to bomb the crops, spray the corn crops. And this was a DC 3050. And oh my God, I sat there and I was just going, oh, thank the maker, I prayed, oh my God, I will never fly another airplane, third world country, as long as I live. And I miss the American pilots, so. And once you do that, it's just like you never forget. Yeah, I've seen that before. All the crap everywhere, because this guy's laying this plane in here, nose down. Here we go. We're coming in for a landing at LAX in Spanish. I was like, wow.
Stars in the sky again. This is Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, there's a planet in the way, dude. That's why. No stars in the sky.
That's the problem I was having when I didn't know what was happening.
Because there's a planet blocking them and you can't see them.
Because it's not overcast every single day.
And people don't put two and two together.
Or anywhere. I have not seen a star in the sky in over a month. Over a month, Booskies.
We are surrounded by planets that are blocking our out view of the stars. And that just started within the last 2 years.
Still no stars in the sky. And this isn't a one-day thing. This is an everyday thing now. Every night's like this now. I can see the
when you can't see stars in the sky and you wonder, how do you tell people?
No, I haven't seen the stars once in a great while. Every once in a while I actually do. But I haven't seen them at night in a very long time.
It's like the moon. You forget you have the moon.
Oh, and here we're going, we were talking about, you weren't here.
It was weird.
Hey, Zeus, we were talking about the quarter moon onset on Friday. Yeah, because they called it the quarter moon stage, and it's nowhere near anything what we normally used to perceive as the quarter moon. It's illuminated underneath as a half. It's like,
and it's illuminated from the bottom up.
Yeah.
The wet moon.
And it's supposed to be on the left-hand side of the quarter moon, and it's not on that left-hand side at all. At all.
The opposite
the
one.
lower right, and it's like, this isn't even what it used to be. And a bunch of people posted that because you've been talking about it, and they're actually spreading it on Skywatcher 2 and around. The people have gotten on to that. So
that was one of the first things that got my attention was the moon.
Yeah.
There's just so many odd things going on with the moon that it's one of the first things that I noticed was the moon.
The moon and the sun are just not right anymore.
Yeah, the moon was just odd. I didn't know exactly what it was, but
okay, what does everybody see in this picture?
A very small sun and a lot of blue, and the
what is the
rays
sun?
because it's pinched.
What is the sun doing?
Flaring.
It's flaring to the right.
Why?
Because it's getting cut into.
Yeah,
From?
pinched on that side.
Uri.
Correct.
Maybe.
Yep.
Pinched up on that side.
Bingo! You win a oatmeal raisin cookie.
Yay, cookie. Yes.
I
can't help but see the shadow. I mean, you can see the shadow of Uri.
In an upcoming show, I'm going to share Sam's secret oatmeal raisin cookie recipe.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
okay,
my God.
you do that, and I'll make it.
Problem with it is you eat one, and you can't quit until after you're about cookie 7. And then tomorrow you go, oh my God. Anyway, oatmeal and raisins.
Yeah, but I can't button my pants. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. Oh God. I'm a poor man, and I broke my blender, and I cannot make my cookies. I need a new
new blender. No, you need a what?
Did you see how much those things cost nowadays? Oh my God, they're so proud. A red one's $400
for a blender.
Oh, for a
blend, one of those mixed bowl thing that you can actually make cookies in.
Right.
Because a regular, I could use
a
hand beater, but you can't hand beater cookies.
There's certain things I know. KitchenAids are the best.
Right. Yeah. And for a red one, they're $400, and they used to be $100.
Yeah, they've been high for a long time. Really.
And I need a new one anyway. And so Sam has a secret oatmeal raisin cookie to die for.
Yeah.
I can cook.
You should make them, at least take some pictures and share it with us.
Oh yeah, all my how many pies I've made, and my.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I'm more interested in your pie recipes, Sam.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and the spaghetti sauce.
I want to know about those little cookies. That sounds
there are secret recipes, folks, and we'll have to just let them go. Once we get to the platform, I'll be sharing recipes, and we can reach for some tarot card readings, and we can have Nicole come up here and talk about some of the things that she's seeing in astrology, and
cool.
And
she's going to be joining us regularly.
We can have Man on the Street,
monthly.
And we can have our Utah Skywatcher connection, and we can have our Scotland Skywatcher connection.
And Katie Jo. These are pictures from Katie Jo, and she's our New Jersey correspondent.
And Carol Ann can cover our F-bombs. By the way, Carol Ann, Jillian dropped one F-bomb tonight.
Duh! What about the other guys?
I didn't hear anybody else drop.
Oh.
Sabrina, I read tarot card from the Rider deck. I have a deck that's over 45 years old. I have actually quite a few decks. I only use the one because it speaks to me truth, and I have found that other ones can, if you're not careful, lie to you. Depending on what part of the dimension of the metaphysical you reach in, because some other things, distraction sources do exist out there. Okay,
So I've never tried that before.
Well, there's a method to it, and once you follow, if you learn it, if you go actually into the rules, and then you learn it, and then see the only way, and I Rebecca, we can solve this problem. The only way that you're ever going to get a deck that will work for you, this is also one of the rules, is you have to be gifted a deck from someone who knows how to read them. If you go to the store and buy yourself a deck, they will not work for you. And I have a deck. I will send you a deck, and if you'd like, I will teach you how to read tarot cards.
Oh my goodness! Cool. Wow.
I have a deck that I've had in it's been sitting on my shrine for about 8 years now.
Yeah.
And it is sacramentally intuned, consecrated by being on my shrine that long, that they're magic. They are now magic. And I will send you a deck of tarot cards. So later on, I want you to give me your address again. I'm sure I have it written somewhere, but if you hand it to me, it'd be easier than me finding it. Then I will mail you a deck of tarot cards, and I will teach you how to use them.
Oh my goodness. My mom, she would like roll over in her grave if she heard you say that. So
right, mine too. My mother was always worried about my immortal soul.
I'm gonna get in trouble. No.
Oh, the devil's gonna come and take your soul.
I know.
It's those things. Yeah.
My
mom was always very proud of my Sumerian bump, and she was always excruciatingly worried about my more immortal soul because she has knowledge of our bloodline. So, and she didn't want to talk about, but yet she did.
Right. Wow. Yeah. No, I mean,
Oh, my mother was always bragging about how we go back to Constantine and all of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I am an esquire. Anyway, I'm semi-titled in Europe, but
neat. That's
not. Yeah.
I mean,
You'll need a castle then.
I will grab out the castle and make way to plot ahead into the future. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be the head housekeeper, okay?
Oh, that's fine. No, Jolene, you'll have workers below you. I promise you.
Are these clouds
all day with tea, and you can oversight
anything to do with Saru? Katie Jo was asking me, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean,
we're starting to see more of Saru.
Different. They don't look like anything else that.
Yeah, Lindsay was asking me when Saru's coming
this
back.
Picture that we're looking at right here.
Yeah.
Are these? Yeah. This is entirely.
This is Katie Jo's.
Yeah. Katie Jo is correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the bottom of Saru.
Look at that.
Is the bottom of Saru. She is very correct.
Your drawing back up so we can relate to.
She's on the way. She's coming in. She's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I can't wait to get a view of Saru. I always, in my mind, it's always a beautiful planet. I just can't wait to be able to photograph.
I'm actually going to have to take that one picture that you tried drawing on, Rebecca, and actually do it myself and then send you a copy of it.
Oh, great.
I easily plainly see the shape of Saru where
I've tried twice.
I've tried to describe it to you, and you haven't quite seen it yet. But
okay, I'm gonna try it again.
I assure you, it's far simpler than you're giving it credit for, and that you're overthinking it, which is why you're not seeing it. And by the way, everybody, that is what is exactly going on for the rest of you.
Yes, I mean,
you are overthinking it, and you have not reached in and just let your eye grab the dark area. And it is, and we, unfortunately, I wanted to tell that to Pamela earlier. It's like you got to start at the dark areas.
Yeah.
And if you use the dark areas first, your eye will grab what you're looking at, and then it will explain the rest of what you're seeing. But if you start at the light areas, you won't see the rest of it. And it's a reverse viewing. You have to learn to re-look at things from the dark to the light instead of from the light to the dark. And once
I remember doing that myself. I remember going from light sources because that's what you.
Did he lock up?
The dark areas first.
Yeah.
It was a whole different experience. It's like I started noticing things that I would have never noticed while I was focused on the sun or, the lighter lit up part of the photo.
And in the early years, that's what I battled as well. I was looking at stuff and I'm going, what am I looking at? I know, okay, well, yeah. And I'd stare at it and they were much smaller. And you're seeing the full round and you go, why is that dark? Oh, because they're between us and the sun. So we're seeing the backside of them, which is why it's dark. And once you start to fathom that, down that path you go, and then like everybody here all knows, once you see them, you can't unsee them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you can't. Once you understand that, the whole sky is a planet, if you're looking up, you're seeing them.
Yeah,
and you can't, you can't unsee it.
All five, all directions.
Yeah.
And most important, and very importantly, guys, you have to just think very big, very big. You have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, you're going to struggle, but you have to be able to think.
Step one. That is step one, literally, that you have to realize, because we're all trained to, we all have seen or looked in a telescope growing up at Jupiter or Saturn, where you see the, little way out in the sky is a little dot there. And if you look really careful and you got really good eyes, you can actually see the ring around Saturn, which I can. I'm farsighted. I can see better long distance than the short. And once you learn that in your brain, you say, okay, the next expected planet is going to be a small dot in the sky. And we battled that with people for 5-6 years going, no, they're actually huge. They're big. They're bigger. Oh my God, they're bigger. Oh my God, they're sky pillars. And once we got to that stage, there were people that were listening and learning. And then there was people that weren't even going there at all. So, and that's where the division line came in, where we lost a lot of people because they couldn't learn to look at the dark areas first. Really huge difference. Your turn, Christoper.
I'm just listening to all this,
Just hanging out.
I'm just blown away. Yesterday, it's all stormy and cloudy out today, but I mean, yesterday was just incredible. You could see everything from starting from the sun. You could see Isadam's yellow moon, Isadam to the right, to the left, Atu's moon, and then behind it you could see Uri, and it's just the whole horizon, 360 degrees, all the things over your head. It looks like plates, like
right in 2D
in front of the other, and you can see them dipping. Like, it's so weird. It's the weirdest thing. And I'm sitting here thinking about, like, when I was in high school, we were on, like, the football field. I was in marching band, right? And we would be out there for hours at night practicing. And we would be looking at this, in the direction of the sun and the sunset. And there wasn't clouds out there like this. Never. Nothing like that.
Okay, Jesus, tell them about Outview graduation.
It's just not normal at all. And I like Sam says, I don't understand why people aren't staring. Why isn't there 100 people at the Costco parking lot looking up at the sky, pointing? I don't get it.
Like, oh my God, do you see that? I've never seen that in the sky in my entire life. What the hell is that?
Whole sky yesterday, the whole thing was one weird mess after the next. There's big asteroids all over the place. There's these other things. Oh my gosh, it's too much for the mind to handle sometimes.
Yeah, it is. That's where, and we all say batshit crazy.
Right.
It is.
Absolutely.
Right.
I don't know how they don't see this.
It took me about 2 hours to get like all the way down the road because, anyway, so
how's your neck today? Have you got that crick in the back of your neck?
I'm freaked out. I have to get I just have to turn it off sometimes.
Yeah. Walk away when needed. Hi, and welcome to my, my idiom. Yeah.
Right. And I feel like I miss out on something.
Yeah.
I'm like always check, like about every hour I'll look out the window just to make sure there's nothing happening.
It becomes an obsession, but it is good to take a day or two.
Yeah.
Just to kind of unwind and kind of, reset yourself.
They're going to be there. You're not going to miss out.
Yeah, because it is something that
it'll be here tomorrow.
I'm sure this goes for all of us here that could take up a big part of your life, which isn't completely a bad thing, but it is good to take a break like anything, just kind of take a break from it,
I have to, or there's just certain days where I have, and I know Sam does. I know he's, we see him quiet for a couple of days, and
it gets quiet. Yeah,
it does get like draining on you in a way. As much as you love it, you do have to take a break. So
balance, as they say, balance. But it is an obsession.
Right.
I've gone through stages where I had to walk away and I had to come back, and I walked away and I came back and I walked away and I came back because, this is back against you batshit crazy. It's so unbelievable that this actually is occurring right before our very eyes. And this is why I started doing this all the way back in 2010, 2011, 2009, even when, I'm sitting here holding my camera out in my yard at night. And I can't see anything, but I knew that it was there because, I know stuff. And I'm holding the camera up and I put it in front of me, and there's that big brownish orange blob with all the little black dots around it. The Anodomine cluster, which I later looked up. And I'm seeing it and I'm sort of kind of expecting it. My brain is telling me, okay, this is a nebula thing that's on its way close to us.
Oh.
And then I sort of wrote it off in my head saying, well, okay, I'm seeing a very cool occurrence with this really cool camera because they recently released, and they actually had banned the camera that I was using. And it was on a clearance shelf. And I got it because it was, it was like a couple $100 camera, and I got it for like $60.
Nice.
And so I got this camera and I was filming it, and I fried the chip before I even could actually post it. But I was viewing night after night after night, and I'd go out and then, it's time. I'll go back out. Oh, there it is in the sky again. And then literally about 6 to 8 months later was when I saw my first actual planet pass. And I still to this day believe it was Matim. But, and I've never gone into that too much, but because of what I saw, the facial, it's the only one that looks like Matim. And I can't prove that because I don't have a lot of facial close-ups of Matim proper. We only have small little inserts of Matim, and it's very bright blue. It's very, very illuminating, and we have not seen Matim for quite a while, for quite a few years. And so as Saru is coming forward, perhaps we shall. Anyway, as soon as Uri moves a little farther north. But anyway, I was watching this for so many years, and I just tried to scream to everybody and describe to everybody what I knew was coming, because they were expectant to my generation and my science level and the people I had talked to and the papers that I signed that I couldn't talk about. And so I knew they were coming. And once all of this just kept happening, and I kept seeing them, and I'd look in the southern sky and, oh my God, there's Nibiru and the concentric moons, and over there is Saru, and there's this smaller size of a softball Uri, and there's the little purple dot next to it, and then the other green dot, and then when the first stuff we started actually seeing in all the sightings that were coming into Montana Skywatcher with this weird blip in the upper left sky, and then we finally learned to focus in on that and start blowing those pictures up, which turned out to be the lead object in the object cluster group, And then we learned behind that was, oh my God, if you look at that area right there next to the lead object and the object cluster group, there's this semicircle dark purple thing. And what's that white thing with stripes? And then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden we were at 2012 and we were seeing them show up in the Neumeyer Station live cams from Antarctica and the second star. And oh my God, the sun starts rising in the northeast. And here we are many, many years later with this ongoing, never-ending story that here we are. And we've been trying to scream this to people. And yes, this is batshit crazy. But we've watched it get here. We watched them get this massive. And it's like, oh my God, all of you people out there that aren't on board with this, you're a decade behind the information. Holy shit, what do we do? How do we get you guys ready for what's happening? Why our climate change is going off right before our faces? And oh my God, look at this. When you guys are all so far behind, where do we start? Where do we go? How do we communicate this to you? You know, and I'm doing my best.
Yeah,
you guys are doing your best. We're all working hard at this, and you know, there's testament that this isn't an occasional thing. This is a major job.
Right.
But I think it's a perfect time right now to get this information out there. I think people are questioning everything.
They're looking for something that they don't know what they're looking for. Maybe they're at that point now. A lot of people are quite almost ready. They're bored with everything.
Well, people are questioning the entire system right now. You know, people are fed up with lies. Everything has become so transparent recently, you know, and so easy to see how much BS is out there that people are questioning things.
Yeah, but you can't go into
and also people are noticing that something's
you can't go into too much detail at first. You don't want to scare them too much.
Yeah, but some people don't have no point of reference, and I think this is what this show does.
Because we've been rabbit hole. Yeah, we've been so lied to. We've been so lied to. It's difficult for people to leave that concept that they've got of everything.
Yes, this is a rabbit hole. Yes, you could chalk this up as a conspiracy theory. Yes, this is batshit crazy. But we have this is not batshit crazy from last week. Okay, this is 14 plus 45 years of knowing that this was
repeated batshit crazy.
Yeah, it's repeated. Yeah, so when batshit is batshit, if you're standing in batshit up to your hips, you're in real batshit.
That's a good pun.
Get out your hip waders. You are in real batshit. It's not fake batshit. It's real batshit. Okay. I'm glad now that we've cleared that up.
We've established how many batshit layers there are.
Yeah. Now we get out the bat phone and we call. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Let's call Batman. See what he says.
Yeah. Now, well, God, Bruce Wayne, I would like a little bit of money so we can solve some of these problems, please.
What do we think the stripes of Uri are, Sam?
A gas giant. Very, very big. It's a gas giant. There's gaseous layers around an electron cluster planet.
Has it got a surface?
Yeah, but it's deep inside the gas layers, and
so it might be quite small inside there.
The physical body. I mean, like here, do we know even the surface of Jupiter? Do we know the surface of
we don't even know the surface is there, do we? Because they never.
So yeah, they gather gases out of the space. And they're an electron cluster, they because they're atomically so internally electric that they pull in the gases from space around them, which is why they all, including our gas giants in our normal solar system, they have all of these moons, and they have the Kuiper belt and all these asteroids floating around them because they have electrical thread connection because they are so atomically structured, a dense material that has many electrons, many protons rolling around connected to each other. And that's all.
I've seen one of Audrey's questions again that was earlier on. She's got lots of questions too. But she said, you know how you said that we're surrounded, like our solar system surrounded, is it our solar system or?
With the ice crystals?
It's got the ice crystals. She has the theory that they must have meant the that must have been the dome they're talking about.
No, it's an electrical cell. It's like a cell in your skin in your arm.
It's actually quite profound. It's really deep. It's kind of magical, but you would think that it does.
It's the basis of subatomic astroatomic chemistry. And you could actually go biochemistry also in that, because everything's connected. There's no separation between biochemistry and chemistry. And this is why I believe in space creatures, and large ones and small ones.
Yeah, I always wondered about whales and that, because they had it in Ahsoka, that Star Trek one, Star Wars one.
And if you look at the Star Wars as well, the space whales, definitely.
And they were bending space or something, and once they reached a certain,
that's where rods come from. Rods are actually creatures that come from space that are brought in on the side of other lander ships, like Minox in the movie Star Wars, and they get stuck in our atmosphere because they're brought. They're hanging off the side of a ship.
Because you think you see stuff, and then you tell yourself, "Nah, I didn't see that."
Fractional rogue.
There's no way they'll say I'm a nut job and need new glasses or whatever.
A small ship from space comes in, a rogue faction. They're down here to get, some cow lip stew and a couple of real fancy rocks while they're here. And they're, so they
a couple of humans,
they've got rods stuck on the side of their ship, so that when they come into the atmosphere, they get flown off because they, exposed to oxygen, and when they're not used to it, and then they go flying around, and then they leave, that kind of thing. That's what a rod is. I see life out there, and anytime anyone talks about dark matter, the only thing out there that can absorb light, which would cause to be dark matter, something that doesn't reflect light, is something that absorbs it. And what absorbs light? Life. L-I-F-E. Life form absorbs light. Nothing else would absorb it. It always would refract it, or bounce it off of its surface, or break it down into prism effect, and then.
So
what absorbs life are patterns life forms that they don't account for. There's life in space.
It's kind of like life. Yeah, the life in the water and stuff like that, because you
millions of galaxies, millions and billions of life forms. Man is not the only thing out there. God did not make us.
No.
We were genetically altered and manipulated to do a mining service for a higher race that arrives every 3,654 years to 4,000 years. And we join cross paths with them. They collect the commodities, which is why we are here. And then we go on into our next age of rebuilding after the passing events, because the breakup of our normal natural earth-bound system, including climate change, is all part of rebooting for the commodities for the next time that they come back. We are the factory planet, and every time the passing of these bodies, and the passing of Nibiru, because Nibiru is the passing planet, every time that happens, we go through tectonic plate movement, we go through burping up of subdermal lava, new minerals, and continental plate restructuring, and making of new gold and new commodities, and all of this. And this is where you got, a large continental shelf drifting that we've seen representations on the ocean floors, but no one understands, and all that, because shit moves. And this happens every time throughout history, cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle. And we are not the first civilization to go through this. And if you go back to the story of Enki and Enlil, they're talking 450,000 years ago. Well, that's like 190 some odd cycles ago. So 90 times this has gone by. So how many actual civilizations were in between then and it? Because we're here to do that work for them on factory planet Earth. So chalk me up as a nut job. Throw me in the pile with Gordon Michael Scallion, or throw me in, or in the pile with David Talbot, or Sitchin or Velikovsky, or throw me in a nut job pile that says, "Oh, I'm not going to tell you it's aliens, but it's aliens," or whatever. I don't care. But this is This is the culmination of my studies, and I'm sharing with you as freely as and comfortably as I dare. And I believe there's mountains of proof that are exposing this possibility, because we only look at things within the last 5,000 years. And before that, we don't even have an accounting. Current science, and then you start reaching in people that want to talk about Bible science. Different jobs there.
I've been getting a lot of that lately. A lot of it.
You know, and you're going to see that representation. It's like moving your bishop forward for the first time on a chessboard. You know, they're gonna use that bishop and say, okay, well, what about religion? It's called whataboutism. And once you've achieved a new level, hey, I got a whole bunch of science slapping me in the face. I'm going to pull my standby religion out and go, well, what about? And not that it's wrong, but it's a basis of knowledge that we've been given from a different point of view, from a different time, laid out so we could understand it at that time. Although we have not grown to be honest enough with current science because of manipulation and control to actually be standing on the steps of the courthouse of truth. So we're not even allowed into DC. So supposedly, you know, we're not even entering the Oz or, you know, the Crystal, the Crystal City, because, you know, Wizard of Oz has closed the doors. He's barred the gates. The Emerald City. Yeah, that's what it was. And so we need to all, you know, enter the Emerald City of knowledge. And, you know, Dorothy found out there were things that she didn't want to know, and, you know, some exposure to the great vast city of that, both good and bad on both sides of the coin. But the knowledge of the Emerald City is vast, and people need to enter it. And then I'll go follow the yellow brick road. Oh my!
Yeah, all the way to our beds soon.
Yeah, right. Well, if you're ready, Jillian, anytime you're ready to go to sleep and you need to leave, could do so.
So about 6 hours now.
Right. Yeah.
I know.
I mean, it's 6 a.m. I mean, it's 6 p.m. It is 5 hours we've been talking. I can't believe we've actually been talking for 5 hours now. Cool.
So I just want to. Experimental posted this a couple of minutes ago. I'm trying to remember exactly what you were saying when she said this, but you were talking about, you know,
the ones that created us.
Right.
Yeah, and that's point of view. They're actually not gods; they're demigods. And the reason that we know that they're demigods is because there are other factions from the Federation here, proving that they also are not in charge. Those that made us also have overlords to deal with. And this is why I try to tell everybody this is so many more factions going on. It is so much bigger. It really is. It's way bigger than you can even imagine. And I got a handful of this information directly from the Pleiadian conversation, from my abduction scenario, where they told me that, you know, I was going to change things. And, you know, I hate to throw that out there, and I'm not trying to, you know, brag or create some false semblance of culthood or whatever. I'm not trying to create that. I'm trying to share the information I was given, because I was given it for a reason. And that's why I'm sharing it. And this is welcome to my science, and this is my science. And if you don't want to listen to that's okay. But I'm trying to share this information because everything we know is changing. It is drastically, for many, good and bad. And so
it looks like Audrey's on about something that she sent to you, Rebecca.
If the people are big, the bugs are big too. You bet. If they pluck me up right now and take me to Nibiru and I walk around their world, I'm going to be living as a very small, you know, Gulliver's Travels.
Yeah, I was just thinking that in my head there.
I will be a Lilliputian.
Yeah.
And their world, because they have more oxygen, more. And I imagine I would get very tired and very exhausted from the barometric pressure.
I had a very weird dream about something like that once. I remember.
Why do you think they made man?
Yeah, but I was being kept like some kind of little pet or something. They were getting
if they came down here and tried to dig on the side of a mountain to dig up that valued material, that the commodity that they absolutely have to have to continue their society as they have for the last 450,000 years since management change, that the commodity they have to have, and they can't come down here and functionally get enough of it. So what do? You create and adapt a creature that lives here originally that you can manipulate and upgrade to follow your edict, the things that you want them to do for you, your workforce, and you create a short-lived copy of yourselves that you can control to mine on this planet indigenously, because they can't, because they're from a different barometric pressure, larger planet.
Yeah, and then every time they come, it's already there waiting for them.
And they have the Greys. The Greys work for, they're not an independent faction. They work for the multiple higher races of the Federation and lower. There's many different factions of Greys, including castes of Greys. There's many versions of them, lower, and I believe some of them even have wings. That's a higher. There's smart ones, and then there's dumb ones. Drones versus, like sort of like beehive populace. There's workers and fighters and queens and whatever. The Greys work for the higher races, because when they land on Earth, the higher races don't function in our atmosphere as well. Like they're exhausted, they don't get enough oxygen or whatever, and they can't do physical tasking. And that's why they have the Greys pick you up and do the sampling and the testing, and they work for the higher races on the landers.
So
I go on and on and on and on. Go ahead.
Asked me to share these pictures, and I don't think they're real, but we're gonna look at them because she wants everybody.
We're not gonna naysay. We're gonna.
No, I know, but I just
evaluate.
If it was a video, maybe, but I feel like it's a model.
See the rub. The object in front does not match the wall.
What do you? I mean,
the pixels are just off.
I see. Okay.
Now, does this come from Miami?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, how they have like models, like a model.
Look how sharp the wall is.
Tell
me why that thigh on the right-hand side does not match the same sharpness as the wall.
I think it's just a computer graphic.
Yeah. These are. Now this one, if these pictures are from Miami, they sort of kind of almost match the Miami footage.
What's that Miami footage?
The thing where there were 300 police cars that showed up in downtown Miami at 8:00 at night or whatever.
I thought they were like 10 feet tall aliens.
Yeah,
there was multiple different kinds sighted.
Oh, I have not heard about that. I just heard
I would not put this beyond real, but I do believe this is not real. And believe me, you guys, there are aliens out there that look like this.
Probably, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. So many different kinds. You just think one up here probably exists.
Right.
Well, example is
You
skinwalker.
can think of it. It probably exists. Yeah.
I believe that there is
Creepy.
numerous skinwalkers running around all over. They may even be indigenous to Earth. I don't know, but I believe they have technological landing ability in craft, or a technical level above ours. I can't, that's why I always joke about the cow lip stew, because of all the cattle mutilations where the lips and the backsides are, their sphincters are missing. And I always wonder if that's like electrical discharge explosion where the lips and the backside blow off because of electrical discharge. But anyway, I don't know.
This is from Gray Guy. Gray Guy sent me this one.
Okay, we are looking at the Longbox cube is right in behind.
Oh boy,
the aircraft.
Oh, cool.
That's actually a contrail, not a chemtrail.
Yeah.
You see, because it's
I thought I saw the long box a little bit more towards the left now. Have you been seeing that, Sam?
I think they're crossing over close to each other again. I think that the Texas cube is close to the long box.
So last Saturday, right after I left right after I got off the show and you guys continued, I took some video, which was probably maybe a little bit before Christoper did his little walk about town.
Which we
and
love.
I saw this is very similar to what I saw this picture of Gray Guy here.
Over the last couple of weeks, we have seen the long box and the Texas cube sometimes, not all the time, sometimes in the same frame.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like this. I'm gonna have to show this to Sam, I thought, because it just seems a little bit way too left.
Look where a Saturn's yellow moon is. It's moved over closer.
That's right. That's right. So I was like, if Saturn's yellow moon has moved over, you would think also the long box cube as well.
Right. And then on the left hand side, right at our shoulder is Attu going over the top of us. So our out view of it we'd actually see the Texas cube on the left larger, and yet appearing to be in the out view that they're closer to each other, and the long box being on the right and yet headed toward the sun, where in this picture it's headed downward. But being that the Texas cube is closer to us and the long box cube is there but yet slightly farther away, they actually look closer to each other because Attu and Attu's moon is over the top of us.
Yeah.
And that's why we're getting them in the same capture as directly in front of us and above us.
Gotcha.
And it all boils out to out view, which does not make any sense, but yet there it is.
Can you show Sam my picture of the sun, that sun thing, please?
Yes, I have it ready to roll. Okay, so that was from Gray Guy.
That's pretty cool.
And let's see, here's yours.
Looks like someone coming out that Batman light.
There's that one. This is like a few in a row here.
Yeah, you could see it kind of.
Hello. Well, and whose picture is this?
Mine.
Nice.
And it's new?
Yeah, just 2 days ago.
That is lead asteroid crossing in front of the sun.
That's incredible.
Isn't it beautiful?
But you see the size of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is smaller than the sun. You did not take it through glass.
No.
Okay. See the size. Okay, hold it right there.
Okay.
See how big that is versus the sun?
Yeah.
Okay. How big is a Saturn's yellow moon currently?
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. So therefore, anything on the right-hand side has to be what? Of that size.
Uh-huh.
This is where Rebecca grabs the monthly drawing.
Yes. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Grab the
Okay.
monthly drawing. Stick it
Let's get it together. Hurry.
This is how we break it down. This is a teaching moment for our new folks. Just grab the February drawing.
I know
you deduce what I know. You deduce a lot, don't you, Sam? It's kind of what I've noticed.
Oh yeah, every time I look at a picture, I go through all of this regimen of what am I looking at. Well, you guys know me. I would be so damn embarrassed if I told you the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And people would jump on it. People would jump on that opportunity.
Yep.
Bingo. Exactly.
It's processing.
I have been pushed into this corner where I have to be right. But then look at my track record.
Okay, so
now we get to the monthly drawing. We remember how small that was. What is right below the sun in this drawing?
Oh, lead
yeah,
object.
the lead object.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Because it's too little to be the yellow moon.
Bingo.
Yeah,
That's what you're
too
saying.
little.
Bingo.
Yeah, it wasn't
Too
yellow
little.
moon because when I looked at it, I thought it's not. It's not
See it?
yellow moon. Isn't yellow moon
Yeah,
bigger?
that
How
makes
do you
sense.
see it?
It's
It's
too
also
little.
too large to be the blue.
Yeah.
We know that the
Definitely look
blue
like
is
the
It didn't
blue.
fit in with anything, only just the
according
lead
to the
object.
sightings that we have seen for the last month. This is why we know what we know. This is why the monthly sight drawing comes out the way it does, because we have seen all of these objects in these semi-placed areas, and the variation between where you live on the planet versus where I live. The angles may vary, but in this case, because of the size, as I drew it, if we would go back to that picture now, and you now see the size of the lead asteroid, what do you see? See the size? It's way too small to be Saturn's yellow moon, according to Christoper's pictures that he posted earlier.
And it wouldn't be our soul and their sun.
No, our soul is supposedly from Africa and Australia. They are showing the larger star slightly right and above the smaller star. Or wait, no, I got that wrong. It's the opposite in our view, the opposite in their view. So it comes up first. Remember, they're seeing that smaller star at 2:00 in the morning, and then up comes the bigger star at sunrise.
Wow.
And so we're seeing it slightly to the left of the larger star. So that would mean, from our point of view up here in the northern hemisphere, that the star would be below and slightly to the left. And we can't see that up here because when we see sunset and we see the sun go down, it's so bright that we don't see the smaller, less illuminated star below it. And that is not what we just saw. We saw that was a rounded, semi-large object, which was smaller than the actual sun. So we know that it's lead asteroid.
Okay.
And I go through all of that every time I look at every picture.
Then there was this that, like, 3 or 4 in the morning.
Oh.
That's 3:00 in the morning?
Uh-huh.
What's your illumination?
It was theoretically the moon, but when I looked at it and tried to get a video of it, it was a dirty peach color, that whole area. And then up above it was the moon. And there's a moon picture there as well. Rebecca's got down.
Maybe we all need to start going out at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, because we're seeing evidence of this going on at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning in Australia and South Africa. I'm wondering if we're seeing our smaller star way more distant than it should be. I can't go there, but summation, what do we, and hey guys, I'm getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I don't know why.
The animals, they were all up. It was somewhere between 3 and 4 in the morning, and they got up and started stalking.
And I'm an internal clock creature. I run off my internal clock. I can tell myself I want to wake up in 45 minutes, and I do.
Yeah.
I can preset my, I can hit the microwave and know in my brain as I walk away that my coffee is going to heat for 2 minutes. And I will walk back into the kitchen and there'll be 3, 2, 1 off. I have an internal clock that works. If I walk through the mountain and I get up tomorrow morning and I'm in the mountains and I don't have a clock on me, I can tell you what time it is. Because I'm waking up and how many months have I been doing that now, Rebecca? A year now?
As far as waking up early, or
3 o'clock in the morning, because all my
a good while
in the morning, no matter what. I snap awake.
Yes.
The brain goes 300 miles an hour. Da da da. Up I get. I spring out of bed. Off I go. And that's me normal. And now I'm getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah, it's just weird, man. It's just, yeah.
And I started staying up late, and I don't know why. I've never been a late person. I mean, never, ever. I'd be asleep by midnight. And now it's 3 and 4 in the morning, and it's like,
yep.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
In my bartender years, that was normal. I'd go to bed when the sun came up.
Yeah, it's never been me.
Yeah, I did that when I was bartending. I mean, I ran the nightclub, and I sat there counting money till 7 a.m. So
Right. Somebody's got to count
it. Piles and piles and piles of money.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Back in my bartender years, we made good money. We made really good money.
Of course. Yeah. I bet. Okay.
Well, that's why I left management, because when you're a bartender, you don't have to be a manager on salary.
I'm going to close this out and re-pull your pictures up.
And nobody's telling you have to wear a tie and shave every day. You can wear shorts and, never leave the block.
I didn't get that moon picture added, so I just added it.
Yeah, I met Toad the Wet Sprocket. I met Three Dog Night. I met Muda Baruka. I met Christ, we had some killer bands in our nightclub. Just awesome people.
I'm trying to remember who you said remembered you, like.
Oh, Huey Lewis. Yeah.
Huey.
Hey, Huey. Out there, I know you're listening, because I've run into Huey Lewis, and he actually remembered. I waited at his table in 1980, and we ran into each other in LAX, and he went, "Hey Sam, how you doing?" And the guy actually remembered me.
That's cool.
I was like, "Holy shit!"
Must have given him a good drink.
Oh no, I waited at his table like I was a floating ferry. And I took, I made their Caesars. I used to have people actually fly. When I would go from property to property, they'd actually fly over in their Learjet. I can't even imagine the cost of the gasoline for that alone. So they could come in and have my Caesar salad. Oh, let's have Sam make us a Caesar salad. And I would go, are you out of your minds? You flew from here to here to come to here to have a Caesar salad that I made for you? Tableside. I used to do tableside flambe. Cherries Jubilees, scampi, steak Diane, you name it. I cooked more omelets in my time on Sunday brunch than I would ever care to mention. As a matter of fact, to this day, I cannot eat an omelet. I have made so many omelets in my time, I could scream. Oh, absolutely scream. Oh, absolutely scream. Yeah, you cook an omelet in my house and I want to puke. And like Jesus was talking about, you ruined chicken for me. Yeah, I've been there, done it.
What? I'm trying to think of that one Huey Lewis in the News song. It's to my head, but
I want a new drug.
Like that, right?
Yeah.
I want a new drug. That's me. I want a new drug. And guess what my new drug is? Theoretical physics.
That's
my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that for you.
And Buddhism and grounding and Tesla and touching Earth and feeling the 235 volts that Earth hands you every hum cycle where it goes hum, hum, hum. Rebecca, it's time to play the Earth Sounds video again.
Yes. All right. Let
Look
me
at
get
that moon. Look at that moon.
And what is this, Sam? What is that?
It's part of in 2011 in Australia, they started to hear this.
Yeah, what's wrong with my moon?
I'll leave you hanging here for a minute, everybody out there listening. Dun dun.
The hell is that?
This is on the south pole, southern half of our planet.
Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
And I'll tell everybody, I hear this every day. Still. Okay, you can cut it.
Okay.
This is in Australia on the southern hemisphere when the Nibiru planets were first arriving. You are hearing the planets coming.
Wow.
It's the interaction hum between them and us. It's a harmonic. It's a human resonance. It's an effect. Sound equals light equals matter. We're all connected electrically. The harmonic of our planet is changing because they're refracting and reacting off of each other, and we hear them.
Wow.
The animals hear them. This is what's wrong.
Right.
This is what everybody's going. I know something wrong. I know something's wrong. We're agitated animals in a herd.
Wow.
We're moving from side to side. We don't know what's wrong. We're reacting against the people around us. We're bucking and kicking them. Get out of my way. I'm uncomfortable. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, look at this. Look like a.
That is the lead asteroid dead center. You're seeing it in dark, but you're seeing the trail behind it. That's why you see a C. The red asteroid is behind it. Attu's moon, Nepenthe to the far right in the background, and Uri on the far right lower left. Light shining underneath.
Wow.
Over and over and over and over again. You guys, these planets are here. The shit's here. The asteroids are here. There's Attu's moon right there. Lead asteroid in front of Attu's moon. Ta-da.
Wow. That is so incredible.
Ta-da.
Man.
Yeah, it was quite cool.
Over and over and over again. I'm an indigo. Yes, I am high IQ. Yes, I am high functioning, whatever. Asperger's, whatever. Dyslexic, whatever. That's me. And I see this shit. I've been trying to warn all of you people for well over a decade. I wrote a paper 44 years ago, 1980. 20 years makes 2000, 2020. Yeah, 44 years ago. I wrote a paper knowing this shit was coming. Are you listening yet? I get bent over backwards trying to deal with the naysayers and the people that ridicule me. Throw cabbages, rotten tomatoes on my little soapbox. And all of my friends are here trying to help you and reach out to you and say that, yes, we too have all seen this. And Sam's not full of shit. My question is, when the hell is everybody going to really listen? And we have to make this go viral. We all have to get together as a group. I cannot do this alone. I don't know any other way to communicate that. But damn, I'm going crazy here, folks.
Yeah.
What the hell?
But I mean, I'm excited only because of how we're getting ready to go viral, because we're getting able to translate worldwide.
We're going to reach way more people.
Every language. Possible,
well, the question is, are they going to watch these older shows before we get here? Because I have a funny feeling I'm going to get burnt out really damn soon at this rate. I'm laughing at that, but
yeah, I know.
Well, of course, we'll bounce back. We'll get new energy, and here we come again. And try to tell the tale one more time.
I don't think we'll get burnt out. Clearly, we are really obsessed with this and passionate about it.
Yeah,
but I do feel that sometimes we have days where the energy is just a little lower than others, which I think is very normal.
Well, we are human, and we are getting sucked out by jobs out in the physical realm, and then coming back and doing this too, because we can't help ourselves.
I never expect us to have a perfect podcast ever. I think that all of this is going to get laid down into the history books, and we do know that the Pleiadians came forward and said that that the recorded information from my past, their present, actually portrays that things were changed, and that's that's why I always run off of the the confidence level that I know I've already done this, so therefore I have a level of relaxation that no one else would have. It's because I've already done this, and that's the ability that I run off and how it works also. It's a level of comfort that I can't describe to anyone, and that has to do with deja vu as well, and the precog and all of that, the far seeing and all of that, and the comfort and the confidence in what I'm talking about, where it's not a level of arrogance, but it's a level of me knowing. And
I'm really confident that this change that's coming is gonna set the stage for all these things that you've been talking about, Sam. I really do feel confident. And what I love about Rocket Man is clearly his expertise, but also I love that he's not just on the business side of things. Like, he believes in this stuff. Like, he's
taken a step. He has taken a step for us that we have not seen from anyone else.
Yeah, and a step we couldn't possibly take ourselves because none of us have that kind of knowledge. You know?
Well, this gentleman has actually reached into his pocket and started a level of trust that I have been searching for a decade, trying to get somebody to put their wherewithal on the line as well. And this man is actually spending his money to further this because he had it's an NDE experience, near death experience, where he has realized the value and the importance of his time and his assets, that he wants to further something that's important to him as well as important to mankind and others. And I saw that tonight in a way that I had not seen prior. And when he was breaking things down, I'm skeptical because me and money don't mix well. And I'm not here for the money, although I do need it, unfortunately, because we've run into barriers. And he's actually stepping up, which is something that we've all of us have been searching for. So this man duly deserves our respect, and he has earned his place, which is why he's here also. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person talking, in all of our shows.
He's a very important piece of the puzzle to us. Very important.
And all of us are going to go down. And the question is, and I'll say this to everybody out there. I mean, how far do you want to go with citizen science? How big of a member do you wish to be? What kind of information do you want to share? What kind of science level that we don't hit on can you share with the group? Bring it forward, bring it to us, be a sister site, join the group, share it with your friends, share it with us, share it everywhere you can at your level. If you have questions, ask us, get in contact with us. If you are on the fence and you want to down us, join the show, talk to us. We'll share the information that we can with you to offer you assurances in fact, proven fact, time proven fact, that we've got well over 14 years since 2010, and we have information that maybe you don't have yet. If you wanted, like Dan the man out there on YouTube land, if you want to come on the show and talk to us and ask us some questions, we'll have you. We won't block you. We won't delete your comments, although we'd rather have you face to face and talk to us. And we'd love to hear from Pancake at Dave's Waffle House.
Yeah. I think Rocket Man can actually help make that happen, because Rocket Man and Planet X Hunter are good friends. They go back many years. Before he was following Planet X Hunter before he found you, Sam.
Right. And if we can, and that's the idea, is to have all of these people who have experienced this from their own points of view as well, that we all join together and we all, correlate our information and somewhere meet in the middle, because not everybody's going to agree with everything I say. And actually, you should actually listen to me. And this is part of the thing where I want to scream, because my accuracy rate is very high. And I'm going to brag a little bit right there, but because I'm actually very proud of the work that we have all done, including myself, and we are number one. You will not find this information anywhere else because no one has taken this period of time to study it and bring it forward to you publicly for free. And now, unfortunately, we're going to have to, ask you guys to join. If you want to join and get more information, then you have to join the group. And actually, because we need to go farther, and we need funding because we can't do this forever for free. So we're at that stage where we're growing up.
I mean, we could just spin our wheels forever and not very many people hear about it.
I'm sorry, I cannot hand teach one person at a time. I can't do it anymore. I need to move up. Not only that, we're about to see transition. We're going to see a change in these planets now that they're going beyond us. And
I was just thinking that, like, I think it's a pivotal moment with things transitioning the way they are. We're going to see more facial illuminations. What a better time to actually put this on a bigger screen for people to reach and people to be able to see this further. This is just the perfect timing. I think it's a perfect timing.
Yeah,
and I'm a firm believer that things happen when they're supposed to happen and as they should. And I think right now it's just a perfect time.
You can't hurry anything. It's like
I really
be faster.
An example is Christoper. Look how fast Christoper jumped from how long it used to take us to teach other people. I mean, Rebecca and I have hand carried people for like 2 years just to get them up to the point where they see the passing planets. Where Christoper picked it up in 3.5, 4 months.
Yes, I think between Rebecca's illustrations, the podcast, everything that has come together, I think is one of the reasons why Christoper has able to learn this much faster, because there is a lot more added to. There's been so much more compiled since Rebecca, since I've been around. There's been so much more compiled and so much awesome examples of it that it is much easier to teach, and the learning curve has been cut dramatically in half, if not more.
How much have you watched, Christoper, of the Understanding the Sky series?
I've gotten through quite a few episodes. I continue to watch with the base clouds.
Right. Yeah, because that's when they were smaller, and that was our base information where that you can actually see them in better relatable, and I get to point the finger and use my, my little, chopsticks and stuff. And how much of the Radio Wasteland series have you viewed?
I have gotten through maybe 30 minutes of one episode.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude.
I know.
Do you know how much you are
there's some
missing?
good ones over there.
Wasteland's good, yeah.
There are 83 shows.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys sit through, whatever your favorite show is through the weekend and watch the whole thing through, you can sit through this.
Jesus did his homework. He listened to those 83 shows.
I mean, some are like an hour, and some are just like 5 minutes. Some are short.
They're broken. Yeah, but see, we on the Radio Wasteland podcast, we covered far more topics than I'm comfortable talking about. And the thing is that Chauncey was a very good semi-manipulative host.
He was. Yeah. He really was. He would kind of got a little more out of you.
Right. He would carefully manipulate me into a comfort zone and then ask me questions that I wasn't actually qualified.
I kind of don't agree with that, but I'm thinking, I think that's what I was hearing.
Well, here's an example for all of I'm always talking about people I want to further on YouTube. There's a show. It's an interviewer interviewing celebrities while feeding them chicken wings with all the hot sauces from 0 capsaicin all the way to 2.5 million parts per million capsaicin, where they burn their faces off and want to die, including Gordon Ramsay. But this guy actually puts these people, and he's a great podcaster, and he puts these questions to these people, these celebrities, Well, they're at hot sauce stage 5, and they're spitting in buckets and ready to puke.
Oh, nasty, man.
So he's making them highly uncomfortable because they've consumed this thing is burning off their face. So he completely distracts them and asks them impossible questions that they would never in a million years answer. And yet, so they publicly answer this because they're going, oh, you bastard. Oh, let me answer the question. And yet they're going, oh, shit. It's called Hot Ones. Type that into YouTube, Hot Ones. And it has to do with this. And he's good. He's not a great interviewer, and he's not a great podcast personality, but he's actually got, like a 200, 300 shows in the can, and the guy actually makes a living doing it. And I recommend go ahead, watch the Hot Ones. He interviews all kinds of celebrity while feeding them hot wings. All these different. Somebody eats some crazy hot wings or something like that. Yeah, and they get to the one. It's like 8th or 9th in the row, and it's called Da Bomb. And everybody, whoever eats Da Bomb sauce, and by the way, Da Bomb, you can send me a check for your advertisement here. Small fee for my comments, but apparently Da Bomb is Da Bomb. I mean, this shit, they go through 3 stages of burning their face off when they first swallow it. After they go, oh shit, about 57 times. And then about the time it hits their stomach, they go, oh shit, for the third phase of this. And they did Gordon Ramsay as well. And it was hilarious. I loved it. So, and by the way, Gordon Ramsay, if you're listening, you can also contact the Nibiru Citizen Science podcast. And you're welcome to come on and tell me how fucking full of shit I am.
There's your swear. You join me in the swear count, bro.
I was directly quoting Gordon Ramsay. So he has to take Caroline. Anyway, yeah, and he uses the F-bomb and everything. So I mean, that's why I said it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Yeah, and so Gordon Ramsay, you can come on here too. Yeah. So go watch Hot Ones. HOTONES, Hot Ones, and there's this guy feeding all these celebrity hot wings with hot sauce. It's hilarious. I love it. Because we are.
So, but the channel is called First We Feast, right? Sam?
Yeah, First We Feast, exactly. Yeah,
okay. All right,
that's the one. Yeah, watch a couple of those. It's hilarious. They do many different celebrities, and I love it. And I actually do like hot sauce, so. And it sent my daughter to the refrigerator, going, "Dad, let's get out the Tabasco sauce. Let's get out the all the other taco hot sauces." And yeah, I used to make some pretty scary Bloody Marys with what the hell is that stuff that grows in the yard? Tip of the tongue, can't tell them the name.
Celery?
No, it's hot.
Jalapeno?
No, in Northern America, not Southern America. It's on the tip of my stupid ass tongue here. I can never pull a name out when I want to half the time. Anyway, it's a hot stuff. It's a plant, and it'll come to me 10 minutes from now when I stop thinking about it.
Is it cayenne? Is it Tabasco? Is it?
It's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't pull the damn stupid name out. I hate this when it happens.
Well, Carol Ann sent you a gift, Sam.
Horseradish.
Horseradish.
What?
Horseradish. Yeah,
I would have not guessed
a really
that.
nasty Bloody Mary with a nice spoon of horseradish involved. Wow.
Thank you, Carol Ann.
It'll burn your gut off, and then you'll ask for another one.
Yeah. You got rewarded.
That was the hottest Bloody Mary I ever tasted in my entire life. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Get me another one. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I like horseradish. You like horseradish?
I like a good Bloody Mary every once in a while, but I haven't had one for years.
Yeah.
You gotta have all the salads. You gotta have the celery and the olives and the orange and the lime.
Right.
Gotta have it all.
Yeah.
I love I couldn't eat olives when I was a kid, but I like the big Greek olives now. Put some cheese in them, maybe.
Yeah, it's weird how they actually grew on you.
And you got a good peppered pimento is speaks volumes.
I'll never forget. Like I couldn't eat shrimp when I was a kid, and I hated eating olives. And my parents gave me the choice of which one I didn't have to eat. Right, and so my stepsister like I don't know. My parents made me sit at the table, right, until I finished my meal, and it was like 2-3 hours later. I'm still at the dinner table with this damn olive, and my parents were finally in their room, and my sister was watching TV, or my stepsister was watching TV, and she finally says, "Just throw it in the trash." And as soon as my parents come out of the room, I'm like, "She told me I could do it."
Yeah,
you know, it's just funny.
Oh, you poor, you were run by your sister. I'm sorry.
So which one did you pick? Which one was your
shrimp? So, I chose no shrimp, but then I had to eat the olives.
Oh boy.
So you're still a no shrimp guy.
One night they tried to tell me, the beef liver they tried to give me was chicken. I was
gonna say that.
No.
That is one thing I will not put in my mouth again is liver. Thank you very much. No.
Liver looks nothing like chicken.
Yeah.
I think I would sooner eat the oil filter off my car. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a liver is the oil filter for the body,
Right? Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Back to science. Hi, scientists. We're talking about eating liver. Welcome to hour 5.5 in the Citizen Science podcast, where we all go slightly loony after being here in our chair
after
for
5 hours.
Yeah. Which is, I think, the good part about hopefully I hope all of you out there, Katie, Joe, Nicole, Michelle, all of you guys, become totally addicted to our persona and love all of us to death, where you just cannot wait to hear our next show. Gotta have the show. Gotta have the show.
Never thought we'd be celebrities, guys.
Well, this too shall pass, but yes, we are, and we will be, and we shall be, and we are. Was, were.
No way.
And how about them Brooklyn Dodgers and off to Africa? Yeah.
And
by
Sam,
the way, go ahead.
I was just saying, Sam was talking earlier about, if, you've been asked to come on the show, and what I'm saying is that I was really nervous at first, but it's really easy, just come on and, say what you got to say and don't be shy, right?
It's true. I know.
It's good for you.
Nicole was, we've all had that feeling, it took Sam probably a year to get me to get this show even going,
And she
so
kept going,
I
don't know. I don't know.
I couldn't see it at all for a long time.
Well,
but
I was worried to be getting in
I
front of
know,
the microphone.
Right. And I know Nicole was with us the other day, and she did so good. She really did. And she has a lot to share. She has a lot of knowledge. And I talked to her about it, and she's going to come at least monthly, to be with us. I got several like Zane and Andy, and so I can just rotate.
Katie Joe's talking about it too.
On the
Katie, I don't normally do things like
and
that.
Michelle.
Yeah.
So right. So but
and look at Katie Joe, for example, when she first got up there, she was a little shy for the first few minutes, and then she got to sit there and listen for about a half hour, and then I teased her again, and then brought her back, and off she went.
Yeah, she did great. I've also been watching the last show with Michelle. I think that was a great show too. I think she was really comfortable, especially Michelle.
I know she was.
Yeah,
really, she was too.
I'm still working on that show, but I loved it. I think she did really great. She was a natural. Yeah.
Right. She seemed unbothered by being watched on camera. So
this is my recommendation. I don't think about it, and honestly, I don't really watch myself either, because I think sometimes we are our own worst enemies. And my biggest critic is myself.
We judge ourselves too much.
I don't go back and watch myself. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I'll be like, "Oh, that wasn't bad." But sometimes, if I'm feeling a little negative, and I go there, I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna stop watching this," because if I keep watching myself, I'm just gonna psych myself to not doing it, and we're being uncomfortable. And
I watch every one of these after our shows the next day or that night, and I add to the views, and then I get to the point where sometimes where we break off topic, and then I'll fast forward through it and go, I know I'm going off topic here, and it's stupid. I can't wait until we get back. Serious science mind, and sometimes I laugh at myself for being completely easily distracted. And
but it's nice. It's nice. It really feels like we're just having a powwow, you know.
Right. Yeah. I don't know anybody who can talk for 8 hours without going off topic.
Right. But we get to talk.
Oh my gosh.
History. So
yeah,
it's really nice to, I've said this before, but it's really nice to be able to talk about it this way. You know?
Yeah, and this is where we all get together.
I have nobody at home to do that with, you know, and when I'm here on the podcast, it's like, okay, I get to talk about my favorite thing in the world, you know. So
yeah, I end up missing it too. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Because most of us, I mean, I have my family hears me out, you know, but they don't have as much passion for it as I do, you know, but at least I do have people I can talk to about it and they'll listen. But I know a lot of people out there don't have anybody, like, you know, they're married, they can't talk to their spouse about it. Their children don't want to hear about it. It's just, you know, so for them, I'm glad we're here for each other.
Yeah.
You know.
How's that going for you, Chris? Did you decide to stop talking about it, like to your family and stuff? Because I know that's a really tricky thing, you know. I personally, I compartmentalize what I do. As I've said before, I keep 2 different accounts.
Yeah.
One is for family and one is for this. Some of my family knows me. They know what I do. They do. Yeah. But because all the negativity that comes with this stuff, I try not to get them involved in it too much. But I do get it. How's that working out for you? What have you decided to go with?
I tried to talk to my parents about it, and my mom seems to be coming around with it. She's trying to support me with it. But before she wasn't like having it. I don't know if I was like telling her what was going on completely wrong. I don't know what she was seeing in her head when I was trying to tell her there was planets in between our sun and Earth, you know.
Well, it's really hard to get past the fact that this is a possible conspiracy theory, and we're all full of shit, because that's the first thing everybody's brain goes to.
Well, and then also because right now we are flooded with a lot of misinformation and a lot of conspiracy bullshit that really makes it hard to weed out the good information from the bad information. And I kind of suspect it's done purposely.
You know,
well, we took a decade to wade through that for everybody, and this is why we're at where we are. And we talk about confidence ratio and how we describe things to people and the knowing, and this is why the podcast, and this is the platform, and all of this is because we have taken our time to wade through the swamp for you, and this is why we're looking into cold going. I'm very excited, and just like, lucky you. I wish I could get there from here, because we had to trudge, through the miry swamp full of mango trees and everything, and paddle our way in our little canoes to get out to the delta, and we're finally seeing the brush and maybe the ocean, so that we can be free again, which is part of why Rebecca, have you played or have you got ready the Move Over NASA?
Oh, I can get that quickly.
Well,
why not?
If we keep replaying it, will we get views?
So I just want to hear Chris's answer before we kind of go off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm getting through my. I can talk with my wife about it. My wife has a kidney transplant. So she's got a lot of things on her mind also. But she's coming around with it. She's starting to see the things I'm pointing out to her. But like you said, you need to. They need to see it on their own terms. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. And then there was my dad. He's a philosophy instructor, right? And you think he would be the one that's most open to it, but I think he thinks I'm nuts.
Actually, no. He's academia. He thinks in the academia kind of way, and those are especially hard to kind of move away from that way of thinking.
Tell your dad one word for me.
Okay.
Pythagoras.
Yeah, right. I
I refer to Pythagoras as brother Pythagoras.
Okay.
And my information is stacked from that whole continuum. Do you know where the original texts of Plato and Socrates and all of that came from?
From Greece.
But do you know where the original text came from?
I don't know.
Vellum that was rewritten over.
Yeah.
By Italians, and only when they looked behind the ink on top of the paper did they find the early texts of the early scientific brothership of the last cycle Plato, and that's where the Iliad and the Odyssey and Homer and all of that come from.
Wow.
And that's why I say Pythagoras, because that's that whole group of Plato and all that, and Homer and all of that. That's that prehistory era that was barely even discovered until after they removed ink off of old pages that were reused because they were so old they were no longer written on by the ink, only describing indentations in the vellum.
Wow.
And that's where a lot of Homer and a lot of Plato and Socrates and all that information came from, was through a odd side. The guy was looking at a book and he was going, what the hell is these little lines that are going straight up and down? And when he turned them to the side, it was early Greek.
Wow.
And it was on vellum that had been reused to write other books. And that was where the whole snowball rolling down the mountain effect came from. All of that information, the discovery of Plato, Pythagoras, and all of those people, and that whole generation of information, which is lost and destroyed throughout history by Rome and by Spain and by Germany, which we would call the Roman Catholic Church because it moved around, and part of the insurrection. Excuse me, not the insurrection. Well, yeah, insurrection, but it was the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other word got from current political. Sorry.
The Reformation. Before.
No, there were actually 2 Spanish Inquisitions.
Okay.
And they burned a lot of books and they killed millions of people. And I got to be careful when I say that because we'll be Facebook or YouTube banned for saying millions, because that's actually normal estimation compared to what's actually reported. It's actually much higher than reported. But every time they were moving Rome or the papacy, the Pope, and when it went to Spain, and the Pope of Spain way back in the 1444 was the first Spanish Inquisition, and the second one I believe was in the 1600s. I don't remember the date of the second Spanish Inquisition, but during that time period is when all of the churches and the wars and all of that and the battles and all of that crap that was going on again after the Holy Wars. All of that was when they quit working together and stopped sharing information between the Arab and the Moors and the northern Germanic tribes and the Roman Church and Western civilization and all the other religions around the world used to share information amongst each other freely, including the North African tribes of Jews. And all of that was shared. And then after the Spanish Inquisition occurred and the papacy was moved from Rome to Spain, that's when all of everything went downhill from there, and they destroyed vast amounts of information. And we've lost so much.
That just makes me want to cry if you think about all those poor books.
Oh yeah, and you know me, I ever since the first day I could read, I went to the public library, and I automatically was looking for the magic book section. I am not kidding you. I always looked for that one secret magic book that could always, and that
Marilyn and the wands and wizards and
that was my quest from the first day that I could read, and you know where I am today. Right. That is still exists in me right now. And I have learned magic. I have actually performed physical magic in front of people around me that have witnessed it happening. And we talked about some of my, one of my 3 sci-fi movies we could write about Sam's life. And I'm not trying to brag here, but I'm telling you, it's completely crazy. It's batshit crazy. I'm not kidding you. But then look what I do.
Right.
You know, I'm telling you these planets that nobody else can see, and yet I see them plain as day.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm you know, and I'm joking. I'm a living wizard in my own time.
Oh.
Well, I see this, you know, and in books, if you read fantasy books or the Dragonlance Chronicles or whatever, I'm seeing the wizard moon. I'm seeing planets that are here before me, plain as day. Why can't you see them? And if you don't call that a wizard moon, what do you call it?
I think my problem with this is that, you know, when I was growing up, I was open to a lot of stuff like that. And when I became an adult, you know,
we learn how to throw the fantasy away.
Myself with work and everything. And I don't know what brought it all back.
Well, I've seen spirits all my life. And my mother, because of my mother's religious status, was always, you know, she was always excruciatingly proud of my Sumer bump on the back of my skull. And we can talk about that privately if you wish someday. Because of my bloodline, she was heritagely immensely proud and very fearful of me wasting my immortal soul. And I frankly, I don't think my immortal soul can be tarnished by next to anything. I have a belief that I'm very good at what I do. I don't think I can easily be impugned, if that's the proper word. I don't think the dark side is going to belittle me in any way. I don't think you can't. And I've said this 1,000 times. You cannot pay off an indigo. We don't sell out. We can't sell out. I've never sold out. In 1980, to this day, I believe that we all of us have a right to this information.
Absolutely.
And that is where and why I am doing what I've done and doing for the last 14 years. I've done this every day.
And it's there for anybody. All you have to take the information and run with it.
And you learned it.
Yeah.
I respect you.
Hey, don't get me wrong, but you know, I have questions every day, but this is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I have really no words to describe what I've been seeing, and the amount of help I've received from everybody has just been incredible. Thank you, guys.
Sir, you are you're not normal. You're not average. You are, and I'm gonna give you a little boon here. You are here because you were supposed to be here, and you've already earned your place. And it took us 14 years to get here.
Right.
And I totally welcome you. I respect you as a person. I can't wait to see what you're about to produce.
Cool.
And I see more. I'm not going to hand you the full, you know, here's a bite out of the cheese sandwich.
Right. So, but in a few months, if you can already do this and, you know, correctly, you know, identify things for videos, I agree. I can only look forward to your future videos.
Do you understand
it's going to be great.
Do you understand the term sucking seat?
Well, why don't you tell me what you think it be?
Christopher, you're about to become famous.
No.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Famous.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you, you know, I'm not gonna. When I see what I know, what I see.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Rebecca,
all the potential
when was the last
there.
time I was wrong? Jesus, when was the last time I was wrong?
Right.
That's gonna happen to me. It's gonna happen to all of us. So
no, sir,
never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna curb your own corner.
Well, okay.
It's exciting.
It is exciting, but
right,
we'll see.
Right. Because as you learn it, then you can turn around and turn it to anything you want it to be.
Is your wife close and listening?
She's downstairs.
Yell at her.
Yeah?
Get her up
Yell at her. Wow.
Hold on.
Yeah. I agree, Carol Ann.
I'm going to minutely embarrass him when he gets up here.
I felt that too.
Oh, this man is going to be a star. He's going to walk around. He's going to walk past us.
You think? Okay.
No, he's going to develop it. Like I said, he's going to round his own curve. He's going to develop his own space. This man is a star.
That's exciting.
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah, no, I can see it too.
Hey, Zeus.
I'm listening.
You know how many people have been complaining about you lately?
Who's a star? Who's going to be a star?
Oh,
Chris.
got your attention, did we?
Chris is going to be a star.
All right. I'm the ghost eating in the corner.
The reason I said that to Jesus is because I know his disdain, and all that's going to do is add fuel to his fervor.
Hey there. Yeah, Sam wants to talk to you about Christopher.
Okay, I want you to talk your man into going out there and stepping up and asking ridiculous man about town questions, including maybe a little handheld sign in front of him where he can get people's attention. Go after the tourists. This man is going to be a star on his own.
No way.
And if you are his videographer, the two of you will further a career that he is about to embark on.
I could do that. We used to do that.
Be his
yeah, you could be the camera person. You know,
the camera crew. People will trust. People will trust you more if you do that. And that way, and then get him even if it's a fake microphone or a good or real microphone, get him out there as a correspondent for the Nibiru Citizen Science Project.
Okay.
And this man is going to become famous.
And then get him on TikTok. Yeah, get him on TikTok and YouTube. Go live on TikTok and YouTube.
He has the face. This guy is going to be big.
Personality.
I've been telling you that for
and he's in the right place. I mean, he's in Las Vegas. Come on.
I would go with you.
It's hard not. It's hard to weird people out in Las Vegas. It really is.
Right.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas until Christmas.
What I got out of Vegas is that no matter what your insecurity is, you'll feel right. You'll feel right at home in Vegas.
Yeah, if Christopher walks up to me, and I'm heading to the Tropicana from the dome or the pyramid or whatever, because that's the area I always did the castle and all of that. I can't think of the name of the place.
Excalibur.
Excuse me. Excalibur. Yeah.
Sorry.
When that's the strip I always walked, and if somebody like him would walk up to me with a microphone in front of my face and say, "Hi, you're a tourist, right? Yes. Where are you from? Yes." It's to the man on the street, David Letterman / any of the Tonight Show man on the street things.
Yeah.
Or all the way to Saturday Night Live or whatever. But if you two go up there and start asking people what they know about Nibiru, or even the lower question below that, or the binary solar system, or do you even notice what's wrong with the skies?
Right.
Yeah.
And add that, you can create Las Vegas Sky Watchers, or whatever you name it.
Yes. I like that.
And be a sister site where this man is going to become famous.
That's crazy.
No, sir. And I'm going to reiterate this again. When was the last time I was wrong?
Right?
Why do you think do you think I'm kidding when I tell you what you're going to be?
Good night, Thunder.
Good night.
See you next time,
I'm teasing
Thunder.
you, yet I'm pushing you at the same time, which is what a certain person got mad at me over because it was my fault.
Wow.
Okay. I was pushing you forward to something you'll be successful at, and therefore it's my fault. Okay.
I'm gonna drink my Marcella. I'm gonna let you guys go, but
no. I want to reiterate: if you guys actually go out there and you're the camera person, and he's the interviewer to tourists on the Strip, you'll be accepted and nobody will punch him. But if he goes up there by himself, he's going to get into trouble. But if you actually go as a team, as a reporter, try. I'm not saying go out there and do it full-fledged day one. Go out there and try 1 interview, 2 interviews. Just
take a ninja saber with you.
Right? Exactly.
No, you don't have to just even bring a card, like Nibiru. Just the word Nibiru. And ask, have you ever heard of the word Nibiru?
Okay.
And then just record people and start there. Start working slowly off of step 1, and then form Nevada or Las Vegas Skywatchers. And you guys will grow as a sister site.
Cool. All right. I'm down. All right. I'm going to
I'm sorry. I just wanted to share that with you, so it was a family effort.
Oh, I appreciate it. I will totally be in. But I gotta go cook. I don't want nothing to burn.
Yeah. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Cooking?
At midnight, she's cooking.
Oh, right. We'll see.
What are you all having?
Yeah, what do you people eat at midnight?
She's we're going to her dad's house tomorrow, so yeah.
Oh, you actually travel?
Stuff like that. So
how do you rate? How do you get to go places?
We just take Uber and stuff like that.
I'm Uber. I've never taken an Uber in my life.
Yeah, I never had either until my car blew up. So,
I can't even get a cab out here.
What's the difference between Uber and a taxi?
About $100 ride.
Well, yeah.
And 4 hours. It takes about 4 hours.
Hey guys,
it's $50 for me to even get to town from here. I have to drop $50.
So there is a person that is in the queue to be on the show, and I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is.
Okay,
I see him there.
Where? I don't even.
I don't know what to do.
Them on my
Help
thing
me.
here.
No, there's somebody here. I guess I'll bring him on because I don't know who this person is, so I don't know how they got the link.
You always have an off switch.
Are they cracking into the system?
Yes, we have. No, we can get, or no, we have.
I
Yes,
know.
we can get,
I'm like,
well, you didn't send out a new. Oh wow.
No, and I don't recognize this person.
Okay, that's a little.
Hello,
weird.
mystery guest. Hello,
mystery guest.
Welcome.
Okay, well here we go. All right.
Okay, this is new.
Hello.
Hey, I'm actually talking to you guys. No freaking way.
How did you get on, man?
Holy hell, I have followed you guys for freaking years. Okay, on Facebook, it's Daniel Davis. I post Rebecca on Nibiru Followers Anonymous all the time.
You're Daniel.
I post you all the damn time on there, and I'm the one that sits there and is a huge stickler on, guys, make sure you put the location, make sure you put which direction you're facing, what time it is, because that is exactly how somebody from on the other side of the nation is going to be able to say, hey, you know what? That position is actually correct because this person, based off of, the distance of 3 or 4 or 5, 6 different states. Hey, so you're actually seeing this face. You're actually seeing this face of the base cloud. You're seeing this illumination from this type of an angle because, it just, anyways, it's actually awesome to be able to talk to you guys.
I love you already.
Right?
I love this
How did
guy.
you get it?
I'm digging the energy, man. I'm digging the energy.
I know.
Oh yeah, it's actually awesome. I have tried in so many different ways to try and talk to you guys, actually physically talk to you guys. And the reason why I was able to get in is I follow Rebecca on multiple platforms, but I follow her through TikTok. In the TikTok queue, I zoomed in on the exact IP address that's displayed in the bar up top, and I copied that into my Google browser, which took me directly to your guys' chat.
Wow.
Oh, gosh.
That's determination. So you get 100 points.
Hey, like I said, I finally figured out a loophole, and I'm like, holy crap, I did. And I'm like, you know what? Let me see if this works. I wasn't even sure if it was going to work or not.
Okay, what's your first name again, please?
Daniel
Davis.
I'm Samuel. Very, very nice to meet you. We have been waiting for you to come to our show to
Yeah.
share your experience, how you learned this and studied, and what you see now. Please tell us.
Well, basically, I stumbled across it at random. It just, as a kid, I was always a real big science, and I was more of a chemistry and a physics nerd in high school.
Me too.
And I was always that kid that would. I got the good grades. I got 3.8 GPA, 4.0 GPA. I was always top of my class. I graduated number 13 in my high school. I prepped all the honors chemistry and all the honors physics stuff. I was a TA for all that stuff. But I was always that one that said, wait, so why is it that the math just doesn't always add up? If they've been studying this for hundreds, if not thousands of years, why is it that there are certain things that just don't make sense or the numbers don't line up? Oh, well, that's why it's a theory. Move on.
No, that was always called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it always baffled me as to why these things never coincide and why these things never worked out.
That was published by the Heisenberg Commission in 1880.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they stated that because they watched their experiments didn't work.
Wow.
And if they didn't watch them, they would have turned out okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is the same reason that I had issue with Einstein and the gravity well. And
and see, obviously, in high school and stuff, you have to study the material just to be able to pass, to be able to get the grade. But I always had those questions, always had those curiosities. And one of the times where I really started looking out at the sky is I live in Southern California. I grew up in a town called West Covina. It's like 30 miles east of downtown LA. And I remember at sunset one time looking up, and I was just seeing these, this was around 2009, 2010. And I was looking up and I was seeing these odd structures. They just didn't make sense. Obviously, they were a lot farther out then, and I never knew what they were. And I would just obviously watch the clouds, and I would just watch the way the weather patterns would change. It almost seems like the seasons were off. It seemed like certain things just weren't supposed to be there.
That's when the beginning of the change started. Do you understand the term, the Anno Domini pattern star cluster?
No, I don't understand that term. What is that?
The Anno Domini meaning year of our Lord, signifying a cross.
Oh, okay.
That goes back. That was first visible 2008, 9, 10 in the space sky. You could see it in the left. If you were in California, you would be seeing it at that time in the west by northwest.
Got it. Okay.
Correct. Was that what you were seeing? Was in the west northwest?
Yeah. That's exactly where I was seeing it. It was towards sunset. That I would see a lot of these color changes.
Okay, you being a student of chemistry, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand shell structure? Atomic value shell structure.
Protons, kind of, yeah.
Okay, in the first shell, each atom can hold 2 protons, 2, 12, 16, 32, 2.
Oh, yes. Yes, the different levels, yes.
Different shell structure and compounding.
Oh, yeah. I recognize that picture.
Right.
I've seen that.
Sam?
That was my basis for my paper, was laying out our solar system by atomic structure, wondering why our atomic heavy valued planets were not closer. Because if we talk about gravitational pull to what Einstein's dinner plate model, we're being pulled into the sun, yet there's dark matter that holds us out. Correct?
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
Make sense, right? Yeah. But what we are is a subatomic and an astroatomic structure. The same unification model. What works in the tabletop also works in astrophysics. It's not gravitational, it's electric compounding according to chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything is electrical, and that was one thing that I would kind of bring up, because what field my parents tried to force me to get into was the medical field. But taking EMT basic and then my first 3 ride-alongs, having someone die on me in each one kind of hits you hard. So I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't handle it. I still remember those people's faces.
You're obviously a very prominent free thinker. I respect you, sir. I am very glad that you're here. Take a deep breath and exhale. I value your opinion. Now, the point with it is,
I'm impressed
that I was bringing you
I'm impressed
to
you're here.
when we were talking about shell structure and chemistry.
Yeah,
that I knew, because we knew about we knew in the 70s, we knew about the odd aberrational orbitation of Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was the premise for the Planet X theory, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, because of that, they were illustrating that there must be a Planet X out there somewhere drawing off our ladder orbitational norm, correct?
Right.
And I knew that there was no individual rogue planet out there. It had to be of a larger model. And if you look at the periodic chart in chemistry, you see shell structure, atomic protons, neutrons, and electrons laid out in the shell structure to each element. That when you add the 2 elements together, and then 83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars.
Yes.
And behind all stars are usually solar systems.
Yeah, each one of them with their own set of planets, asteroids, debris, etc. And it's no different than any element or any compound that we know of. It's essentially like
neutron, electron in a base element structure, because it cannot and will not break the basic rules of subatomic chemistry, which we know for a fact work, function, and flow mathematically, very basic math.
Yeah.
Because we know that, we know we have to have a binary solar system in order to have that outward jog in the outside planet orbitoid models of our own solar system. And that's what I wrote my paper on.
Yeah, and it's like I studying all your stuff all these years. It was amazing, because it was like, you know what? I used to ask, why the waves? Why is it, because I theorized that it was some sort of a frequency device. Like for example, if you were to take like a fog machine or something like that. And I was always big at building haunted houses when I was in high school. I used to love building them. It was so much fun. But I used to take at-home stereo systems, and I would put a fog effect in front of them, and I would crank up the subwoofer on it, and emitting the sound, I was able to get the fog to move forward and backward. So it almost looked like I would put a sound of like a wolf growling in the background or something like that, but it would be like huge. So you would hear the, and it would push the fog out, in. So I always kind of figured that they had some sort of a sound machine or something like that. That's how they were getting these clouds to cause those ripples.
There's no separation, because in physics, sound equals light equals matter, and they're all connected.
Exactly. And then it wasn't until I came across you and I started studying all of your stuff that it was like, oh, you know what? That would explain why we could see the same ripple effect outside of our atmosphere, but also some of the lower down clouds. I started theorizing that even these planets emitting their own electrical frequency could penetrate down even into our very low cloud layers and causing that same sort of a ripple effect. That's the hell. I started looking into that.
Did you see the video we showed earlier in the show this evening about the Australian sound?
Oh no, I didn't see that. I literally, when I got into the queue, I was watching it on TikTok. So I had only been on for a few minutes before I figured out how to get into here.
Rebecca, you want to run that again?
Yeah, I can get it.
Okay.
So, wow, I didn't know you could do that. You could see my IP address on TikTok.
No, it was the address for the chat for this chat room. In the search engine bar, it says oh crap, I forget what it said. I took a screenshot of it.
I see.
I'm glad you're here. You earned your
That
homework.
is so crafty of you. You're intelligent.
Yeah, that's
very determined.
Yeah.
That is resourceful.
And you're the people that we're trying to reach. And I'm like so happy that you're here.
You're meant to be here.
Yeah.
And
I love it.
I was a security specialist for more than a decade. I worked armed, unarmed. I was a bodyguard. I worked with a lot of movie stars in Hollywood. Actually, I saw my first reptilian while working in the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. So that's one thing that sparked my whole interest of extraterrestrial, something outside of the norm, outside of our world. You know, because when you see a hot blonde go from like white to scales and back in a matter of 1 or 2 seconds, it kind of makes you question all kinds of reality.
Okay, so watch the video that she's got queued up here, and I want you to listen.
Gotcha.
To it.
The hell is that? Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
Okay, you can quit it. To make a long story short, this is what happened in 2011 when the planets first rose up from beneath us. And the harmonic interaction between the planets, the larger ones and the smaller ones, including us, are creating the finger on the crystal glass, harmonic buzz, human resonance changes. When the second star got here, all the planets tipped over on an axis change. They all started to electrically put off North Pole and South Pole illuminating occurrences, base clouds and upper illumination clouds, or what we call aurora, and having magnetospheres and illumination of our magnetospheres and everything. And it's all connected. All of the sound equals light equals matter. All of those phases are connected to the second star and the second solar system. And we, being the spread out smaller solar system, are passing through the larger. Everybody looks like it's coming to us, but it's the other way around. It's us through larger them. And they've been rotating and orbiting, and now they're the closest they've ever been to us, and they're going up and beyond us and actually into the light, where we're seeing them illuminated facially in the western and northwestern and southwestern skies as the sun comes up in the morning all the way through the day. And this is, of course, what we're documenting. And I'm very happy that do you see the he's locked up?
What's that?
Yeah,
say it again, Sam.
Your feet matching how you're locking up.
Yeah,
it could be me.
It was you for a minute.
It was you.
What did you say?
What did you say, Pam?
I said, well, what do you see? What is it? Do you see the planets? What do you see?
I mean, I just took your teachings and I kind of applied it to what I've been seeing. If I see wispy clouds coming in lower down on the horizon, I obviously know that's the different forms of debris. Usually around the debris, I look for the cube or I look for the triangle structures so I can find the different vessels. That was what fascinated me the most, is the different vessels. You know, I mean, it drove me nuts why they were always covered in clouds, because it's like, wait, why couldn't I see them? Why couldn't I see them? And then I started thinking, oh, you know, if I were a giant block of steel floating through the dead of space, you go into the sunlight, you're, plus 200, 300 degrees. You go into the shade of a planet, you're minus 200 degrees. So it's constantly going from frozen solid to steaming hot. And I can imagine when the sunlight hits that, it's going to basically turn into a fog around it, and you're not really going to be able to see it.
And that's why I always say to people, look for the conning tower. Because usually the conning tower will stick out above or different from because it is thinner, is carrying less heat.
Yeah, and so
stick out of.
Yeah, and so I at first I started looking for the ships just because that's what always that's one thing that always fascinated me. Star Wars, Star Trek, that whole kind of thing. And then from there, now I'm to the point now where I look up and if I see debris flying overboard, I'm like, I'll look at my watch and I'll say, give it another hour or two, the wind's going to kick up. And of course, everyone thinks you're nuts. Right up to the point where, hey, how'd you know the wind was going to kick up? I said, every single time them things fly by, the wind kicks up about an hour or two later.
Yeah.
And
you could literally start making predictions after you see this long enough,
Yeah, it's crazy, and then it's like, the seeing all the ripples of nepacity, just whenever that passes over, it is just cloudy and cold. And my Atu's moon, that one's got to be my favorite to watch because it just literally looks like you're looking down into a movie bowl of popcorn, And my favorite picture so far is that one that I think it was Rebecca that put up right over the church or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one has to be the best. Now, I had put one up a few years back, and Sam actually pointed it out that it was in the background. Like you could see it clear as day, just like the one that Rebecca had, except it was nowhere near as close. It was really far out. And then I started looking at the different layers. It was understanding perspective. It was trying to get your brain to understand depth perception, because when you look up and you see white layered after white, layered after white, layered after white, you're not going to understand it. It was the textures. That's how I was able to see the depth. That's how I was able to see the different atmospheres, was knowing which ones looked a certain way. And then, because you're not looking for it's not like in Star Wars where you're looking at a perfectly round ball up in the sky. It's understanding that they are not perfectly round, and these clouds coming off of them are not going to create a perfect spherical shape. You have to kind of understand what's just below that surface. And it's from there, I was hooked on it. And I just, now I look up and I know more or less what I'm looking for, what I'm looking at. And my biggest thing is, you had said in one of your earlier on interviews, your biggest worry was the debris and nepacity, because that's what brings the rain, and that's what brings a lot of those electrical storms. That's what brings a lot of the chaos. So those are the ones that I focus on the most.
Holy cow, have you done your homework?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was just realizing that too.
Thank you, sir. Oh my God. Well, what an excellent report. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
You are Samuel, you have a big change. You really do have an effect
if
on
you
people.
could see the smile on my face right now. And I've been watching Rebecca sit there quietly smiling, and her face is, her glasses are going to fall in here.
I know it. You know it. I know.
We love it when we come across somebody who is enthusiastic the way we are about this. We
obviously
seen
them.
I love that. I love how much you love this.
See, everybody, there are other people out there that see this. It's real. It is happening. And Christ, we've been trying to tell you this for well over a decade, trying to get everybody on board out there to listen. And here's another. Where do you live? Just get generic. You have to give your location.
I live in Ontario, California. Actually, I don't live far from. I just messaged him the other day. There's another guy. He lives out here in like Riverside or something like that, and he follows you as well. We were talking about He was mentioning trying to get together some sort of like a Southern California, like a group get together kind of a thing to physically meet, to physically be able to go out, pick a field, pick a park or something like that, to be able to sit there and sky watch and be able to discuss, your teachings and different things like that. So
we encourage people to do a sister site Facebook page for your local area and call it, whatever town sky watcher, and then you sister site up with us. And then you come in on a weekly or a monthly basis and report to us what you see.
Yeah.
And you're obviously informed well enough that we would welcome your input.
Yeah, and it's like I've tried to find the time to do it, but it's like I'm the only income in my house right now, and family of 5. We can barely afford our little rinky-dink 2-bedroom apartment. Just trying to hold life together. We don't have any family, no friends. We're just by our lonesome.
Be a reporter, or you have Facebook abilities, right, on your phone.
Oh
Create your own site. Place your videos and your friends' videos there as a repository. And when you feel comfortable, like joining us again a month from now or 2 months from now, say this is what I've collected, and then share your information with us. And later on, we're going to be bigger and we're going to have more apps available. And then collect your information from what obviously you've learned a great deal, and you're not one thing you said was wrong. So I respect you, sir. Thank you. No, seriously, you're a diamond in the rough compared to what that's why Rebecca's smiling so hard, because you are a diamond in the rough. You know what you're talking about. So thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Actually, one thing I wanted to tell you is the sound, the sound that comes across the atmosphere. So I'm a welder by trade,
like 83 hertz or something like that.
Yeah, so I'm a welder by trade. So I do a lot of arc welding, and there is a certain sound. So I can tune a welder with my eyes shut just by hearing the frequency that it emits, because when you got your negative that attaches to your piece of metal, your positive that pulls the electricity through it, and it goes through the end of the rod, and that rod drips down, and that's how you create your weld. The arc melts the metal around it, drops it in, but it's that sound. When the trumpets go off, I can hear it, but I can hear it on a level that makes me cringe. It almost sounds like nails on a chalkboard.
Have you noticed a change in the normal behavior of electricity amplitude lately?
Yeah, I can't get my welder to tune right. The power systems in my entire apartment go completely freaking haywire. Things constantly keep going on, off, on, off, on, off. I already had one of the guys come out and replace my sub panel because I thought my sub panel was going out. It didn't make a change.
As if you're getting an electrical overall brownout.
Yeah.
And I too I'm registering an electrical brownout occurrence because see, I'm hyper electrically connected. And I can't wear metal, and I can't wear watches, and I can't use phones, and I can't play with electronics, and I'm burning out stoves. And I just bought a new stove, and I've already fried it. And the microwave isn't heating my water normally anymore, and there's something wrong, and it's wrong, and I know it.
And last week, my coffee pot and my crock pot quit working the same day.
Oh,
so what's going on with that?
And there's I think our base mathematics in our planetary electrics are being affected by close proximity of the larger bodies.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Because, I'm a welder by trade, but I work more specifically on loading dock and industrial door equipment. So I deal a lot with controllers, hydraulics, electric motors, different things like that. And I want to say
something's wrong.
something's wrong, because I have customers that are just screaming because I'm having boards go out. I'm having electric motors fry for absolutely no reason. And we're warranting all this stuff out for thousands upon thousands of dollars for a service call. And we're having to do this multiple times in a year.
Bingo.
And I would look up on, and I would be like, wait, what do you mean it fried again? And then I'd look back in my phone if I took any recent pictures, and I go, oh, there's the space debris. Every time them damn asteroids go by, every time they go by, something happens.
Yeah, people don't actually believe us, because here we see things like airplanes that have strange things happening on them when they're flying these days. And I experienced that when we were on the plane. Well, I was on the plane for 33 hours to come here.
Oh yeah, the jet stream is completely acting not normally, because that's part of the harmonic as well on the planet, which is why the low pressures and the jet streams are traveling like a radio wave rather than a straight flow like they used to. And that also is harmonics and Schumann resonance. But the magnetosphere of the Earth is being buffeted and waked out in these. Normally we have a round spherical magnetosphere, and the coronal mass ejection, in particular from the star, our sun, goes past Earth, and we're surrounded by our magnetosphere, and that material mostly goes around us, unaffecting us. And on strong X-class flares and such, that can break into our magnetosphere, which will affect our electrical wires and our generators and that sort of things, including producing on the macro level from dam electrical production all the way down to charging batteries. Now that's all being affected, and we've recently seen some really unusual Earth planetary magnetosphere wake patterns where it's just completely being warbled into this mushroom effect that has nothing anywhere near normal from what we normally know is the shape wake pattern around planet Earth. And of course, it's a computer generated model, but it's exhibiting behavior that we've never seen before. And I posted those pictures over time, and I hope you've seen them.
Yeah.
We're seeing, people are talking about how, quote unquote, the Earth's magnetosphere is dying. No, that's not what's going on. What's happening is our smaller magnetosphere is being buffered by a very large magnetosphere from Nibiru and Saturn and Uri and that too. They all have magnetospheres of their size. They extend miles beyond their planet, and that's their electrical field that holds all of their atmospheric whatever and their electrical value, which is why the object cluster groups around the gas giants don't hit us. They're attached to them. Theirs is separate from ours. But when they buff into each other, actually manipulating our smaller Earth planetary magnetosphere beyond stellar material, but actually the body of the proton is actually pushing in the body of our proton, and it's affecting our harmonic and our harmonic wake pattern and all of that, all of the above, because everything's connected. And that's why our electrical output machinery and everything is being fluctuated during normal use, which is why shit's burning out.
Yeah.
Because if you have a brownout on a heating element, such as welding or water heaters or stoves with elements and these electrical things that are made to run in a certain parameter off of 220, if you drop down to 158 or up to 245, you're going to be frying the element that is the controller module of what the machinery is made to do. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. And see, like, it's not the motors that end up frying out because there's fail safes in place for that reason. It's the power boards. Because it's you got your 240 or your 483 or your 483 phase coming into the board, and then from there it splits off and goes to a transformer, and that transforms it down to either 12 volt, 9 volt, 6 volt, or whatever it is that the electronic pieces uses, and then on the other end of the split off.
Is it like the capacitor element is burning out and everything?
No, it's the board itself. So where it goes into the power board, on the back side of the boards, it'll split off and it'll go into multiple different functions because the LED lights on the board take one type of power. The motor itself on the dock equipment, say like a dock plate or something like that, lifts up in the air, and it's lifting a 2,000-pound piece of steel. So that's a really big hydraulic motor, and but that takes the full juice of the 483 phase, but it still has to run through the board. But when it has that up-down power surge, all those little pieces within the board, it can't handle the fluctuation up down because it ends up frying it.
Hot, cold, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It gets hot and then it goes back to normal temperature. It gets hot, goes down to normal temperature, and that causes fracturing and heat manipulation and degradation, which is what, in computer systems and everything that we're still looking in microboards, and all of this is where we're looking. And this is why they run electricity through diamonds, which then they don't suffer from the heat degradation for the transfer of energy.
Yes.
Got it.
Same reason why a Rolex will never burn out with an EMP.
Nice.
Right. And that's why they're $4,000. Yeah,
exactly. None of us can afford that.
I'm wondering why a pair of sunglasses is more expensive than a 55-inch screen TV currently.
Right.
Well, I went to the mall the other day, and I actually saw finally, after many years of looking, I actually found the one pair of sunglasses that I want. And I'm unfortunately a Ray-Ban fan. And I actually found a Model B, which is one size smaller than Model A of Ray-Ban Wayfarer, and they wanted $400 for them. And I went, no way. Anyway, sorry, I had to digress into insanity.
Hey, no, that's perfectly fine.
Because nothing works anymore. And I don't know why a pair of sunglasses costs more than a 55-inch screen TV.
How much are they?
They're $400, and then you get 55-inch screen TV for about $380 right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the Ray-Ban, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Maybe that's why I went there. What's so special about them? Like what? Oh, okay, yeah. But still, what is so special about them?
Yeah, Ray-Bans. No, they stay on your face.
Yeah, I have an abnormally large head. I cannot shop for a hat in a normal section. I am limited to extra large hats from like Lids or from like a lot of the high-end stores, or Nike Golf. Those are literally the only hats that fit my head.
Okay.
So Ray-Bans, they work.
The lenses that so the sizing fits.
The way they're made, they stay on your face and they don't break.
I see. Yeah.
The hinge doesn't give out after you use it for 6 months. I had a pair of 1954 Wayfarers size Model B, and they were priceless. And I forgot I wore them, and I took a dive into the river, and I lost them, and I spent 2 hours looking for them. And I never found them back, but then I bought another pair, and then I bought another pair because my second pair people stole, and the third one somebody sat on. So the Wayfarers stay on your face no matter what you do, and they don't come off your face. And I haven't found a pair of glasses or sunglasses that'll do that, and that's why I've always swore by Wayfarer, because they are the best. And I've had Oakleys, and I've had and I used to be a crazy mountain bike rider. And yes, I wore those really nasty, horrible spandex tights that mountain bikers used to wear. And I'm sorry, Planet.
There's nothing to be sorry for. When you're going 30 miles an hour going down a hill, you don't get snagged on nothing.
I've gone off my share of cliffs, and I actually broke 2 Diamondbacks. And I have 2 Diamondbacks, although their tires are rotten because I haven't ridden them in years. Us old men in Lolo. I live in a truck stop town. We don't have anything accessible. Now, actually, they have actually included a trail. Now you can actually ride, and I do need to do that. Anyway, I digress into insanity again. Hi guys, where are we going? Any more pictures, Rebecca?
Any more pictures, Rebecca?
I have pictures. We have more pictures. Oh, that reminds me. put together some pictures of Daniel's real quick.
Nice.
So
let's see.
yeah, give me a
See,
second.
you
I think
you
I'm gonna
can
have
do
to
that
back
whole
out.
technology thing. I can't do that. Like how?
Oh,
Like that was
whatever.
fast.
You cracked into the system, so
Well, you cracked in here. Wow.
you
I
have
got
skills.
lucky.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Right. Yeah. I
I
was
will
shocked.
point out.
It's like answering the phone call when you don't know who it is. You know, it's just like,
No,
oh
you know
my
what?
gosh, who is this
They've got a
person?
thing here, and it's called "Make Me a Winner," and you've got to answer on the 5th ring, and you've got to have the guts to actually be able to say "Make me a winner" any time of the day or night, so that you're gonna win the. And the
that
last
sounds like
person won
AM radio.
£132,000.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that sounds like AM
Dang.
radio back when I was 18.
Okay, I'm going to back
You're the
out
fifth
and
caller.
get his pictures.
You'll win the
Yeah.
lucky prize.
Yeah, it's like.
Good. I can barely talk, so play something, please.
Yeah, we're all starting to get our little batteries are starting to
I
go.
need
Put
I
it,
need
put
to go
it,
get
put it.
another drink. I'll be right back.
Was it like Sam's third Coke or third Coke so far?
You should send me one. I just drank the last bit of Coca-Cola out my bottle. I'll have to
Hey,
eat
you are
down to the
talking.
shops
Yes,
now.
this is number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, say me, the wife, and kids just hit up Dutch Brothers, got ourselves a coffee, so I'm a little bit wired.
I love Dutch Brothers, man. That's my
Actually,
favorite song.
First time today. We had never tried it, and now it's kind of like, wow, we're hooked. Hey, this has
Yeah.
Red Bull in it? Yeah, we'll take 2 of those. Tired parents.
Yeah.
Oh, shame. How
I
old are
just
the
have
kids?
the Americano is what I have.
I am
No
not
sugar.
even going to tell you what's inside of a Red Bull.
Yeah, I know. I
You do
know.
not want to know.
It's absolutely horrible for you.
If I drank a Red Bull, I would be within about 15 minutes. I would be running to the bathroom and puking for the next 4 hours.
Oh my.
Yeah, I have a diet. Natural. I can't do any of the energy drinks or anything with ginseng in it or anything like that because all that stuff. I have such a natural cooked pure diet. I stay away from frozen food and all of that, which is full of all kinds of crazy shit nowadays. And
Yeah.
if I drink
Yeah, it
one
is.
Red Bull, I'd be driving the porcelain bus within 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
That new stuff everybody lives off of
I mean,
now.
it's an acquired taste. Red
Well,
Bull, I think.
Well, I
I've
used to
had
have
them,
really bad migraines, and
but-
I completely changed my diet to live off of natural cooking. I don't do prepared foods, and the girls have frozen pizza, and I try to stay away from that. And I'll cook something natural. Thank you.
No, well, have you seen what they do with Cokes? I mean, they clean just about everything.
Well, hey, I know I don't drink a lot of pop unless I'm on the show.
Right.
That's only because right now I'm actually, I'm opening it now. If I don't have a Coke, I can't talk.
I need my diet doctor. I just gotta have it. I gotta have my diet Dr. Pepper.
Hey guys, I've been talking for 6 hours and 41 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, I can't believe we've gone this long. I think this is my
well,
longest.
we do marathon here. Because we're all obsessed and we can't shut STFU in
I
right
know.
now.
We got issues.
Yeah. Is that
We've all
considered
got
an
shut up
F-bomb?
issues.
We might have a problem.
Well, we get
may have
together and
to-
we can't quit talking about it.
And that's hence the name Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
I know.
And
I
I'm
know.
very amazed at the level of our cameo guest as he drinks his squirt 7-Up Mountain Dew. What it was green
IPA.
I don't even
I'm a
I don't
welder.
even know what that is.
I'm still in shock a little bit.
But what a
still
pleasant surprise, though.
I mean,
his face when you came
I
on the
kept
show.
thinking.
Part of me was thinking maybe it's going to be one of the nut jobs that we've been dealing
Right?
with.
Yes.
Like, for a moment there, I was like, man, please don't be
Getting
one.
geared up for a troll attack.
Yeah, and
yeah, don't let the name El Loco Gringo fool you. Actually, that nickname was given to me by the janitors of a place that I worked security for. So I was big into archery and medieval weaponry. I used to rebuild medieval weapons. Guys would hit me up, or actually, I had a friend that he was a big reenactor. So the Renaissance Fair that's local right near here in Irwindale, California, that happens every year. They used to go to that, and they used to do the reenactments and stuff. And I used to just make the weaponry, and I used to repair it, rebuild it, make new hilts, make new, handles, whatever. But one time I went to work knowing full well after work that me and my buddy, we were going to go to the archery range in Pasadena. So I had my bow, his bow, my backup bow, a boar spear, all of my throwing knives, my throwing axes,
arsenal.
I had an entire arsenal in the back of my truck, and one of the janitors was walking by and goes, "Oh, what's all this?" I'm like, "Oh, don't worry." And I told him that, we're just going to the archery range and we're just going to kind of practice with the weaponry, kind of how they did back in the day. He's like, "Man, and he said, you're a local gringo," and I said, "Oh, cool. Is that like a nickname?" Because I had no freaking clue what it. It wasn't until I married my wife that I started really understanding, Spanish.
Sounds like they were Mexican or Latinos.
Yeah.
You're just a crazy white guy.
Yep, basically, you're just a crazy white guy, and it's like, hey, you know what? It stuck.
There you go. Yeah, whatever makes floats your, whatever blows your skirt up or floats your boat or whatever. Yeah. Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy that you're here to share your, because we don't know you're out there, and now I get to sit here and smile and go, look, there's other people that know what the hell I'm talking about, And
It is.
How long have you been following this, Daniel?
6 years.
6 years, wow.
5, 6 years.
I was just looking through some of your stuff, and I see only the thing is that it's hard to recognize you without a beard on most of your posts.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, because all my stuff on Facebook is all like older.
I was like, okay, that's him. So yeah, I've seen your posts and I've seen some of your stuff, and pretty good stuff, pretty good work.
So how many times do you walk across the shop after arc welding that you have a pants fire, a cuff fire, or a beard fire?
Oh, no.
I have gotten pretty good at dodging all of those. Honestly, it's more of my jeans or my welding jacket itself that catches on fire.
As an arc welder, you know how that happens. You're not on fire when you first get up and you lift your mask and you look down and you're okay. But then you walk across the shop going for the cooling tank, and by that time the air has gotten to your wherever it landed, and then by the time you stop, all of a sudden you're on fire. Have you been there?
Oh yeah, I've been on fire numerous times, and also to torch cutting, because I have to cut a lot of large steel objects, and it's really hard to do that with an angle grinder and a cutting disc or anything like that. So you use an oxyacetylene torch, but it's the carbon, it's that superheated carbon that's left over from when it breaks down the steel and blows it out of the way. That superheated molten crap that'll fall down like your jeans, because like I wear baggier jeans on purpose so that way if I do catch on fire, I got a little bit of room in there to be able to dab myself out before it hurts the skin.
Right.
And but yeah, that molten metal, it'll sit in the pocket like of a fold on your jeans, and you'll go walking away, and all of a sudden it's like, I smell something burning, and then you feel the heat.
Every time anyone ever says arc welding, that's immediately where my brain goes. It's like, oh yeah, I've been on fire. Yeah. I used
that
to have a pretty good
like
bead.
fun.
Yeah.
You get used to it after a while.
My best bead was arc welding. I didn't like the copper feed or any of those wires. My best bead was arc welding.
Yeah.
And that was 3 lifetimes ago. Anyway. Yeah, I've repaired. I drove heavy equipment, and I repaired cats and Hobart loaders and all of that shit for a while, and was in lumber
cool.
yard. Yeah, I worked for the Bureau of Land Management, and I managed a lumber yard for a while where they're bringing posts and poles for grapevine stake poles for Oregon that we shipped out by the millions. And anyway, yeah,
Cool.
I got many hours as a sawyer because the government put me after I left. Well, I didn't really leave. They sort of put me to continue my service after I was brought back to Montana in handcuffs. I ended up working federal jobs until they put me into state and local. When Reagan came into office, it all kind of fell apart after that. Anybody that wants to look that up, you may. Little, hints and tidbits. I am absolutely amazed that there's a stranger out of blue. Thank you for sharing what your spot on opinion is, and you see them, which is wonderful. And hey guys, I'm Sam's
I
not
remember
full
that
of
picture.
shit.
Yeah, I remember that picture. Yeah, the upper right, that indentation. That was what attracted me to take that picture right there.
Okay. Yeah, I have a match.
When was this?
Almost.
Wow, dude.
Perfectly.
I couldn't tell you. I remember the picture. I mean, I have, oh my God, I have thousands of photos in my phone. Like, I've had to downsize so much because I will take of any given object 20, 30, 40, 50 pictures in a row over the course of 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour or whatnot, just so I can see,
But that means and you will get, you get transition where you get better shots than others, and it could be just that one moment, and Jesus is really on the spot on that with as well. And this fleeting moment, and there it is, and there it is, and oh my God, there it is, and oh my God, it's
reminds me of that.
Yeah. Well, this is a crossover. The object in the front upper left is the side of Nepesity.
Yeah.
And
but is that the long box cube?
That could be moreover. If this is Nepesity, this could be. Oh wow.
I don't know. I just saw that angle.
Cube, but that's completely out of place and weird. This picture, however, the light is on the right, the left. God,
on the left.
Your other left. Yeah, the other one. And of course, we're seeing the ion tail of Isatum, and this upper right-hand corner circle. I'm wondering if that is Isatum's yellow moon, but if it was older, then yeah. If this is newer, then no.
No, I want to say that looks like an older photo of mine.
And are we going to say 2019-20?
Probably. That's when I started really, really heavily taking photos.
All right, from the pine tree on the left in the middle, or whatever kind of tree that is. It looks like a pine, long needle pine.
A palm tree.
Palm tree.
Okay, palm tree. Yeah. Anyway, from there in the middle left, all the way down to the palm tree at the mountains in the middle right is the face of Nibiru.
Wow.
And then you're looking at Isatum's yellow moon irking out in front of Isatum, which is in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And it's, of course, on the right-hand side of the sun, which is where it's been since 2019, 20, 21, 22. This, by the size, if this is the Isatum's yellow moon, at that axis angle with the white lines in front of it, up above, directly above the palm tree on the right, with that size, it would have to be easy 2019, 2020 to be that small for Isatum's Isatum, not Isatum's yellow moon, because the ion tail is coming off the yellow moon, which is way smaller in front. See the little white line in the middle?
Yeah.
That is the size of Isatum's yellow moon. It's way small microdot. Half 2019, 2020, going back all the way to the Dr. Phil era. Which, Rebecca, do you want that picture, or do you have it?
I would have to scroll through my pics. Lately I've been deleting a lot of my work photos and stuff like that, and I've been putting any and all sky photos into one album, and then I was going to slowly go through them by date and timestamp, and I was going to arrange them by, I was going to try and arrange them by year, just so that way I can pull up, because, like, what was it? Hey, babe, what year was it that the tree fell on the truck? So in 2020, October.
I sent you a picture, Rebecca.
So 2020, October, there was a massive windstorm that came through Ontario, and it ripped a bunch of the trees apart, and I had a tree fall over on my truck. City skipped out on the bill because they said, quote unquote, it was a freak of nature event, so it didn't count on any of their hey, we'll pick up the bill on repairing your truck things. But the days leading up to that, there were lots of debris that flew over. Very close passes of debris.
What was the month?
October. And
right at the end of the 180-day cycle.
Yes, the end of the 180-day cycle. Exactly. And that was what my basis was for trying to argue with the insurance adjuster through, the third party insurance lady, was that no, there is a reoccurring pattern October, November, December. Every October and April, there is a mass windstorm that comes through this area that rips a bunch of these trees apart. And I said, look back in your receipts, look back in all of your complaints, look back in any and all damages done by trees or by down power lines or by anything wind related in the months of October and April. And I said, tell me there's not a connection. And of course, they say the same exact thing. Oh, you're crazy. But right. I was finding that. Oh, God.
Well, remember that information only goes up, not down. And this is, the generic local constabulary has no knowledge of what's going on above us. And, most of those guys are oblivious as to whether or not they're even going to get their third quarter reports in on time. And
no, I mean, insurance companies are known now to be pulling out from coastal areas, and
their algorithms are telling them they have no choice, because they're looking at the bottom line, seeing what they're paying out versus what they're pulling in, and they also see that the coastal water is rising, and they of course check into this, and they pay companies to check into it for them. And they're fully aware that global warming is far advanced beyond anything the scientists have laid out as far as their timetable, nor do they understand why, because they don't take into account the binary solar system, which is the overall majority of climate change, and all the planets are heating up, not just Earth. So, there is some information that is correct, and a lot of it is just algorithm making the big almighty fast dollar. So this older picture is what we were referring to is the Dr. Phil era. And this is when planet Saturn was much smaller, and the Saturn's yellow moon was a little nib in front of his Saturn, and that was 2019-ish. And this is why I sent this picture to Rebecca and why she's posted it. Because that compares to your previous photo.
Favorites.
And that's why you don't need to worry about, dating your pictures. In a lot of cases, I can look at a picture and I know exactly when it was from.
Incredible.
Well, it's just what I do, Christopher. I've been doing it for so long that I kind of got this. And, this is, of course, my being sure of what we're doing rather than being arrogant. I'm trying not to be arrogant. I just know what I'm talking about.
I wish we had the video of that one. Is this from I don't know, from Jamie?
No, this is way after. This is 2019-ish. As literally, I think this might be a screen capture from. You tagged it. You put the names here.
I know it's been so long. Yeah.
you put the names on the
I did.
You
find.
use
I have
lowercase
no
letters,
idea
and
what
I don't.
I have no idea what the origin of this picture is, but a video would have been awesome.
It's from the Dr. Phil group.
Yes.
This was directly
Okay.
related to Dr. Phil's posting in that whole era of people off the East Coast before we had one of the troll groups that actually split off from that group of people on the East Coast, and then they fell out into chaos, and we stopped hearing from them.
Dr. Phil, you mean that guy from Belgium? Or another
I don't
one?
know where Dr. Phil was from, but he was also part of a group of people that was on the East Coast of the U.S. in their batch, and they all hung together, and they were all working together, and then he started, we know him and we remember him, but he was mostly working with other people.
Yes, we're still here, Thunder.
Yeah, what the hell is wrong with us? I mean, are we out of our
What
mind?
is going on? Why?
I don't know, it's strong.
I mean, I'm on my third Coke here.
Help us. Help us.
I was gonna say,
my body thinks that I'm on a night shift at the care home.
Yes, right.
And
I just scream for my Rice Krispies quickly.
folks down in California don't have the same view that we do up here, and Jesus has a great view, and I don't know about Oklahoma, but I know that Rebecca goes and does the parking lot 360 to a pretty good job.
That's
We all get our turn, as Jillian had said before. We all get our turn, but there is some areas where elevation is really a factor, and that's a good. Well, I mean, for me, that's a good thing. I could drive 20 minutes east, and I'll be up 7,000 feet, and the views up there are just wow.
Yeah, way
just
higher
absolutely.
than me.
Yeah,
You got a couple thousand feet on me on that one.
Well, down here in the valley, I'm about 4,500, but going east, it's a straight shot up the Wasatch Mountains. So I'll be in Park City, and that's about in some areas 7,500 feet. So yeah, great views, man.
Yeah, and 27 miles.
Yeah, and I'm watching other.
What's your elevation, Jillian, down in Scotland? What's your elevation?
No, probably not very much, because we were about 53 feet when we were in the care home down by the sea. But now I've moved further inland away onto something called a brae. Huh? Not much.
Scotland, they've got less mountain than Wales, but they do have mountains, and they're a few thousand feet at the most. And that's, on a very
7 miles from the
Cairngorms
range. That's the big one.
Yeah,
We'd have to drive about an hour and a half to get there.
The dividing line on their tectonic plates is where most of their mountain range is, between the locks at the borderline of southern Scotland. I don't know what the northern Scotland looks like. I have not studied it well enough. I know that Wales has a great deal more mountains as far as the UK goes.
On those maps,
Anyway.
those scallion maps, we were sticking out of the ocean, so that's good.
Yeah, and
This is your highest point is 4,400 feet, which is Ben Nevis is the highest point. So, yeah, not so bad.
Don't
Not
you
so
just
bad.
love having that phone in Google? I do too.
Google, let's see, hang on, let's go to Google. How high are the Cairngorms?
Always do your fact checking. Yeah. Excellent.
I'm
excellent.
curious
That's why Michelle, Nicole. That's why why you have been getting some really great views, because your elevation is just, great. Colorado has some great views.
Our one, if we go to the mountains here, the Cairngorms is the highest plateau. The sixth highest mountain in the UK, the Cairngorm, is 4,081 feet, or 1.244 meters. Don't know where we are though. Here.
I think it's around in that time for Star Wars. kind of running on fumes now, guys.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I need to kind of prep ready for work in the morning. I usually start at about 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. So.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, we're wrapping up. We're about to
now.
Yeah,
it was
like
good
2 or
having
3
you.
hours
You
away.
should join us again sometime, man. You know.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Yeah, now that I know how to do it, I'll definitely whenever I can or whenever I have an opportunity. It just so happens that tonight, you know, we went and grabbed some dinner because we've all been just absolutely sick. Whatever this new strain of whatever crap they decided to release into the air that's causing all this stomach issue, migraines, and then all of a sudden this random fever. I mean, this was Thursday night. I had 104.5 fever for about 12 hours straight. I was shaking so bad it was almost like mini convulsions.
That sounds.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
I had it a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it was like COVID, but every test you take, it wasn't.
Yeah, it made its rounds here in my house, all around.
Yeah, it's making its rounds here in the care home as well.
Really?
Yeah, I had a migraine for 3 days.
If you like hot sauce, go eat a really large amount, well, a couple of salsa.
Yeah.
And burn, and the capsaicin will burn, and it'll burn it out of your system.
Was that right? Because I live in a house that's obsessed with salsa.
When I was working in the mountains, whenever I got sick or I got a flu or whatever, a virus, I would go eat a whole bunch of Mexican food and just bake the crap out of my tongue. And then literally it elevates your body temperature and then you burn out that fever in your blood.
Yep.
Yeah, so pepper.
Yeah, I do I actually make a mixture. So I do 1 whole squeezed lemon, a half teaspoon of cayenne pepper, a 1/4 teaspoon of ground turmeric, 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar, and a fat squeeze of honey. You mix it together and take it down like a really big shot. The cayenne
that's the
pepper
bomb right there.
and
you got all of it. You got all of it right there. Everything you ever needed.
Yeah.
A turmeric will put you out.
On the
I
honey
have ginger in mine and black pepper.
The chili, chili pepper.
Yeah, the ginger and the black pepper is good, but it has to be you actually grind your peppercorns. If you do it from whole peppercorn, you don't have to worry about the processing plant and all the different crap that they use and all the different grinders and stuff like that. But yeah, no, the pepper and the ginger definitely helps as well. You know, if you look at Indian cuisine or you look at different like Arabic cuisines and stuff like that, where they use all this insane amount of chiles, and then you wonder why they don't have any parasites in their gut, why they don't have any like immune diseases, why they don't have any of that kind of crap like what we got here in the States. And it's because cleans them out.
Yeah. You have done your homework, sir. You have.
He's a right prepper, just like the rest of us. Ready to roll when the time comes.
Hey, I try. I try.
How old are your kids?
2, 4, and 12. And then my youngest son unfortunately died at birth. I would have 4, but right now I got, like I said, I got my 2 daughters. They're the youngest ones, so they're 2 and 4, and then my son's 12.
Yeah, I have teenagers at home as well, but I bet you know that already.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, my 2. Oh, Dad, we're so bored with Nibiru we could scream. Yeah.
But at least they've been brought up knowing all about it, so they won't even be.
To them, the binary system is normal, and the rest of everybody else is insane. So.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if they know that. I don't know if they know that. I don't even know if they're aware of the difference what everybody was taught versus what they grew up with. So yeah,
Probably
I'm
not.
absolutely in awe that you showed up out of the blue and
that was a real surprise. I get in a Christmas present you don't know about.
You're right there with the Citizen Science podcast, man. He's right on board. He's like informed.
I know.
A roving reporter. There you go.
Broke in. That's pretty cool.
Anybody that knows Attu and Attu's moon as well as he's described knows that it's the number 1 sighted planet out of all of them combined. And we've been watching Atu and Atu's moon for so many years now, doing, and Jesus is, will attest to that when he was filming in New Mexico. And it was the most unbelievable show of all of them. And the unbelievable electrical light shows and the object cluster group, the lead asteroid and the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid and little sister and big sister and then the big three and skull. I can keep going and going and going. There's been the most unusual electrical show that's been absolutely outrageously cool that we've been watching for over a decade. And oh my God, I can't believe you people don't see it. And on and on and on and on and on. I could scream. I really could scream. I could.
I want. I'm 22 meters above sea level. Yeah, I'm really safe.
22 meters.
66
yeah.
feet.
Mine says 194 meters for Tulsa elevation.
The thing is, apparently in about an hour and a half, we can drive to Balmoral Estate where the Queen and them all are. And if you go up the Cairngorms, probably a nice tunnel system under there. So we could just make for there.
You can guarantee there's one there.
Yeah.
That'll be a discussion for another day.
You're way down there, Rebecca. You're at 700.
It does say 700 and something, yes.
Yeah.
Feet.
Really? Yeah, I know Oklahoma's pretty flat and sea level.
But you're not near any big bodies of water, are you?
That's why it's so tornado friendly. But even you get your turn because sometimes you post some pretty cool stuff. But
oh yeah, I do get I live for those days.
That's why we're all here, because we all get turns.
I know. And then when I don't have my turn, then I get to watch you guys have yours, so I get
Gaia's good. Gaia's good. Once you guys get it, then I get it the next day. It's either like you guys get it at night and I'll get it in the morning, or
I don't have it, you guys get it. Yep. Right. It's a system.
Pretty much. Okay, well, is that us? Are we all little batteries all running dead now?
Yeah, I think it's time for me to head out. I got to get ready for work tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to sign up.
It is tomorrow here. It is tomorrow here.
It already is. You're ahead. Your time.
Okay, yeah, we are at 7 hours.
I know. We did it. We made it.
We did it. This is my longest. This is my longest one yet. This is my marathon.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys. Hey, thank you for having me on. I'm going to go ahead and take off.
Daniel.
Good night, man.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Next time. Yeah.
Oh, definitely will.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Bye. Bye. Wow. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that was
and here you guys were all worried.
And there you were worried that you didn't reach anybody, Sam. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
I bet you there's a heap of people out there that have been sat there.
That was I did notice that someone out of the blue that we've not met, that I mean, and he is that informed. Wow,
right.
that was very refreshing. It was. I sat and watched Rebecca sit there and smile and smile and smile.
My cheeks are hurting.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing, going, wow, this guy knows what the hell he's talking about. Listen to this. It's amazing.
Right.
And there are people out there. They are out there. And that's awesome. Wow.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is true.
I mean, it really gives me hope for this new platform. I think a lot of people will come.
I think a lot of people will feel more secure there. A lot of people don't feel secure if it's somewhere open.
Yeah, because well, the thing is that Facebook is so public. I mean, how can I put it? It's so okay. So the platform
is open to ridicule Jesus in a way that is just horrible for people.
Well, yeah, but so what I mean is that our platform is going to be nothing but Nibiru stuff, right? So you're not going to run into family and friends that think you're dumb or think you're crazy. Okay, so it's going to make it easier for those that are listening in silence, because there's a lot of those. There's a lot of people listening in silence that don't come forward because of the nature of this topic, But if you're in a safe place, I think that's going to encourage a lot of people to come out and be like, okay, This is a safe community where I'm going to be around actual people who actually are like-minded, because we all know that Facebook groups, from pretty much that's what they were made for, but you have a lot of people who join groups just to down what people are doing, and we know this, and on our platform we're not going to have that, so it's going to be a safer community, and I think it's going to encourage people to be more open.
Yeah, they'll
But
feel
you might
safe
be
there.
deleting people's files or their comments or their rights to free speech. How could you possibly delete someone's comments?
How dare you?
I'm joking. Well, we got accused of that, and we don't do that.
No.
Well, we don't do that lightly.
Well, heck, we invited a complete unknown person on the live podcast tonight to tell us their point of view, and look who it turned out to be. It was wonderful.
Yeah,
absolute, well-informed,
super refreshing
person from California that we have no knowledge of, and now we have a brand new friend, and we admire and respect.
Very intelligent. I loved his level.
Yeah.
He seems like a very intelligent.
He's done his homework.
Loved it.
I got his name on my list of people to bring back, so for sure.
Oh, for sure. He knows a whole lot. He would easily survive anything, yeah.
Audrey is asking his name is Daniel Davis, and I
saw some of his stuff. I've seen him before.
Yeah, I've seen him as well. I've actually texted briefly with him as well, I'm sure.
But he doesn't have a beard in his Facebook profile. So I was like, when I saw him, it kind of threw me off because I didn't recognize the scruffle.
Because I could see him before he came onto the stage. I could see him kind of hazed over, but I could see this person, and I was tripping. Literally, I was sitting there thinking, how in the world does somebody get the link? Somebody that I don't know. I felt like something was wrong,
If there are people out there that listen to this after the fact, after this has been posted to YouTube, and we're no longer live, but this is a recorded show, and you have wishes to get hold of us, do try to contact us. If you're aware of in half of what Daniel talked about, then by yumping Yiminy, join the show. Get hold of us. We'll
let us know. We want to hear what you guys think.
Yeah, we want we'll give you your 5 minutes, and if you want to be here for a short visit, you can. If you want to stay longer, you can. If you've been educated and following us and me, please let us know. Because that's completely it's gaining hope right there. Going, there's real people out there that actually do listen. It's very surprising.
That's kind of the feeling I got. Like there is a lot of people out there following this that ain't necessarily, up
that
in
we
the
don't
front.
Realize maybe.
That we don't realize.
I know because I've texted with people and they just go like, no, I'm not me. I'm too shy. You can take my pictures for me, or you can do this for me, or ask this for me, but don't tell them I said so, and things like that. And you're like, okay, but one day you'll want to do this. No, it's not me. And I said, well, maybe you'll feel better once we go on the platform, and you can come along and just listen, and you'll feel better. You'll want to ask questions, and you'll be more confident. You'll see. It's just that because they've seen a lot of troll stuff and a lot of they don't want their family to know maybe as well, and gain confidence yourself with this topic is really difficult at first because you fight with yourself for a couple of years. You really do. And then you settle down and you think, okay, well, this is how it is. And then once you've accepted that, then you build on that and you, oh my God, look, it means this kind of thing as well, and this aspect of it. And you just keep growing all the time. You don't go back. You don't ever go back. Once you've seen your first planet, you're in, man. You're like, oh, wowzer. I don't want to go back. I want to see it all. Where's the popcorn? Give me my Coke. I'm going to sit here and watch the whole show. Yeah, for sure. See, my little battery's popped up again. It's past 7 o'clock.
I think it's time, guys.
She's been up all night. I think Jillian's the toughest of us all because it's what is it? 7 in the
We
morning.
saw the sunrise.
Hey, I used to dress 4 people by now after a whole night of washing and scrubbing. Dressed 4 peoples up and taking them down the stairs for breakfast. But hey ho, life changes. It's such a strange thing, but I think I'm just so happy that I found Sam when I did, because look how my life has changed. Like, I had no hope back where I was. Like, literally, I didn't know what I was going to do with myself for the rest of my life, you know? And maybe what I seen in my NDE really means something now, because I'm seeing it in a whole different light that I haven't really talked about it much, but I've seen it as well. And now I've suddenly seen a new aspect that is really exciting. So I've just suddenly stopped fearing anything now. I'm like, wow, this is so cool.
Yeah.
You know,
I know. I know. Jesus and I talked about that the night we had our first show. I was watching that for a minute the other day, Jesus. You know, our first show. I mean, that's just one of my favorites. But we were both, you know, talking about how just by meeting Sam, you know, how much it meant for us, you know, and changed our lives.
Absolutely.
It's very true. So
absolutely. And it's a story that I hear pretty common with some of the members is
me too.
Is it changed the direction and even the way you look at the world in general is just
because suddenly you realize it really is possible that you've been lied to, and it really is possible that none of the stuff you were taught and that instinct that you've had for all your life, that science doesn't make sense. They're like, want me to be a science teacher for little kids, but I couldn't do it in my heart because it didn't add up. And I thought this would be wrong to teach young people the half of this. And I'm glad I didn't, because I didn't want to commit to something. I couldn't, because when I went to try and be in the school system, they said, no, you can't do that. You can't be more like Montessori than Montessori, and teaching children that way. They've got to sit down and sit still and do this and do that. But this is a little human being, and they might be.
By Montessori, she means allowing children to follow the path that they have their learning aptitude of. Each student has a gift.
Each child is
and
different.
Follow their Montessori choice.
Yeah. I love Montessori. It was the closest style of teaching I could find to what I wanted for kids.
That is the true teaching you find. It's not so much the student learning the teacher, it's the teacher learning the student.
Totally. You know, I have to find a way into the human being.
Because of my energy level and the way I think and how I react to things, and I have to be taught in a certain material pathway. I follow.
You have to meet your student halfway so that person can hear what you're saying.
If I'm not shown that pattern, then I won't learn it.
Yeah.
And that's how I flow, is on patterns, and that's how I can see what I can do and what I've seen up, and why I can draw the drawings, and why I know what I know is because of the patterns.
The patterns were like that for me as well, because my granny gave us puzzles when I was little, and patterning and puzzles and color, you know, and the shades of color. And I didn't realize the gift that lady was giving us, making us do puzzles all the time. Because
puzzles. I love sitting and doing puzzles.
Yeah, I've got my new puzzle from my friend in Iceland. She sent me wooden ones.
You're hopping between logical brain and then emotional brain on both, every piece that you place in a puzzle. And this is why, you know, and science has always been excruciatingly easy to me, because it just either it fits or it doesn't. And this is where I based my paper on, was I couldn't, you know, I learned basic chemistry and then I learned advanced chemistry, and then that made more sense than everything Einstein said. And I went, if I were to put it in terms that I understand, here's my 7-page or 10-page or 12-page term paper my junior year of 11th grade. Here you go. And that's what I wrote. And then, of course, the equations I did on the math board, which the combination of my schoolwork is what got the attention, and the 30-year non-disclosure agreement. But I'm also, I've grown way since then. So yeah, this is all, and it's actually, science is quite simple, and if you believe that, you can learn it. And if you say it's complicated and this is beyond me, then you stop yourself and you don't learn.
Right.
And obviously, this gentleman Daniel that we had on earlier, and he's obviously intelligent. He's educated. He's a tradesman, and if he could stand there and say all the things that he said, which, boy, I'd love to see it again, and I probably will.
Right. Yeah, we can go back and watch it again. That was super amazing.
Yeah, he popped in at like the 6-hour point.
And I'm in awe. Yeah. I am in awe that he
me too
expressed it in the manner
me too.
That
Look
he
at my
did.
smile. I can't believe it. It's wonderful.
And he was very positive in everything that he said, that he saw, and he knew what he was talking about. And it was like, okay. And that doesn't happen all the time. I run into a lot of people that they stand there, they type this and that and the other thing to me, and then like most of what you just typed doesn't match what I've been trying to teach you for 6 months. Or whatever, and I see a new name, Wesley Curry II. Your tarot, Jesus shall erase them from the cards 3 times in the next 3 days. Okay, thank you, Wesley.
Oh, hey, Sam. Audrey asked this earlier. She was wanting to know if your paper that you wrote.
Yeah, Audrey, I got a
paper.
I got a 2-year A.
2-year A. What does that mean?
My teacher basically told me, she says, you know far more than I do about this subject, and I'm going to give you an A this year and next year. And
oh boy, okay.
Didn't have to worry for the next year.
I left school shortly after that. I did not. I actually earned early graduation credits from junior year, so
that's cool.
And then I had to deal with the state, and they screwed it up, so I walked and took the test anyway, and I aced it. So anyway, I didn't even need college. I was already beyond college when in my junior year of school. So
it must have really pissed them off, something awful.
I graduated.
I just giggle about that.
I didn't need the 4-year college. Thank you, because the retention factor of most college graduates is literally the first semester of freshman year of college. And beyond that, they don't remember jack shit.
Right.
No, because they're too busy partying and shit like
that. They hang on their wall, and then they think they're smart.
Exactly.
And then they earn a whole bunch of money so they can pay back that student loan.
For something they didn't sit still for any seconds. Yeah.
So I walked in, took the test, passed, and went, okay, you don't need college. All right, thank you. Have a nice day. And I spent more time learning after school than during school, and then when the computer era finally kicked in, and you could actually look into the computer and actually get the information you typed in, not like in the early Napster days when you type something in the computer and it tells you nothing, and then then we hit 2008ish, 7, 8, 9, 10. And computers were actually able to tell you what you wanted to look up. That's when we entered in a new information era, and we've all hopefully been studying since then. Yep. And we have to be careful because a lot of information out there is bullshit.
Yep.
And I got a cat behind me. They're trying to get in. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Well, there we go, talking again. We probably should be letting people go.
I know. It's already, what time is it? My end's 2:30.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. We just keep talking and just keep talking. And
I
keep
know.
Talking, like we're sitting in the living room.
I know.
We
can just keep talking. Maybe tomorrow we'll still be here.
It's 8:30 in the morning here, so I've been awake.
Yeah, all night.
No. Okay, well, I will take the hint.
The sun came up.
Can I get an oatmeal cookie now, please, Sam?
Yeah, Audrey, they actually came and after my military test scores went in and went in, they came back and they took all of the information from the school and they forced my teachers into a non-disclosure agreement, and they were afraid to even talk to me after that point. And then I soon left school after that, and then just tested it out and got through the system. And so, and people always say, well, can we get a copy of your paper? And, we're talking about an 11th grade junior high school
Oh my gosh.
paper handwritten by, somebody on a few, it's blue line paper sheets. With some
And they want a
drawings.
copy of it.
Yeah, they want.
Can just imagine them with a copy of our stuff, Rebecca. Come on, man. Like,
Christopher disappeared.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Christopher said
He probably got his butt pulled.
Yeah.
Well,
he was like,
or he's just so tired he just had to leave.
Yeah.
I think so. I think so.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
all right.
funny.
I'll go play Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's time for
You
Star
make
Wars.
me.
That's
You
right.
make me.
That's right. Star Wars. And I'm taking a hot bath. And Jesus is going to probably have lasagna. And
Yeah, I
I'm going
want
to be
lasagna
pillow
again,
hunting.
man.
If
I
he's
haven't got my steps in for the day, which is something I'm
oh, goody.
trying to do. So I gotta go take a walk around the block. And
All right.
these guys, but it's sleep time
That's
now.
impressive.
and have my own little powwow while I walk.
Yeah, that'd be
Well,
nice.
don't forget to look up.
Yeah, of course, of
Yeah,
course.
check it
But
out.
then watch out where you're going. I hope your neighborhood's
That's
safe.
my thing, of course. That's my
You
thing.
think this was going to go to sleep?
It was fun, guys.
I do.
As
Okay.
always, it was fun. It was a great show. Everybody, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking it out for so long and putting up
I
with
know
us.
it's 7.5 hours.
Almost 7.
Wow, you still
It's
here
always
too,
fun.
Audrey?
Definitely, Audrey. Definitely
Yeah.
grounding myself. Yes.
Good night,
All
Nicole.
right, guys. Good night. I'm gonna sign
Yeah.
out.
We're going to
Yeah,
sign out
I got
here.
my my cursor on the X and I'll vanish first.
Yeah. I'm getting
Good night,
ready
I
to
everybody.
eat
hit
my
that
cereal
end
when I
stream.
nipped away for a bit experimental. I've had my cereal now. My
Okay,
Rice
good night.
Krispies were on demand.
Have a good
Theo
night, guys.
wanted his Krispies.
Okay. Sam's gone.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, guys. And we will be back, the routine will be back Saturday, 2:00. So
Have a
you
good night,
know
guys.
how that
Bye.
works. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.